C1503 Breakthroughs. In the minds of the first layer of the abyss, the reserves of condensed light. Stones are not small, but the third-level condensed light stones are extremely rare. Fortunately, it took Xiao Han only half a day to dig up a third-level condensed light stone, and with the increase of 100 times the reward, he successfully turned it into 4. But the equipment that a player can wear, in addition to weapons, armor, helmets, and other common equipment, there are also relatively rare masks, cloaks, medals, and other rare equipment. These equipment add up to a total of 17 pieces. So 4 condensed light stones are far from enough. Xiao Han stayed in the mine for 4 days, and only returned to Yunxiao City after digging 20. At this time, 3 of the 7th-level spiritual source had been absorbed, and even 1 of the 8th-level spiritual source had been absorbed. Thinking of the promise to Han Feng, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to break through. Anyway, the divine vein had been brought back by him, and as long as the 8th-level spiritual source was absorbed, he could break through at any time. Now, the most important thing is to let Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji, and others break through to level 7 to increase Jing'an's strength. Of course, there are also Ding Yi, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Bai Xiaoxing. Although their strength is not strong, they have sufficient supply of elixirs, and have now broken through to level 4. Although this strength can't help much, it can also allow them to have the ability to protect themselves. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han immediately sent a message to Jiang Zhe, Guohuai, and Han Feng in Kyoto, asking them to come as soon as possible. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun, who had just completed the breakthrough, immediately chose to log off with excitement. Jing'an. As the door of the administrative hall was opened, a beautiful figure immediately rushed out of it, looking towards the south with expectation. Less than a minute later, a colorful beam of light shot out, and the figure bathed in the colorful beam of light began to rise in momentum. Such a scene once happened in this place. The figure who transformed into a giant ape also successfully broke through to become a 7th-level beastman with this colorful light speed. Seeing the same scene again, all the people in Jing'an nearby showed a look of envy in their eyes. At this time, Jiangzhe, Guohuai, Han Feng, Fu Qingji, and others who received the news also put down their work and rushed to Yunxiao City as soon as possible. Then, with the assistance of the colorful dragon, they began to upgrade. However, their promotion has just begun, so it did not affect Jiang Xiaoyun, who was breaking through in reality. As the colorful light beams continued to be injected into Jiang Xiaoyun's body, her disguised beautiful face slowly returned to what it should have been. At this time, almost all the people in Jing'an who saw this scene could not believe their eyes. It was not until a long time later that someone muttered, "That's Jiang Xiaoyun. Am I dazzled? Oh my God. This is too beautiful. Xiao Han's life is worth it. I thought that the 8th-level Alicia was already very beautiful last time, but I didn't expect that Jiang Xiaoyun is even more beautiful. Look, Jiang Xiaoyun's appearance is still changing, and she seems to be more beautiful than before. She can change her appearance at will. Such a woman is really mouth-watering." As waves of exclamations sounded in the crowd, everyone stared at the beautiful figure in the air with their eyes wide open in disbelief. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun's face was full of helplessness. In less than 2 months, she broke through from level 4 to level 6. This time, she could no longer control the surge of spiritual power in her body, so even the disguise on her face could not be maintained now. Fortunately, these spiritual powers are relatively mild, so there is no need to worry about the risk of exploding. At this time, the surrounding discussions and the obscene eyes hidden in the crowd made her heart thump. The reason why she hid her true appearance was actually because she was worried that something like this would happen. After hiding for so long, it was inevitably exposed today. Feeling the eyes around him, Jiang Xiaoyun knew what this meant in troubled times, and his face suddenly became ugly. But the next second, he immediately thought of Xiao Han, and then his somewhat flustered mood calmed down a little. Then he took another look at the tattoo on his palm and whispered, "Although my strength is not good, my husband is not someone that anyone dares to provoke now. Since it has been exposed, there is no need to hide it in the future. Anyway, he also gave me an emperor-level pet. Even if someone still has ill intentions towards me, they have to consider whether they have the strength to do so." As she said this, the colorful beams slowly disappeared. Feeling the eyes of the people around her, her thoughts also moved. Buzz. The next second, a buzzing sound immediately sounded in his ears, and at the same time, a huge purple and yellow bee immediately appeared beside him. This made the nearby onlookers stunned for a moment, and then they widened their eyes and shouted in disbelief, "Oh my God! Another pet has been summoned. It's actually a bee. Such a big bee. I wonder what kind of strength it has? Hey, this bee must have been given to Jiang Xiaoyun by Xiao Han. Since he took it out, it must be at least above the emperor level. Emperor is a bit low for me. Even emperor is possible." Jiang Xiaoyun didn't pay much attention to the discussion of the crowd. Instead, he looked at the Thunder Eye Emperor peak that had just materialized in front of him. He looked a little confused, not knowing what had happened. Roar. At this time, a roar suddenly came from the roof of the administrative hall, which immediately attracted the attention of Purple Eye Emperor Peak. The difference in realm was one level, which made Purple Eye Emperor Peak fly back at a high speed with fear. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyun hurriedly comforted him. "Don't be afraid. That big guy won't hurt you. It just looks a little fierce, but it's actually very easy to get along with." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Thunder Eye Emperor Peak quickly vibrated its wings. Even after hearing what Jiang Xiaoyun said, it didn't relax at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But at this moment, 3 figures suddenly rushed out from the nearby buildings, all quietly suspended in the air. This extremely familiar scene instantly stunned everyone nearby. Then they looked to the south and waited quietly. In just 1 minute, a very thick, colorful beam flew over the sky of Mutant City, and then landed on the bodies of the 3 people. But the 3 beams that fell were only a small part of the colorful beams, and the thickest beam had instantly flown over the sky of Mutant City and flew straight to the north. This made the people nearby stare with their eyes wide open in a daze. And then someone shouted excitedly, "That's Lord Jiangzhe, General Guohuai, and General Fu Chengji. Could it be that they are all going to break through to level 7? It should be a breakthrough, but where is the thickest colorful beam flying to? Is someone going to break through to level 8? Everyone was talking about it, and their faces were full of excitement. And in Tianshui, thousands of miles away, Han Feng was also suspended in the air, being bathed in the colorful beams of light. But among the crowd watching nearby, several people had very ugly expressions. #C1504 Deep Blue Star Ring. Hey, where can I find something like red flame liquid? Looking at the several medicinal herbs on the table, Xiao Han sighed helplessly and could only put them away again. I wanted to refine the god-enchanting pill to pry open the mouth of the netherworld. But who would have thought that all the other medicinal herbs had been found? But the red flame liquid as a blending agent could never be found. So of course there was no way to make the god-enchanting pill that was highly anticipated. Clicking on the attribute panel, Xiao Han kept flipping through the spiritual pill recipes. In fact, there are several other pills with similar effects to the god-enchanting pill, but the medicinal herbs needed to refine those pills are more difficult to find. Forget it. This kind of thing is useless even if it's urgent. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han continued softly. It's a pity that even with the 7th level teleportation array of the sky-splitting pillar, there is no way to teleport people to reality. Otherwise it would be simple. There are still many such potions in reality. Since there is no way to pry open the mouth of the netherworld, I can only improve my strength as soon as possible to deal with the upcoming variables. As the voice fell, a dark blue ring and a dark blue necklace appeared in Xiao
Han's palm.
Looking at the two pieces of equipment in his hand, he squinted and muttered softly, "With these two heavenly artifacts, my life value can exceed 7 trillion. With such strength, I can also go to the abyss for a while. It's a pity that Zhan Tian can't come back for a while, and the whereabouts of Landon and Turgenev are completely untraceable now, otherwise I can go and kill the Lord of the Dead." Whispering in his mouth, a jade-colored sharp horn appeared between his fingers, and then it rotated on the dark blue ring. After a while, a small hole also appeared, but Xiao Han did not stop at this time. He immediately took out the brush and magic pattern liquid and drew on the dark blue ring. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As time passed slowly, a milky white round crystal was finally successfully embedded on the dark blue ring. At this time, the system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. "Ding, you successfully embedded a condensed light stone, level 5, triggering a 400-fold reward. You successfully embedded a condensed light stone, level 7. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han's face flashed with joy, and then he brought the ring to his eyes and looked at its attributes. Deep blue star ring, heavenly artifact level 230, physical attack limit plus 100%, physical attack plus 64 million, strength plus 32 million, stamina plus 32 million, intelligence plus 32 million, agility plus 32 million, defense plus 32 million, energy plus 32 million. Whole, condensed light stone, level 7, reduces the use requirement of this equipment to level 80. Special skill, crazy attack, consumes 2 billion energy points to increase the attack speed by 500%, lasts for 15 seconds, cools down for 60 seconds. Special skill, deep blue power, consumes 3 billion energy points, makes the weapon add 50 million water attribute damage, and consumes 50 million energy for every 1 second. Special skill, deep blue gun, consumes 5 billion energy points, summons 5 deep blue guns, causes 100 million physical damage and 100 million water attribute damage to the target, hits the target 100%, triggers the freezing effect, cools down for 30 seconds. Special skill, deep blue blessing, consumes 20 billion energy points, summons a water attribute body dragon that can absorb 2000 billion damage and provides 500 million water attribute damage to the user at the same time. During the existence of the shield, 200 million energy points are consumed per second, and the cooldown is 24 hours. Special skill, deep blue star, consumes 50 billion energy points and can make all skills instantly enter the no cooldown state, cooldown for 36 hours. Special effect, critical hit, increase the critical hit rate by 500%. Special effect, endless, increase the critical hit effect by 500%. Special effect, true injury, when attacking the target there is a 50% chance to trigger the true injury effect. Special effect, weeping blood, the damage caused to the target is absorbed and converted into health value by 100%. Special effect, silence, hit the target, there is a 100% chance to interrupt the target skills being released, and silence for 0.5 seconds. Special effect, combo, 100% chance to launch 2 normal attacks in a row, 100% chance to launch a 3rd level normal attack in a row, 80% chance to launch a 4th level normal attack in a row, 50% chance to launch 5 normal attacks in a row, 30% chance to launch 6 normal attacks in a row, 10% chance to launch 7 normal attacks in a row. Although Xiao Han has seen the attributes of this equipment many times, but every time he sees it, he can't help but show a touch of excitement in his eyes, because this equipment is slightly inferior to the 9 Dragon's heart armor, but it is an attack equipment. Not to mention the special skill of this equipment, even the 500% critical strike effect can directly increase his attack damage by 5 times. And the real damage special effect will also make his attack more abnormal. As for the 5 special skills that come with the equipment, in fact, they are even more awesome, especially the skill of Deep Blue Star, which can eliminate the cooldown of all skills. In this way, the 2 skills of Deep Blue Blessing and 9 Dragon's Body protection can be used twice in a short period of time. Hey! With a somewhat excited laugh, Xiao Han immediately took off the void ring on his finger and put on the Deep Blue Star ring on his finger. Then he immediately looked at the dark blue necklace on the table beside him, and then took out a jade-colored sharp corner with his backhand and carefully drilled on the necklace. Sha! 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 The subtle friction sound rang in the forging room. In just a few minutes, Xiao Han also put the necklace on his neck. At this time, he immediately opened the attribute panel and took a look at his attributes. Then he whispered with joy, "The physical attack is as high as 700 million points, combined with the true damage triggered by more than 80% chance. The damage caused should be considerable. Even the health value has now exceeded 7 trillion. With my current attributes, I don't know if I can kill the Lord of the Dead. And what kind of equipment will it become with the 400-fold reward?" Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han was excited and immediately wanted to kill into the abyss and kill the Demon Lord level boss. But thinking of going to Nami, he ended up going to the Western Alliance by chance. If I enter the abyss again, I might have a chance to go to Ross's place. Now, only 1 heaven-grabbing bead is not enough. I must prepare a few more in case the next time I encounter the Son of Luck, 2 or even 3 will appear at once. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the inner elixir and blood essence of the fierce beast. #C1505 Leave it to us. Ding, you successfully made a heaven-seizing talisman, triggering a 400 times reward, and you get a heaven-seizing pearl. After countless failures, I finally made 2 more sky beads. If it weren't for the fact that there were many corpses at the god level, Xiao Han wouldn't be able to withstand such consumption. Fortunately, after 2 days, the expected goal has been achieved, so there is no need to continue spending time here. After taking a look at his friend list, he saw that there was still no news coming in. He couldn't help but sigh softly and murmured in a low voice, "Hey, it seems that the red flame liquid is still not found. The mystic pill cannot be refined, and Xiao Han has no choice. And now he doesn't plan to wait any longer. After all, several days have passed, and the materials transported to reality have probably been shipped out long ago. Even the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th batch of materials may have been sent. Now even if he asks Netherworld about the special passage between the game and reality, he probably won't be able to snatch away that batch of materials. Wrong." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's face immediately condensed, and he couldn't help but whisper, "Since it has been transported to reality, it should be somewhere in Fuso. If we go there directly now, I don't know if we can find those materials." This thought suddenly came to his mind, and he opened his friend list and took a look without any hesitation. At this time, Han Feng happened to be online, and Xiao Han immediately reached out and clicked his profile picture. Beep, beep. The ringing only rang twice, and the call was immediately answered. At the same time, a familiar voice came. "Brother Xiao, what do you want from me?" "Well, I do have something to ask you." Xiao Han responded and said straight to the point. "The confession from Netherworld cannot be released. It is estimated that the materials in the abyss have been transported to reality. I think we can go to Fuso? They don't even have an 8th level evolver there. Let's go over and grab those materials directly." "Go to Fusang to grab materials?" Han Feng repeated in a low voice and refused. In a deep voice, "This may not be possible. The situation in Fusang is different from ours in Yanhua." With that said, without waiting for Xiao Han to ask questions, he continued to explain, "We still have a city here, so it won't be too difficult to find anyone. But over at Fuso, all the cities have been captured by mutant beasts. Moreover, the population has already been less than 1 in 10, and the remaining ordinary people are living in air raid shelters in the ruins of the city. They have no idea where Fuso's leadership is. Although Fuso is not too big, finding those materials is almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. Hey, that's true. Xiao Han sighed and continued with a depressed look on his face. In that case, let's forget it. The sudden idea didn't work, so he didn't dwell on it. After chatting with Han Feng for a few more words, he hung up directly. Why? With a depressed sigh, Xiao Han slowly walked out of the forging room and whispered to himself, since there is no way to stop it, we can only increase Yanhua's strength as soon as possible. On the 4th level of the abyss, there should be more spiritual sources. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han lowered his head and glanced at the colorful dragon huddled in his chest. Seeing that it was still absorbing the spiritual source, he gave up the idea of advancing immediately and then walked towards the teleportation hall. But just as he walked out of the door of Yunxiao auction house, a figure walked towards him. Seeing it was Jiang Xiaoyun, Xiao Han immediately stopped and asked with a smile, "Why are you here? What's the matter?" Jiang Xiaoyun nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "The thunder-eyed Emperor B you gave me cannot reproduce in Jingon City. Is there no way to reproduce?" Xiao Han frowned, thought for a few seconds, and then said with a depressed face, "I forgot that it is impossible to reproduce without drones. But there is only one pet manifestation talisman, so there is no way to manifest the drone again. That's not the reason. There are drones." Jiang Xiaoyun quickly waved his hands and explained in a hurry. When the thunder-eyed Emperor Bee was caught, it was already in the stage of laying eggs. So after being embodied, more than a dozen fertilized eggs have been produced. It's just that the concentration of spiritual energy in Jingon City is too low to meet the conditions for hatching fertilized eggs, so we must find a spiritual vein. Spiritual veins? Xiao Han whispered in surprise, and then immediately said, "I remember Aura said that there seems to be a spiritual vein on the other side of the Hengduan Mountains. Since it requires spiritual veins to hatch, then just knock it down over there." As he said this, he also said with a murderous look on his face, "I heard that. There are 2 8th-level mutant beasts over there. I will go there myself." After the words fell, Xiao Han also immediately chose to log off. After meeting Jiang Zhe, Guohuai and others, he immediately told them this idea and asked them to gather manpower. In less than half an hour, a team of hundreds of people stood in the square in front of the administrative hall. At this time, there was no need to mobilize, and everyone's faces showed a touch of excitement, as if they were extremely looking forward to this action. This made Xiao Han a little confused, but after thinking about it for a while, he understood it and shouted loudly, "For this operation we need to seize the spiritual vein on the Hengduan Mountains. So no matter who it is, as long as you kill a mutant beast above level 4, you can get a promotion quota. Even if the mutant beast you kill is level 8, you can get a promotion quota to level 8 evolvers. So you must seize the opportunity." Promotion quota. As Xiao Han's voice fell, the crowd in the square immediately became excited. After all, most of them have seen the effect of the colorful beam with their own eyes. And now you only need to kill a mutant beast to get a chance to directly promote. No one will not be tempted. Kill! The thunderous roar sounded, and everyone's eyes showed a hint of impatience, but they still stood there and did not move. And when Xiao Han turned around and flew out of the city, they immediately ran wildly. Wait a minute. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from a distance, and then shouted loudly, "Leave the Hengduan Mountains to us." Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han couldn't help but stop and turn to look behind him. At this time, Han Feng had also flown over quickly, and at the same time, lowered his voice and said, "Let Aura go with us, we should be able to take over the Hengduan Mountains. Your time is more precious. Don't waste it on this. Every time you find a spiritual source, you can advance one person. If there is nothing important to do now, then you should go to the abyss to find the spiritual source. This. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, but looking at Han Feng in front of him and Tang Zhan, who had become an 8th-level evolver behind him, he could only nod in agreement. After all, this division is the most reasonable. The current strength of Jing'an should be enough to occupy the spiritual source on the Hengduan Mountains. Even if he goes there, it will only shorten this time. After thinking this through, he no longer insisted and immediately said with a smile, "That's fine too. I'll leave the Hengduan Mountains to you." "Don't worry," Han Feng said with confidence and immediately added, "As long as there are no level 9 mutant beasts, we can definitely occupy the spiritual source over there." #C1506 Sword Demon Slayer 1. Thinking that what Han Feng said made sense, Xiao Han no longer insisted. After all, including Aola, Jing'an already has 3 level 8 fighters, and Jiangzhe, Guohuai, Gao Qiu, Fu Qingji and others are all level 7 evolvers. In addition to them, Bao Xiong, Bai Hu, and Lei Tong Di Wangfeng also have level 7 fighters. This force is enough to sweep across the Hengduan Mountains. Even if some unpredictable accidents occur, Jingdu, Wuchuan, and Liangzhou can come to support at any time. The danger level of the Hengduan Mountains is far less than that of Darim and the 4 forbidden areas. Seeing Han Feng taking the lead, leading more than 300 level 4 evolvers and running quickly towards the West City, Xiao Han turned and walked into the administrative hall. When his consciousness entered the game again, he flashed and teleported directly to the teleportation hall opposite the Yunxiao auction house. After 2 transfers, he soon appeared on the 3rd level of the abyss. At this time, Xiao Han immediately took out all the materials for building a level 5 teleportation array from his space ring, and at the same time he also took out 6 long magnetic crystal pillars. Sha! 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 The sound of the carving knife scratching on the stone immediately sounded in the somewhat silent abyss. In just half an hour, the system prompt sounded, "Ding! You successfully built a level 5 teleportation array triggering a 400-fold reward, and you successfully built a level 7 teleportation array." Hearing the system prompt, Xiao Han immediately picked up the magnetic crystal pillar next to him and prepared to carve it into a sky-breaking pillar. But at this time, he couldn't help but pause, and then whispered, "There should be a lot of spiritual sources on the 3rd level of the abyss. Why don't we search here first and then go to the 4th level of the abyss?" As he said this, he immediately stopped his movements and continued to whisper, "I wonder if the abyss sword demon on the 2nd level of the abyss is still there. That Redwin is guarding the abyss passage, and he should still be there." Looking down at the deep blue star ring on his finger, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he continued in a low voice, "Kill them, and 1 or 2 heavenly artifacts should be exploded. If there are 3 or 5 more heavenly artifacts, my health will exceed 20 trillion. At the same time, the physical attack and critical strike effects will be higher. If the real damage special effect can be increased to 100%, it will not be too difficult to kill the Lord of the Dead on the 4th level." With this thought in mind, Xiao Han's carving knife immediately fell on the UNC crystal column, and stone chips fell from his fingertips. After a while, 6 sky-splitting pillars were arranged around the 7th level teleportation array. At this time, Xiao Han stood up without any hesitation. As the light on the teleportation array flashed, he returned to the 2nd level of the abyss again, to the teleportation array reserved near the abyss passage. Then a thought came to his mind, and his ears trembled slightly, and his hearing immediately began to spread around. No, how could there be no 50 kilometers in radius? Xiao Han frowned and whispered, and his face became a little ugly. But then he whispered, "Last time, There was a commotion at the Lord of the Dead, and Cashier also knew that I killed the nine-tailed dragon scorpion. So Redwin, who is guarding the Abyss passage here, should have left. But that Abyss sword demon, I think he should have returned to his old nest. And now I should be able to meet it. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han also looked down at the space coordinates he had recorded, and then took off the sky-splitting stone on the teleportation array, engraved the coordinates on it, and immediately started the teleportation array. When he appeared again, his ears moved slightly. Boom! 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 A strong heartbeat immediately drilled into his ears from 1,000 meters away, which made Xiao Han's eyes brighten. Although he only saw the Abyss Sword Demon once, Xiao Han still clearly remembered that the guy who looked like a skeleton had a huge heart in his chest. Although it has been a while, he is still very familiar with this voice. Thinking about his current attributes, Xiao Han couldn't help but show a touch of excitement in his eyes, and then the dragon soul gold shovel was taken out. Immediately, sand, sand, sand. Because this place has been dug once before, the soil is very soft, and the mining shovel will not dig on it like digging on rocks, and there will be a series of dull impact sounds. In just a few minutes, Xiao Han drilled out from more than 10 meters underground. Boom! 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 At this time, the heartbeat from 1,000 meters away has become more obvious. Looking at the black ridge in the distance, a pair of blood-red wings immediately appeared from behind Xiao Han. Then, with a light flap, his figure flew towards the direction of the sound at a high speed like a stream of light. After a while, a skeleton with a height of more than 10 meters and a pair of huge bone wings was seen standing quietly at the foot of the mountain. And the demonic energy escaping from the mountain peaks was also gathered around its body. Boom! 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 With the sound of powerful heartbeats, these demonic energy were also sucked into the black heart. Click! At this time, with the sound of bones colliding, the Abyss Sword Demon slowly turned his head and asked in a deep voice, "Blood-colored wings you should be, the human who killed Bodman. Hee. Have you heard of me?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued without surprise. "It seems that my news has spread in the abyss. Of course, isn't this obvious?" The Abyss Sword Demon said, and immediately said in a deep voice, "There are not many humans who can fight Lord Cashier head-on even in ancient times. And because of your appearance, the abyss is now beginning to become panic. But what makes me wonder is that the second layer of the abyss is so big. How did you find this place? Hee. Is this difficult?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "I can find Cashier on the fourth layer of the abyss, why can't I?" Before Xiao Han finished speaking, he saw a pair of bone wings immediately stretching out from the back of the Abyss Sword Demon, and then slapped hard. Woo! A fierce whistling sound followed, and the Abyss Sword Demon, which was more than 10 meters tall, suddenly rose from the ground and flew away without hesitation. "Heh, you still want to run?" This made Xiao Han smile with disdain, and then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the void, and a dark blue ice spear appeared in his palm. At the same time, a blue stream of water was wrapped around the dark blue spear. Whoosh! As Xiao Han threw his hand, a sharp whistling sound followed, and the spear chased the Abyss Sword Demon at lightning speed. The Abyss Sword Demon, who had already escaped 100 meters, slapped his pair of white bone wings again and immediately dodged to the side. Whoosh! 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 But the next second, for more spears shot over, instantly blocking all the evasive space of the Abyss Sword Demon, and hit its wings with a bang. The powerful force instantly shattered the dark blue ice spear into pieces, and at the same time, a layer of dark blue ice immediately spread over the Abyss Sword Demon's body. Xiao Han flashed and instantly appeared beside the Abyss Sword Demon. 5 afterimages also appeared on the Netherworld Dragon Scorpion blade in his hand, and then hit it heavily. #C1507 Sword Demon Slayer 2. minus 862.4 billion, minus 859.7 billion, minus 863.8 billion. With a heavy fall of the 5-hit flaming blow, more than 20 blood-colored damage values of more than 800 billion immediately appeared above the head of the Abyss Sword Demon. Because of the two equipments, the Nether Dragon Scorpion Blade and the Deep Blue Star Ring, it even triggered a 7-hit combo. And the health value of the Abyss Sword Demon was reduced by more than 30 trillion in an instant. The blood bar above his head disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although this part was only a few tens of %, the damage was much higher than when killing the deep-sea octopus monster. This made Xiao Han's eyes light up, and then another 3-hit blow was smashed over. Bang! 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 In the dull sound of heavy blows, the Abyss Sword Demon, who had recovered from the freezing effect, pulled out the blood-colored sword behind him and began to resist. But after equipping 3 heavenly artifacts, Xiao Han's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes, far from being comparable to before. Seeing the great sword swung by the Abyss Sword Demon, he quickly moved half a meter to the left. But at the same time, the blood-colored greatsword shook slightly and hit his chest very delicately. Bang! As a heavy blow came, Xiao Han's figure could not help but pause, and a blood-colored damage value of more than 50 billion immediately emerged from his head. And the blood-colored greatsword that just hit him took advantage of the situation and slashed across his chest. Minus 56.4 billion. The next second, another blood-colored damage value of more than 50 billion emerged from his head. If it were in the past, Xiao Han would definitely not be able to withstand such damage. If there was no Siming special effect, he would be killed instantly. But now it is different. The loss of more than 100 billion health points is not even 1% of his total health points. Seeing that the blood-colored greatsword was aimed at his neck, he chopped back without showing weakness. Yang! But at this moment, the blood-colored sword lightly hit the Netherworld Dragon Scorpion Blade, and Xiao Han felt a pulling force suddenly appear, causing him to cut directly into the air. The arm of the Abyss Sword Demon holding the sword just shook slightly, and then it slashed his chest again. Minus 55.9 billion. Another blood-colored damage value appeared, which also made Xiao Han's eyes narrow slightly, and he couldn't help but whispered, "This guy's fighting skills seem to be better than mine." Every previous battle was directly crushed by strong attributes. Now that he met such a guy with superb fighting skills, he immediately had a lot of ideas in his mind. Although there are many benefits to improving strength too quickly, superb fighting skills cannot be learned in a short time. Now that there is such an opponent, an idea immediately came to his mind. After all, reality and games are already somewhat entangled. So now that there is such an opponent, he also needs to improve his fighting skills. Sword Demon. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han's mind moved, and the deep blue power wrapped around the Netherworld Dragon Scorpion Blade immediately disappeared. Without the 50 million water attribute damage, the damage he caused to the Abyss Sword Demon was instantly reduced to less than 10 billion. But it's good this way, it seems that I can play with him for a while longer. Seeing the blood-colored sword coming towards him again, Xiao Han immediately raised the Netherworld Dragon Scorpion Blade to meet it. Yang! 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 Bursts of dull collisions continued to spread around, and the shock waves caused by the fierce battle also scraped the ground layer by layer. Originally, there were some not-so-strong abyss monsters nearby, but after sensing the battle here, they all fled to the distance at the same time. Bang! As time passed, Xiao Han also slowly improved from only hitting 1 or 2 times out of 10 to 3 or 4 times. Although the deep blue power on the Netherworld Dragon Scorpion Blade disappeared, the true damage special effect would be triggered from time to time. Every time it was triggered, not only would all the lost health points be sucked back, but it would also cause more than 10 trillion damage to the Abyss Sword Demon. Even if Xiao Han no longer used skills and only used normal attacks every time, the health bar above the Abyss Sword Demon's head was still getting less and less. Although he wanted to fight with him for a while, he did not dare to take off the 3 heavenly artifacts. After all, once these 3 pieces of equipment were taken, his 7 trillion health points would be directly reduced to less than 10 billion. So now, he could only watch the Abyss Sword Demon's health points getting less and less. Bang! After a few minutes, as the true damage special effect was triggered again, series of system prompts immediately rang in his ears. Ding, you killed an Abyss Sword Demon, ferocious beast, and gained 74.3 million experience points, triggering a 400-fold reward, and you gained 29.72 billion experience points. Ding, your level has reached the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed an Abyss Sword Demon, ferocious beast, and gained 8,600 gold coins, triggering a 400-fold reward, and you gained 3.44 million gold coins. Ding, you killed an Abyss Sword Demon, ferocious beast, and gained the artifact equipment Demon Blood Sword, triggering a 400-fold reward, and gained the artifact equipment Sky-Splitting Blood Sword times 4. Ding, you killed an Abyss Sword Demon, ferocious beast, obtained the artifact equipment Demon Bracelet, triggered a 380-fold reward, obtained the artifact equipment Sky-Splitting Demon Bracelet times 20, and obtained the heavenly artifact equipment Demon Bracelet times 3. Ding, you killed an Abyss Sword Demon, ferocious beast, obtained the
Manifestation Talisman Instrument, Artefact, Triggered à 365 Fold Reward.
You obtained the Manifestation Talisman Instrument Artifact times 17, obtained the Manifestation Talisman Instrument Heavenly Artifact times 3. Ding, you killed an Abyss Sword Demon, ferocious beast, obtained the Manifestation Talisman Medicine Artifact, triggered a 350-fold reward. You obtained the Manifestation Talisman Medicine Artifact times 14, obtained the Manifestation Talisman Medicine Heavenly Artifact times 3. Ding, you killed an Abyss Sword Demon, ferocious beast, obtained the sword Demon Serios's swordsmanship experience, heavenly level, triggering a 345-fold reward. You get the swordsmanship experience of Sword God Duan Yuan, God level times 3, and the swordsmanship experience of Sword Demon Serios's heaven level times 11. Ding, you killed an Abyss Sword Demon, ferocious beast, and got, listening to the series of system prompts ringing in his ears, and the gold and black books that showed a corner on the pile of gold coins, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After a long while he whispered, "If I had known that I could get the swordsmanship experience, I would have killed Serios's a long time ago, and there would be no need to entangle with him for so long. But this Duan Yuan's swordsmanship experience has reached the level of God, which is really surprising." While saying this, Xiao Han's hands were not satisfied at all, and he immediately began to pick up the equipment and embodiment talismans on the ground, as well as the most important skill book. "Hey, you actually killed a ferocious beast." But at this time, suddenly a voice full of surprises rang in his ears. #C1508 Heart of the Sword God. As the voice fell, a colorful dragon swam out from his chest. Seeing this, Xiao Han picked up the swordsmanship experience on the pile of gold coins and said with a smile, "It's just killing a beast, is there any need to make such a fuss?" Just killing a beast, that's all?" The colorful dragon couldn't help but complain, and said with surprise, "But, with your current strength, you shouldn't be able to do this. The strength of this beast is infinitely close to the god of war, but you have just broken through to the king of war. Hey, why are you entangled with this?" Xiao Han chuckled, reached out and grabbed a blood-colored long sword on the ground, and then continued, "I am the son of heaven. Isn't it normal to kill a beast above my level? As he said, he took a look at the attributes of the long sword in his hand. After discovering that this was a magic-level blood-eating sword, he threw it into the space ring. Then he reached out and grabbed another blood-colored long sword with a slightly different shape. But just after he caught it in his hand, the colorful dragon beside him couldn't help but exclaimed, "Heavenly artifact! How could there be a heavenly artifact here? Fuck! There are more than one." Hearing such exclamations, Xiao Han didn't even look at the attributes of the sky-splitting demon sword, but said with a proud face, "Not bad, you actually know the heavenly artifact." While speaking, his hands did not stop moving at all. The last time he killed the deep-sea octopus monster because the Lord of the Dead was watching covetously, he controlled his clone to pick up the equipment, but he only found 2 rings and a necklace of the heavenly artifact level equipment. In the end, because the Lord of the Dead suddenly started to get angry, he had to give up the equipment that he had spent dozens of points of luck to explode. And today, of course, none of these equipment can be missed. Seeing that the 7-colored dragon seemed to be very shocked by this equipment, Xiao Han pulled out a sky-splitting demon sword from the pile of gold coins and asked, "You should have never seen such equipment before. Why do you know that this is a divine weapon after just one look?" "I don't know, it's just a feeling." The 7-colored dragon shook his head in confusion, and then frowned and fell silent. This made Xiao Han feel a little strange, and he muttered in his heart, "Could it be that this god-level spiritual source has remembered something again?" Unable to figure out why this was happening, he didn't waste any more time. Clatter. The gold coins on the ground were rustling, and one after another, the embodiment talismans and one after another, as well as one after another, were picked up by Xiao Han from the pile of gold coins. After a few minutes, he walked to the body of the abyss sword demon again, frowned and said, "This guy is all bones, he doesn't even have an inner elixir." The value of the corpse of the fierce beast level is still very high. But this beast's corpse, which was covered with bones, was a little different. There was almost nothing that could be used. But Xiao Han was still unwilling to give up. He raised his hand and took out a red knife. He walked a few steps to the chest of the abyss sword demon, aimed at the black heart and stabbed it directly. "What are you doing?" At this time, the 7-colored dragon, who had been in a daze, immediately flew over and said loudly with an anxious face, "This heart cannot be broken, otherwise it will be worthless. Can you give it to me? The demonic energy in it is no less than a 7th-level spiritual source." No less than a 7th-level spiritual source? Xiao Han's eyes flashed. But his hands did not stop at all. It was just that he was more careful than before. There were many blood vessels on the black heart connected to the bones of the abyss sword demon. He carefully cut through those blood vessels. As the blood vessels were cut one by one, a complete heart was also taken out. At this time, the system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. "Ding, you get a heart of the abyss sword demon, triggering a 400-fold reward. You get a heart of the abyss sword god." The heart in his hand, which was as big as his head, instantly turned into 4. This made the colorful dragon floating in the air stare with wide eyes and asked in disbelief, "Fuck, what's going on? How did this heart suddenly turn into 4? "I don't know either." Xiao Han didn't know how to explain it, so he could only make up a story. "Maybe it's because I'm the chosen one, and I'm born with this magical ability." As he said that, he bent down again and reached out to pull out a small green grass. The grass that had just been pulled out also instantly became 4. Then he smiled and continued, "Look, I just pulled out one, but this grass has become 4. This ability is really magical," the 7-colored dragon said with amazement, and then immediately said, "The toxin contained in this grass is more than 10 times higher than before. And the quality of the hearts just now is also higher than the previous one. The energy contained in it has even reached the level of the 8th level spiritual source, which is incredible." "Hey, The 8th level spiritual source. Xiao Han said excitedly, squinting his eyes and asked, if you absorb these hearts, can you also provide a few?
Promotion place.
Of course. A flash of excitement flashed across the face of the 7-colored dragon. And he agreed without hesitation. This demon lord level heart is easier to absorb than the spiritual source. If you want a breakthrough, just give me 2 hours. Hey, that's great. Xiao Han said with a chuckle, and then immediately said, then these hearts, I'll give them to you now. But there's no need to rush to break through for the time being. There should be many fierce beasts in this abyss. Wait for me to kill a few more, and I'll get more Holy Spirit level inner pills, so that you can recover to your peak state as soon as possible. That's fine, you decide. The colorful dragon wrapped its tail around a few hearts and immediately began to absorb the energy in the hearts, and said with a smile, it seems that you also got the spiritual sources last time in this way. I felt strange at the time, even if there are some spiritual sources in the abyss, but it has not flooded to this extent. Only less than a month has passed, and you have found nearly 100 spiritual sources, including more than 10 of the 7th level or above. Hey, I can't help my luck, Xiao Han said proudly, and then immediately said, this is the 2nd layer of the abyss. There shouldn't be many fierce beasts. Since the inner pills and hearts of fierce beasts are so good, let's go to the 3rd and 4th layers of the abyss now. It is estimated that the harvest there should be higher than the harvest here. Wait a minute, don't worry. The colorful dragon turned around and looked at the black mountains in the distance, and said with shining eyes, there is also a 6th level spiritual vein over there. Dig it out before leaving. #C1509 Cooperation 1. Ding, you get 1 spiritual source, level 4. Trigger the 400 times. Reward, and you get 4 spiritual sources, level 6. With the divine vein level spiritual source, finding the spiritual source becomes easier. Even the 7-colored holy dragon scales are no longer useful. In person, the colorful dragon is more sensitive to the spiritual source and can even accurately determine the level of the spiritual source hidden in the spiritual veins. And this also saved Xiao Han a lot of time. He has given up on all spiritual sources below level 3, focusing entirely on spiritual sources above level 4. I originally thought about going back and inlaying the condensed light stone on the sky-splitting demon sword and the sky-splitting demon bracelet, but now I can't think of it at all. In just 2 days, he had dug up more than 20 spiritual sources. Seeing the 4 level 6 spiritual sources he had just dug out in his hand, he turned around and ran out of the mine without any hesitation, and his speed immediately increased to the extreme. Just over 2 hours later, Colorful Dragon suddenly shouted, over there! There is a level 5 spiritual source over there. Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han's footsteps stopped. Then he immediately adjusted his running direction and ran straight in the direction indicated by the colorful dragon. Tianshui City. Putting down the phone in his hand, Qiu Mingyuan frowned deeply and couldn't help but mutter softly, 3/8 level, 6 7th level, still can't quickly take down the spiritual veins over there. General, how's it going over there? Chun Wu asked in a low voice, and then immediately asked, is the battle situation on the Hengduan Mountains not going well? Anyway, there is a teleportation array, why don't we go over there to support it? No. Someone has to stay here in Tianshui. Qiu Mingyuan shook his head slightly and continued in a deep voice. The tiger in the north hasn't been killed yet. If we all leave, that guy will definitely go south to attack the city. What should we do? Chun Wu asked anxiously, and continued to persuade. Anyway, there is a teleportation array. Once the 8th level tiger breaks the barrier, we can come back immediately. Although that's what you say, it can't be done that way. Qiu Mingyuan shook his head with firm eyes and continued in a deep voice. Kyoto at the rear has the largest population, so we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. The teleportation array has indeed been built, but if we all go to Jing'an, what will we do if several transit teleportation arrays are destroyed? Since we have spies in Nasik's Western Alliance and Ross, do you think there will be no such people in our team? But, Chen Wu didn't know how to refute for a while, but he continued. But that spiritual vein is used to cultivate a 7th level B swarm. Once it is successfully cultivated, we may be able to try to regain lost ground. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is in front of us. Are we really going to miss it like this? It's not a miss. A look of depression flashed across Qiu Mingyuan's face, and he continued softly. Actually, the thunder-eyed Emperor B can be cultivated in Tianshui. But obviously Xiao Han is unwilling, so he can only capture the spiritual veins of the Hengduan Mountains. It's a pity that the spiritual veins he found are all dark attributes. Otherwise, the guy would have a spiritual vein manifestation talisman on his body, and he could directly manifest a spiritual vein. Yes, Chen Wu said in agreement, with a look of pity on his face. But what's the use of saying this now? We still have to find ways to help. I know this. Qiu Mingyuan took out his mobile phone, edited a message, and continued. There are indeed only 2 8th-level mutant beasts over there in the Hengduan Mountains. Ola can suppress the blue-eyed golden eagle, but it is not easy to kill it. As for Tang Zhan and Han Feng, although they have already broken through to become 8th-level evolvers, they have just broken through and are not yet very skilled in controlling power. So the two of them can only barely entangle the 8th-level two-headed snake. It is almost impossible to win. As for battles at level 7 and above, Qiu Mingyuan paused for a moment and said with a depressed face, I thought Yanhua's high-end combat power had doubled, and he should be able to easily capture the spiritual source on the Hengduan Mountains. But I didn't expect that the Hengduan Mountains, which covers an area of less than 100,000 square kilometers, would actually have such strength. We definitely can't leave now. I hope General Zhang Zhen is willing to go there. Zhang Zhen, Chen Wu murmured in a low voice, then nodded and said, if he is willing to go over, he can also solve the battle over there. Name Presidential Palace. Solons looked at the high-definition picture projected on the opposite wall, and his eyes instantly became solemn. On the wall at this time, a giant dragon was fighting with a golden eagle. On a mountain peak 10,000 meters away from them, there were also 2 figures besieging a giant snake with 2 heads. At the same time, there were hundreds of people fighting various mutant beasts. Around the mountain peak, such a picture appeared in front of him, and Solons's eyes immediately shrank, and then his face became extremely ugly. It was not until a while later that he glanced at the people on both sides of the conference table and asked in a low voice, who can tell me what is going on? But at this time no one wanted to touch this bad luck, so the conference room seemed a bit silent. Only the high-definition picture on the wall was still playing. Cough. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, Schnatter, who was sitting first on the right, couldn't help coughing slightly, and then immediately said, over there is the Yanhua Hengduan Mountains, covering an area of about 100,000 kilometers. Look. Judging from the images transmitted by the satellite, they should be clearing out the mutated beasts in the Hengduan Mountains. It's just that Yanhua's recent high-level evolvers keep appearing like a blowout. Are those elixirs so powerful? Hey, if you're not strong, why did you go grab the 100 turns Shenyuan pill? A cold voice sounded in the crowd, and then he said sarcastically with disdain. The result was good. Bai Zhuan Shenyuan pill was not snatched, and nearly 100 nuclear bombs were lost. Shut up. Seeing that they were still arguing at this time, Solons interrupted. It's time. Stop talking such useless nonsense. I've called you here now to discuss whether we should act in advance. If this continues, although the number of demon god armors will increase, their level 8 combat power will also increase. And top combat power can often determine success or failure. Hey! Schnatter sighed heavily and said in a deep voice, but if we take action now, our chances of winning are not good. That guy Xiao Han's fighting power is really terrifying. Even if the odds of winning are slim, we still have to take action, Shaq said in a deep voice, and continued with a solemn face. If we can't find the black helmet, there will be no way to make a demon armor with level 8 combat power. With the current situation in the Amazon rainforest, we have no other choice. Yes, there is no other choice. A solemn look flashed across Solin's face, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Beep, beep, beep. But at this moment, a rapid ringtone suddenly rang. Solins glanced at the name on the caller ID in surprise and whispered, "Ying, why did he call at this time?" Although he was puzzled, he still flicked his finger on the screen. Hashtag C1510 Cooperation. 2. Although all submarine optical cables have become unusable due to the emergence of mutant beasts, satellites in space are still performing some communication functions. With a slight swipe of Soren's finger, a familiar figure also appeared on the phone screen, although I don't have a good impression of Fuso people at all. But their understanding of the game, for some unknown reason, was not only better than that of Nosix, but even Western Alliance, Ross and Yenhua were not as good as them. More importantly, they seemed to have a deep understanding of the black and white helmets. Even the low-end version of the Demon God armor was finally successfully created because of the information they provided. So even though he was unhappy with this guy who interrupted his meeting, Solins immediately answered the call. Seeing the smiling face full of compliments, he asked directly, "If I remember correctly, the last time we met was 2 months ago. What? Do you have any more news you want to tell us?" "Hey, you can't hide anything from Mr. Sauron's." Ying smiled flatteringly, licked his face and continued, "There is indeed something, and it is a very important matter. If we can cooperate, you will still be the overlord of Blue Star, and we will continue to serve you as lackeys." "Cooperation?" Sorens frowned in confusion, and then I immediately asked, "What kind of cooperation is it? Please tell me first." "We want to take action against Yenhua," Ying said without any hesitation, and continued with a solemn face. "You must also know very well that we are the country that least wants Yenhua to become stronger. But their strength is rising at an incredible speed. In the past few days alone, 4 more 8th level evolvers and 8 7th level evolvers have appeared. If we don't take action to suppress them now, we will never have such an opportunity again. 4 8th level? 8 7th level? Solins immediately grasped the key point and asked in a gloomy voice, "What on earth is going on? Are you lying to me? How could they have so many people break through to level 7 in just a few days? Even if the elixir refined by Xiao Han is very effective, it is said that the elixir that can allow a person to break through to level 7 is extremely rare. What's more, the kind of elixir that allows people to break through to the 8th level, even if you are lucky enough to collect the required medicinal materials, it will not be easy to refine it." "No, they didn't advance through pills." Ying shook his head and said, and then immediately said, "There were some unusual changes in the Antarctic abyss. A few days ago you should have seen it." "Are you talking about the colorful beams?" Solins couldn't help but frown again, and asked in a solemn voice, "Those beams of light have all gone to Yenhua, and they have gone to Jing'an and Kyoto respectively. What's going on? Is there something wrong with these colorful beams?" "Yes." Ying nodded solemnly and said with a wry smile, "Although Yenhua has blocked all information related to the colorful beams, we were lucky enough to find some." While speaking softly, he pointed at his face and continued, "You also know that our faces are very similar to those of the Yenhua people. So when we were defeated 100 years ago, there were some ethnic groups who stayed over there. He just happened to witness the effect of those colorful beams with his own eyes, but it was not easy to send the news back, so it was delayed for a few days. I just got the news, so I immediately— Don't talk nonsense. Before Shadow could finish speaking, Solons directly interrupted. How did you get the news? I'm not too interested. Now you just need to tell me what the use of those colorful beams is. Help the evolvers break through. For fear of offending the other party, Ewing continued to explain without any hesitation. As long as you absorb the energy of those colorful beams, you can break through the existing realm. The 4 new 8th level and 8 7th level evolvers who appeared on Yanhua's side all broke through this method. 7-colored light speed. Sudden breakthrough? Solons said with disbelief and then asked eagerly. Then do you know how those colorful beams of light appeared? Why do those light beams all fly towards Yanhua? This is a bit unreasonable. I don't know. Ewing shook his head slightly and continued with a wry smile. My people don't have access to this information yet. That's why I thought, before they become stronger, we should quickly interrupt this upward trend. Interrupt? Solons whispered to himself, and said with a bitter look on his face. With our current strength, can we really interrupt Yanhua's rising momentum? Hey, is there really no way to interrupt? Ewing grinned lightly, narrowed his eyes and continued. I am the one who told you the news that the Son of Luck can use the black helmet. And I actually know what kind of secrets are inside that helmet. It's already this time. There's no need to hide it anymore. The most important thing is to prevent Yanhua from rising. No, you are wrong. Solons shook his head seriously and said coldly. Preventing the rise of Yanhua is the most important thing for you Fuso people. And for us, survival is the most important thing. There are 4 forbidden areas on Blue Star now. Even if we allow you to take action, we will not kill those evolvers above level 4. As long as those evolvers above level 7 are still alive, it is impossible for us to prevent the rise of Yanhua. Okay, let's change the approach. Ewing paused for a moment and continued, with a serious face. Actually, I know that it is impossible to stop Yanhua from rising. And even if we kill them, those evolvers above level 7 are extremely difficult to kill. As long as they are still there, we can't stop Yanhua from getting stronger, let alone Xiao Han, who can already match the 9th level mutant beast. So we have to find another way. Another method? A look of confusion flashed across Solons's face, and he asked in a deep voice with some interest. What do you mean, and what method? Do you want to change? Hey! A glint flashed in Ewing's eyes, and he continued with a smile. Since we can't stop them from getting stronger, we can only start from ourselves. As long as we follow suit and become stronger together or even become stronger than them, this worry will disappear. #C1511 Cooperation 3. Stronger than them? Solons murmured in a low voice, not understanding what Shadow wanted to do, but there was nothing wrong with this suggestion. But as long as that colorful beam of light is still there, it will not be easy to surpass Yanhua. Although the more time passes, the more demon god armor they will have, but these demon god armor can only have level 7 combat power at most. If one day more 8th level evolvers or even more terrifying 9th level beings appear in Yanhua, the demon god armor will no longer be able to provide them with a sufficient sense of security. Seeing Ewing's confident look, Solons was silent for a while and continued, in a deep voice, You are right, as long as you are stronger than them, this worry will disappear. But, after a brief pause again, Solons frowned and said, But this strength cannot be improved just because you say you want to improve it. Although it is very difficult for evolvers below level 7 to break through, there are still ways. As for evolvers above level 7 who want to break through without massive resources and higher quality beast cores, the chance of a successful breakthrough is even less than 10%. Is it possible that you can find a way to obtain these resources? Where did I come from? Ewing's face stiffened, and then he shook his head and said, resources like beast cores can only be obtained by killing mutant beasts. We don't have such strength. But even if you don't have massive training resources, it doesn't mean you can't be stronger than Yanhua. So, you have an idea? Solan's eyes flashed. Then he narrowed his eyes and continued, since you have an idea, just say it. Let's discuss it. If it's really feasible, we might not be able to go to Kyoto. Hey, actually you know this method. Seeing a hint of impatience flashing through Solan's eyes, Shadow quickly explained, that low-end version of the demon god armor is the foundation for our dominance of Blue Star. As long as there are enough materials, it only takes a few days to create a warrior with level 7 combat power. However, the time Felix got the black helmet was a little short. It is estimated that you can only make the demon god armor with level 7 combat power now. The lack of high-end combat power will not have any adverse effects for the time being, but as time goes on, the advantages brought by the demon god armor will become smaller. Originally, Shadow paused for a moment and said with regret, there was that black helmet, and a chosen one like Felix. We just had to develop slowly. As long as the second layer of seal on the helmet can be unlocked, it will not be difficult to create a demon armor with level 8 or even level 9 combat power. But now, not only is Felix dead, but even the black helmet is missing. So we actually only have one choice left, and that is to take action against Yanhua as soon as possible. We must take action against Yanhua as soon as possible? Solans repeated in a low voice and continued with dazzling eyes. If I understand correctly, do you want to seize Yanhua's white helmet? Ewing nodded and said in a solemn voice, I originally revealed the news about the black helmet to you, hoping that one day I could buy the products you eliminated. Just like the original F-Series fighters, you will use the most advanced ones. And after the more powerful 8th level demon god armor is produced, we will also have the opportunity to buy the 7th level armor. But now, the 8th level demon god armor cannot be manufactured for sure, so we can only find a way to distract the white helmet. Hey! Solan sighed dejectedly and said with a wry smile, it seems that you also know about the loss of the black helmet. It was hard not to know about such a big movement back then. Ewing gave an ambiguous explanation, and then immediately added, it's been so long, and the black helmet probably can't be found again. So before Yanhua becomes unrivaled, we must take action as soon as possible. Yes, we really need to do it as soon as possible. A look of hesitation flashed across Solan's face, and he continued with a frown. But even if we do, it won't be easy to grab the white helmet. Even if we join forces, we are no match for Yanhua now. And more importantly, we haven't found accurate information about where the white helmet is yet. How can we snatch it? As he said this, Solans felt depressed. In fact, with their current strength, hundreds of sets of 7th level demon god armor have been produced, and their strength is actually sufficient. But there is no news about the white helmet, which is very troublesome. It's like a heavily armed robber rushing into a landlord's house but not finding a single penny. No matter how strong this strength is, it is useless. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and seeing Ewing looking confident, Solans continued in a deep voice. If this cannot be solved, there is no need for us to take action. Oh, you are actually worried about this? Ewing said something with surprise on his face, and then immediately said, there are hundreds of millions of ordinary people in Kyoto. If you threaten them casually, they have to hand it over. The only thing I'm worried about now is that my strength is a little lacking. And the reason why I came to contact you today is because many of the evolvers stationed in Tianshui have gone to Jing'an. Not only the level 7 ones, but also Han Feng and Tang Zhan, the 2 evolvers who have just broken through to level 8, have gone to Jing'an. Now there are only Qiu Mingyuan and Gu Qingyu left in Tianshui. Such an opportunity is rare in 1,000 years. Hee. Only you Fusang people can come up with such a bad idea, Soren said, with narrowed eyes, and then immediately said, with Qiu Mingyuan's temper he may really hand over the white helmet. However, the cities in Yanhua are connected by teleportation arrays. If our plan wants to succeed, we must destroy those teleportation arrays. If Xiao Han, even if we get the helmet, we probably won't be able to bring it back. Well, that's for sure. That guy is too abnormal. A trace of fear flashed across Yu Ying's face, and he continued in a deep voice. But you don't have to worry about this. I have arranged the manpower. As long as we attack Kyoto, those transfer arrays will be destroyed immediately. Even if Xiao Han knows that we are attacking Kyoto, it will take at least 4 or 5 hours for him to come to support. Hee. It seems that you are well prepared, Soren said with a smile, and then immediately decided, in this case, let's start immediately. In 6 hours at most, I will lead the team to Fuso. You go and gather the manpower. #C1512 The Lost Kyoto 1. After hanging up the call, Sorens immediately looked at Zunet on his right and asked him to gather people. The other people on both sides of the conference table did not raise different opinions. Even if they had different opinions on Yanhua, it was not easy to survive in this world full of mutant beasts. Only by becoming stronger can the chance of survival be greater. They had heard everything about the call with Yuing just now, and knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you will never meet it again. So no one raised any objections to Soren's decision, but they all started to act. As the crowd walked out of the conference room one after another, Soren's brows could not help but frown slightly, knocking on the table and whispering, Felix is dead, and the guy named Oni has not been found. Without the Son of Luck, it is useless even if you grab the helmet. Landon and Lawrence on the Western Alliance side also have 100 times the number of chosen sons, so this operation can only call them together. While saying this softly, Soren's fingertips tapping on the table immediately swiped across the mobile phone in front of him. Tianshui. After sending away Zhang Zhen and Chun Wu who were willing to help, Qiu Mingyuan was a little relieved. There are only 2 level 8 mutant beasts on the Hengduan Mountains, and there is no need to worry about the Frost Dragon Aura, whose strength is enough to suppress the blue-eyed golden eagle. Although Tang Zhan and Han Feng are not opponents of the two-headed snake, they can barely contain it. Once Zhang Zhen, who has the 8th level strength, goes over, the situation should change immediately, and it is estimated that they will soon have an absolute upper hand. What a pity. Looking at the projection on the wall, Qiu Mingyuan said helplessly, the two-headed snake is very strong, and it should also have a strong wisdom. The possibility of killing it should not be too high. Although Zhang Zhen will be there soon, he still doesn't think they have the ability to kill the two-headed snake with the 8th level strength. After all, if that thing wants to escape, even the Frost Dragon may not be able to stop it. Unless Xiao Han does it himself, there is a possibility of completely killing. But now, killing the 8th level mutant beast can be put aside. Nothing is more important than finding more spiritual sources. So even if a few mutant beasts are let go, it is completely acceptable at present. Hey, is it here so soon? Seeing another figure rushing towards the two-headed snake on the screen, Qiu Mingyuan couldn't help but whispered, and soon the 3 of them slowly gained the upper hand. Several black daggers flashing with cold light under Zhang Zhen's precise control left bloody wounds on the snake's body from time to time. But the two-headed snake was also very strong. Even if it was besieged by 3 people, it could still hold its ground. But as time passed, the wounds on its body became more and more, and this also allowed the two-headed snake to break through. Trees along the way were hit one after another, and even stones were directly smashed. But at this time Han Feng, Tang Zhan, and Zhang Zhen seemed to be injected with chicken blood. They didn't intend to let it go at all and even wanted to keep it at all costs. And the battles in other places around them also became fierce in an instant. This made Qiu Mingyuan's eyes flash with a hint of desire, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Xiao Han is really generous. Kill a mutant beast and you can get a promotion quota. It's a pity that the 9th level spiritual vein is too difficult to find. Otherwise I would have a chance to go further, and then Tianshui City would be safer, and I could even start to clean up the mutant beasts in the outer Xing'an Mountains." Thinking of this, he looked at the projection on the wall again. At this time, the blue-eyed golden eagle also began to find ways to escape, but the frost dragon was not only stronger than it, but also slightly faster. So every time it broke through, it would be forced back. This made Qiu Mingyuan's eyes brighten, and he whispered in surprise. It was stopped. Could it be that the blue-eyed golden eagle and the two-headed snake will really die in their hands? As he said this, his eyes were fixed on the high-definition projection on the wall. As time passed, more and more mutant beasts were killed, and there were even mutant beasts with 7th level strength. Chun Wu and Luo Lin, who had the strength of level 7, also cooperated to kill a blood-red mantis. Yong! 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 But at this moment, a series of rapid knocks on the door suddenly sounded, and then a figure pushed open the wooden door and walked in quickly, shouting loudly, "General, something happened in Kyoto. Someone found a few sneaky guys while patrolling just now. They are using several materials that are not available on Blue Star, and they seem to be arranging an extremely complex formation."
Formation.
Qiu Mingyuan said in a low voice. His eyes suddenly condensed, and a cold light immediately shot out from his pupils. At this time, he immediately thought of the 9 dragons swallowing the sky.
Formation.
He failed to force the information about the 9 dragons swallowing the sky formation from Yoming's mouth, but he did not dare to be careless. So he had already notified in the form of a military order that once any unfamiliar materials appeared, they must be reported to the higher levels at the first time. And now someone is actually arranging a formation, and it has been arranged in Kyoto. Seeing Gu Qingyu's excited look, Qiu Mingyuan immediately stood up and asked, in a deep voice with cold eyes, "Come on. Come with me to take a look. By the way, the guy who set up the formation should be caught." "Well, we caught 2 people in total." Gu Qingyu nodded in agreement and then said with a bitter look on his face, "But those 2 guys had the belief that they were going to die, and they committed suicide by swallowing poison as soon as they were caught." He actually committed suicide. Qiu Mingyuan paused. His eyes became more solemn for a moment, and after thinking for a few seconds, he immediately asked, "Since they are from Kyoto, have their information been found?" "It was found out that those 2 guys are from Yanhua," Gu Qingyu whispered, and then immediately added, "But when looking through their information, I got some unexpected gains. Their grandfather or great-grandfather is a Fuso descendant who stayed here 100 years ago. So the 2 guys who committed suicide are most likely spies developed by the Fuso people in Yanhua. I just don't know what the purpose of their action is." "Humph! You are really from Fuso?" Qiu Mingyuan snorted coldly and said with a murderous look on his face. "Notify him immediately and let all the militiamen in Kyoto take action. Since those shameless guys have already taken action, there should be more than 1 such formation. I want you to find them all for me in the shortest possible time." After saying that, he glanced at the projection on the wall again and continued in a deep voice, "Tell the 2 generals Tang Zhan and Han Feng what happened here, and let them end it as soon as possible. Also, those with Fuso bloodline will be monitored by me. #C1513 The Lost Kyoto. 2. Jing'an." Hidanshue, who was in charge of staying behind, hung up the phone. Her face immediately became solemn, and her fingers swiped several times on the phone. The next second, A familiar voice also sounded. Hello? The number you dialed is not in the service area. Listening to such a voice, she suddenly understood. The battle over the Hengduan Mountains was too fierce, so even the magnetic field was disrupted, and there was no way to directly notify the two generals, Han Feng and Tang Zhan, using their mobile phones. After glancing at the two figures beside him, He Danshua hesitated for a moment, and then said immediately, Sister Yen, there are changes in Kyoto, so I can only trouble you to go to the Hengduan Mountains. Let them resolve the battle as soon as possible. If they can't do it in a short time, they will give up the operation. Okay, I'll go right away. Yen Danxin didn't say anything nonsense, and immediately turned around and ran towards the teleportation array. Before entering the Hengduan Mountains, a level 3 teleportation array had been left there. This is to prevent the support from Liangzhou, Wuchuan, and Kyoto from arriving in the shortest time if the battle situation goes unfavorable. The teleportation array is less than 30 kilometers away from the battlefield. It's just that most of the powerful evolvers have already gone to the Hengduan Mountains, so if you want to send this message there, you must have a powerful person. In this case, there aren't many options to choose from. Therefore, Yen Danxin, who had just broken through to level 6, accepted this task immediately. As her figure disappeared, He Danshua looked at Jiang Xiaoyun beside her and asked in a deep voice, Do you want to tell Brother Xiao this news? The news has actually been passed on to Kyoto. I think the situation will be even more serious in the future. And those guys from Fuso actually chose this time period to do it. They must be at least 50% sure. Well, it seems they have something to rely on. Jiang Xiaoyun nodded in agreement and then immediately said, I will inform Xiao Han of this news now. But before that, let's mobilize some experts first. And the transit teleportation array in Kyoto must be controlled by us to prevent any accidents from happening. Yes, this must be under our control. He Danshua nodded and immediately said, with a solemn face, I will arrange the manpower right away, and you should inform Brother Xiao as soon as possible. The moment she finished speaking, she immediately turned around and left. And Jiang Xiaoyun didn't hesitate at all, turned over and rushed into the administrative hall behind him. Crunch! As the black crystal stone door was pushed open, 2 crystal blue ice coffins immediately appeared in front of them, and one of them was exuding a cold air. Jiang Xiaoyun walked to the ice coffin, immediately took out a black key from his chest, and then gently inserted it into an extremely inconspicuous hole at the bottom of the ice coffin. Click! As a soft sound rang in her ears, she immediately pushed open the lid of the ice coffin, and Xiao Han, wearing a helmet, immediately appeared in sight. Although there was not much news coming from Kyoto, Jiang Xiaoyun did not dare to take it lightly. He stretched out his hand and pressed lightly on his helmet. But after waiting for more than a minute, the figure lying in the ice coffin was still motionless, which made a look of anxiety flash across her face. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed the helmet again. However, the body in the ice coffin still didn't respond, which made Jiang Xiaoyun couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He frowned and said to himself, If you don't log out like this, you won't be in trouble in the game. Thinking that he was in the abyss, she did not dare to continue pressing the call button in case she disturbed Xiao Han in the game. Sister Xiaoyun, it's not good. But at this moment, an exclamation came from outside the house. Several transit teleportation arrays leading to Kyoto are all incapable of teleportation. What? How is this possible? Jiang Xiaoyun quickly ran out of the administrative hall and asked loudly with a shocked look on his face. What is going on? How come those teleportation arrays can no longer be used? I don't know either. He Danshua shook her head quickly and continued with an eager face. I just arranged for a few people to teleport over and wanted them to garrison the teleportation array. Although the teleportation array can be activated normally, it cannot be teleported normally. How is this possible? Jiang Xiaoyun said with disbelief, frowned and said in a deep voice, aren't there a level 5 and 3 level 4 evolvers stationed beside those teleportation arrays? Even if they encounter a sneak attack with their strength, they won't be able to get any news out. I know this is unbelievable, but it really happened. Hidanshu's face flashed with an anxious look, and he immediately said, I have contacted you in Kyoto just now. The teleportation array over there is also unusable. Even the transit teleportation array extending to Liangzhou has lost its function. I feel that this time things may not be simple. By the way, why hasn't Brother Xiao gone offline yet? Didn't you notify him? It has been notified, and it was notified twice. Jiang Xiaoyun said in a deep voice and continued with an ugly face. Xiao Han may also have encountered trouble in the abyss. Otherwise, if I called him twice in a row, he wouldn't have stopped offline. What should we do now? Hidanshu was a little panicked and continued anxiously. The transfer array can't be used. Something must have happened in Kyoto. Don't worry, I'll go call him again. Jiang Xiaoyun comforted him softly, turned around and walked into the administrative hall again, and pressed on Xiao Han's helmet. The 4th floor of the abyss, the kingdom of the dead. At this time, a behemoth over 20 meters tall was sitting quietly on the ground with its hands in a weird posture, as if performing some kind of ritual. Dang, dang, dang. But there was a figure in front of it holding a black sword and attacking it frantically. Blood-colored damage values exceeding 1 trillion kept coming out of the huge skull. But even so, it didn't react at all. Even though the blood bar on the top of its head was dropping at a very fast speed, it still didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. At this moment, it seemed to be asleep. Dang, dang, dang. A series of heavy collisions sounded continuously, and blood-colored damage values exceeding 1 trillion continued to emerge from his head. This made the figure holding the black long sword flash with excitement. Ding! But at this moment, another system prompt sounded in his ears, and he couldn't help but whispered, What's going on? Why are you calling me one after another? Could it be that a level 9 mutant beast appeared over the Hengduan Mountains? Hashtag C1514 The Lost Kyoto 3. Tianshui City. Seeing that the few people on the teleportation array were still there, the faces of the dozen people surrounding the teleportation array immediately turned gloomy. After a long while, someone said with a worried look on his face, General, what should we do now? Don't panic. Qiu Mingyuan said in a deep voice, and immediately said, Even if the Fuso people are doing something wrong, there is no need to worry too much. They don't even have an 8th level evolver, so they can't cause any trouble. Although many of our people have gone to Jing'an, Wang Lei is still in Kyoto. At most, support from Jing'an will come in 4 or 5 hours. Tianshui can't be lost. We have to continue to hold on here. Understood. Gu Qingyu looked up at the south, hesitated for a moment, and said hesitantly, Or I'll go back first. As long as the general stays here, the 8th level Tiger King can't attack. Well, that's fine. Qiu Mingyuan hesitated for a moment, and continued in a deep voice. But this time when you go back, you must be careful. General, look quickly. As he said this, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded from the side, and then a tablet was handed in front of him. The picture on the tablet was Kyoto hundreds of kilometers away. At this time, a black light shield had appeared right above Kyoto, covering the entire city. This made Qiu Mingyuan's eyes condense instantly, and he couldn't help but whisper, The formation covering the entire city, could it really be the 9?
Dragon Swallowing Even Formation.
Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was thinking this in his heart, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang at this time. Seeing the light shield that had just appeared, Qiu Mingyuan also understood something instantly. While reaching out to take out his phone, he immediately glanced at the caller ID on it. Soren's? He whispered in his mouth, and his finger immediately slid lightly on the screen of the phone and then asked in a cold voice, "Are you calling me at this time to tell me that the black light shield over Kyoto is your masterpiece? Hey, if you think so, it's not impossible." Soren's chuckled and continued, with pride. "For this day, we have been preparing for a long time. So, you are planning to start a full-scale war?" Chiu Mingyuan stared at the big face on the phone screen and continued in a cold voice. "We Yanhua now have 8 level 8 evolvers. Are you sure you really want to do this?" No, not a full-scale war." Sorens shook his head and said with a smile, "If a full-scale war breaks out, even if we can win by chance, it will only be a miserable victory in the end. So I just want to get something back from you." "Humph. Get something back?" Chiu Mingyuan snorted coldly and refused without hesitation. "We Yanhua do not accept any coercion. No matter what you want, you have to take it yourself. But you have to think clearly. Once the claws are in, it will not be so easy to take them back." "I know, so." Sorens used the high-definition camera of his mobile phone to take a careful photo of the city behind him and then continued, "So I took the entire Kyoto and the hundreds of millions of people in it. Now I give you 2 choices, either bring the white helmet to Kyoto or give up these hundreds of millions of people and let them die." "White helmet." Chiu Mingyuan's heart sank, and he immediately understood why. The formation was clearly set up by the Fuso people, but the Gnostics bastards also got involved. But the helmet is extremely important and cannot be lost at all. Perhaps whether the mutant beasts can be killed depends on the 2 helmets. Thinking of this, Chiu Mingyuan's face flashed a cruel color, and he sneered, and said, "Don't think that I will surrender today just because I control Kyoto. If you want to take the helmet, you have to step over my body." "Oh, really?" Sorens chuckled, and the camera of the mobile phone turned again, and a middle-aged woman with a rich face appeared directly on the screen of the mobile phone. Tear. With a slight sound, a piece of the middle-aged woman's sleeve was torn off in an instant. This made Chiu Mingyuan's face darken suddenly, and he said angrily with a murderous look on his face, "You are looking for death." "Oh, is that so?" Sorens said in a deep voice, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Don't force me, I don't want to do anything too extreme. Now it's just the sleeve that is torn off. I don't know what it will be next time." "Mingyuan, don't worry about me," the woman on the screen suddenly shouted, and then said, "There is an insider in Kyoto, you must be careful." As soon as the voice fell, a piece of steel needle appeared on her fingertips, and she stabbed directly at her carotid artery. But as soon as she moved, the steel needle flew out instantly. At this time, Sorens pulled out a little girl of about 13 or 14 years old and continued, "Within 10 minutes, I will give them enough respect. The teleportation array on the outskirts of Beijing can still be used. You'd better come here as soon as possible with a helmet. I think with your ability you should know that the Fuso people are coming here too. I can't guarantee what they will do in 10 minutes. "Can't guarantee?" Chiu Mingyuan said coldly, and immediately shouted to the distance, "Put up the missiles for me. As long as one person dies in Kyoto, I will drag Nami to be buried with him." As he said, the mobile phone screen turned. In less than a minute, more than a dozen military trucks appeared on the surrounding streets, and the intercontinental missiles on the trucks were also erected. But this scene did not scare Sorens. He said calmly, "I am different from you. That can't threaten me. Even if you really launch a nuclear bomb at Name, the important people there have already evacuated. We are fighting to the death. If there is no helmet, the Amazon mutant beast will sooner or later go north again. So I have no choice, and you too." Beep, beep, beep. As the voice fell, the surrounding mobile phone rings rang at this time, and the faces of the Jing'an soldiers flashed a hint of doubt, but they still answered the phone. Save me. And the phone immediately heard a cry for help. At the same time, people kept running out of the streets in the city, shouting. In horror, something happened in Kyoto. Kyoto was captured by Nami. Wang Li led the team to capture my son, and Wang Lei, that bastard actually, betrayed the country. What should I do? How could this happen? Did General Lu Mu, who was guarding Kyoto, also betray the country? Waves of discussion continued to come, and all the Yanhua warriors nearby looked at Xiao Mingyuan with a gloomy face. At the same time, more warriors were running over from a distance. With the call for help from their families, their hearts were also in chaos. Seeing this happening in front of him, Xiao Mingyuan knew that even if he continued to insist, the soldiers who defended Tianshui City would not agree. The reason they were here was to protect their families behind them. But now, their families have been abducted, and no matter how many great principles there are, there is no way to make it through. Wing Lei, he said in a low voice with a murderous look on his face. Xiao Mingyuan looked at the figure on the phone and immediately said in a deep voice, "Wait, I'll go over now." #C1515 The Lost Kyoto 4. As the busy tone came from the receiver, Xiao Mingyuan slowly put down the phone in his hand. Then he looked at the Tianshui warriors who had slowly gathered around him, and said in a deep voice, "You all know about the changes that happened in Kyoto. I know you are worried about your elderly parents, your wives and children, who have been kidnapped, and I also know that you want to kill them right now. But with our strength, if we go back now, we will die. It's just death, we're not afraid of it." A roar rang out from the crowd, with an angry face shouting loudly, "Since they have already taken action, escaping will not solve the problem." At this time, other soldiers around him immediately responded, "Yes, fight them, we won't tolerate this cowardice." So what if Wang Lei rebels? I don't believe that all his people will rebel with him. If we all fight back together, we may not be afraid of those bastards in Navi. No, it's not fear. Xiao Mingyuan pressed his palms, and after the surroundings calmed down, he continued in a deep voice, "Nami and Fuso are here, and presumably the guys from the Western Alliance will also come together. And we don't know what the situation is in Kyoto right now. So I don't want you to make unnecessary sacrifices. You can stay here, wait for reinforcements from Jing'an, and then fight back with them." "What about you?" a voice sounded from the crowd, and then asked worriedly, "Is it possible that you want to go to Kyoto alone?" Xiao Mingyuan nodded slightly and continued with a smile. "If you still believe in me, then obey the order. I will make every effort to protect your parents, wives, and children. We stick to this bitterly cold Tianshui because we want to protect our relatives in Kyoto. It doesn't matter even if I can't come back. We Yanhua still have Xiao Han. He will lead you to find a way out in this world full of mutant beasts. And you?" Xiao Mingyuan paused for a moment, then continued with a face full of relief. "And you are the future of Yanhua, so please be sure to remain useful." "No, General, you can't go." Dozens of people suddenly rushed out of the crowd, shouting anxiously, "It's too dangerous for you to go back like this, my mother-in-law." A look of confusion flashed across the faces of the figures who rushed out, and then they said in a hateful voice, "My mother-in-law, just let them leave it to their fate. Anyway, living in these troubled times, they all know that this day will come to them sooner or later. We, Yanhua, cannot live without generals. Although Xiao Han is very strong, he does not have the overall perspective like you. Yanhua needs you to continue to steer the ship. Those in the back, put the missiles up for me." The crowd tried to persuade each other. Everyone knew that they could live and live well in this apocalypse. The person in front of them played a decisive role. "You must know that Yanhua's nearly 10 million square kilometers of land, except for a few cities, are almost all dead now. As for South Asia, Central Asia, South America, and Africa, they have all been wiped out. Even if there are still people alive, the number is only a few hundred or a few thousand. It is simply unbelievable that there are still hundreds of millions of people like Yanhua alive. Even Nausicaa, who was once the strongest, could not do this. So at this moment, no one wants Qiu Mingyuan to take risks. Even if the price paid was something that no one could bear, they did not want Qiu Mingyuan to take risks, so they all advised, "General, let's wait for Jing'an's support together. It's too dangerous for you to go to Kyoto alone." "Oh, it's not as dangerous as you think." Qiu Mingyuan chuckled and continued, "As long as our strength is still there, they will not dare to kill me. Xiao Han's revenge is not so easy to bear. If I really don't go back, then the parents, wives and children we desperately protect will be in danger. Only if I go can I ensure their safety. What's more, I'm still an 8th level evolver. It's not that easy to kill me." Seeing Qiu Mingyuan's insistence, and everyone didn't know how to persuade him, Gu Qingyu hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said, "General, let me go with you." "Need not." Qiu Mingyuan shook his head with a firm look and continued in a deep voice, "You are the only 7th level evolver left in Tianshui now. It is estimated that this city cannot be defended. You arrange your troops to start retreating. Our retreat can now be used. If Kyoto is still there in the future, it is still possible to recapture Tianshui. If Kyoto is gone, then follow Xiao Han and retreat to Jing'an. Are you worried?" Gu Qingyu was silent for a moment, frowned and continued, "This kind of thing should be impossible. Is it possible that our world will really be dragged into the game by the so-called 9 dragons swallowing heaven array? Ha, who knows?" Qiu Mingyuan said softly, with a bitter smile on his face. "But haven't you already seen what the netherworld is like? Now it's better to believe that it's true than to make some preparations in advance. After I leave, Tianshui will be handed over to you. Every soldier here is the future of our Yanhua." "Well, I know," Gu Qingyu responded solemnly, and then promised, "As long as I am alive, I will definitely send them to Jing'an safely. Then I can rest assured." Qiu Mingyuan nodded and stopped talking nonsense. His figure flashed and he turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. 3 minutes later, he entered a heavily guarded underground air raid shelter. After taking out the white helmet in the deepest part, he teleported away. Again, without explaining to the researchers around him. After 2 teleportation arrays, the familiar Kyoto appeared in front of him. But Kyoto at this time looked much more illusory, as if it did not exist in this space. Looking up at the black light shield 1,000 meters away, Qiu Mingyuan could vaguely see something swimming in the sky above 10,000 meters. His eyes flickered, and he immediately took out a high-definition telescope and looked at the black shadow in the sky. And the next second, a somewhat hazy dragon-shaped creature appeared in his sight. But this dragon-shaped creature has 9 heads, which made his eyes suddenly focus, and he couldn't help but whisper, "It seems that it is really the 9 dragons swallowing the sky formation. Hee, this formation is not bad." At this moment a light laugh sounded, and then more than a dozen figures immediately surrounded him. #C1516 The Lost Kyoto 5. Seeing more than a dozen figures surrounding him, Qiu Mingyuan looked around, and found that Wang Lei, Sorens, and Schnatter were all there. Even Richard of the Western Alliance and Nicholas I came. At the same time, there were also several yellow people unique to Asia, standing next to Solons with a look of flattery on their faces. It's just that these people are not Fuso's former senior executives, so they look very familiar. At this time, he could clearly feel that among these dozen people there were almost 7 or 8 waves of energy that belonged exclusively to 8th level evolvers exerted on him. Feeling this kind of treatment, Qiu Mingyuan certainly understood what it meant. But even so, he didn't have any fear. because even if they join forces, the number of 8th level evolvers is only equivalent to the current Yanhua. And when Xiao Han returns from the abyss, Yanhua's advanced evolvers will completely leave them behind. Such intimidation was actually quite ridiculous in his eyes. Ignoring Soren's proud show-off, Qiu Mingyuan once again glanced at the looming 9-headed dragon 10,000 meters high in the sky. At this time, the city shrouded in black light, although it still seems to be. There is like a mirage and no longer belongs to this world. Thinking of the news Xiao Han said, Qiu Mingyuan was completely relieved at this time. If the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation has been successfully deployed, then the scene before us should be irreversible. And the reason why he dared to come over was also for this reason. After all, no matter how selfless he is, he will never completely disregard his own life and death. It's just that the information about the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation is really too unbelievable, so you have to come and take a look in person to feel completely at ease. Here, although he was surrounded, it was actually not difficult to escape. Looking away from the black mask, Xiao Han glanced at Sauron's and said in a deep voice, "This formation is indeed good, but how much do you know about this formation? It's really a good idea to have a dog to keep us in check. But there is no way to tell whether this is an obedient Shiba Inu or a hyena. That is completely unfamiliar and may even turn against its owner." "Oh, there is no need to judge." Sorens took a step forward and said with a smile, "I remember a leader of your Yanhua once said that it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. So for us, whether it's a Shiba Inu or a hyena, as long as it can be obedient and do things, it's a good dog. That's right, it suits your style." He deliberately wanted to alienate their relationship, but at their level they would not be fooled easily. Although he knew that the Fuso people must have bad intentions, he had no way to prove it. And without evidence, Sorens would certainly not believe it. But he really couldn't understand whether these guys had water in their heads and could do such a thing. Even if the helmet is given to them, they cannot hold it at all with their current strength. Cutting off the teleportation array is indeed a wise move, but this can only delay it for a few hours at most. How will they face Xiao Han a few hours later? Not understanding why, Qiu Mingyuan glanced at the distance. Tens of thousands of old and weak people were standing hundreds of meters away, looking fearfully. And standing at the front was his old wife, who had been with him for more than 20 years, and his extremely well-behaved little girl. At this time, Sorens also noticed Qiu Mingyuan's gaze and said with a smile, "Since you are here, take out your helmet. Don't tell me you didn't bring it. Then don't blame me for being cruel. Don't worry, I brought the helmet." Qiu Mingyuan reached out and grabbed it, and a white helmet immediately appeared in his palm. This also made the eyes of Wang Lei, Schnatter, Nicholas I, and others suddenly become excited, and they quickly said in unison, "Quick, throw the helmet over." As he said that, several people stepped forward one after another, as if they wanted to grab it. Qiu Mingyuan saw that the little energy in his body immediately rushed to the boots on his feet and disappeared instantly. When it appeared again, it was already standing less than 100 meters away from the black light curtain, and then turned around and said, "Don't come here or you will never get it." "What do you want to do?" Soren stopped immediately, frowned and asked, "Do you think that if we throw the helmet into the formation, we won't be able to get it out?" "Ha! Don't ask me about this." Qiu Mingyuan chuckled and continued, "This formation must have been created by the Fuso people. As for whether the helmet can be taken out after being thrown in, you have to ask him." After the words fell, several people immediately looked at the Fuso man in black behind them, and his meaning was self-evident. This made Yuying startled, but he immediately said, "It can be taken out, but this formation is closed. It may take more than 10 hours. Only when the energy of the formation is exhausted can we enter." "Fake squid. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Solens cursed angrily, and then immediately said, if we had to wait for more than 10 hours, Xiao Han wouldn't be able to kill him directly? Is there any way to take out the things thrown into the formation immediately? Yes, but... Yuying hesitated for a moment and continued, but this method cannot be used. It's already this time what can't be used. Nicholas I interrupted and said immediately, tell me what method it is so that we can leave as soon as possible after getting the helmet. Ah! Shadow's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and after pretending to hesitate for a few seconds, he continued, it's not too difficult to take out the things in the formation. As long as the energy of the formation is consumed in advance, you can naturally go in. But you also said before that it's just to control hundreds of millions of people in Kyoto, and you can't do anything unless you have to. But if you want to consume all the energy of the formation in a short time, you can only completely activate the formation, but once the formation is activated, the people inside will not survive. Fuck it. Sorens cursed again, and continued with resentment on his face. If we had known earlier, we would not have left behind this teleportation array. I didn't expect that things would turn out like this, the shadow whispered. But Qiu Mingyuan curled his lips and said with disdain, oh, is that true? This array has exhausted its energy. Can the helmet really be retrieved? What do you mean? Soren's face sank, and he turned his head to look at the black-clothed Japanese man with murderous intent, and asked in a deep voice, are you hiding something from me? No, it really can be taken out. The shadow explained quickly and immediately said, don't listen to his nonsense. He is alienating our relationship. If you really don't believe it, then I will have someone activate the array. Now, you'd better not lie to me. Although Sorens knew that these words could not be fully believed, there was no other way now. If the hundreds of millions of Yanhua people in the array were really killed, then the Yanhua people in Jing'an, Shiliang, and Wuchuan would all go crazy. It's nothing to steal a helmet. Even if he fails, Qiu Mingyuan won't do it to the extreme, just like the last time outside Jing'an City. But if hundreds of millions of people are slaughtered, it will be completely different. So even if you want to verify whether the shadow is lying, you can't use the lives of hundreds of millions of people to verify it. Ah! Sighing depressedly, Sorens immediately turned his head to look at Qiu Mingyuan not far away and pointed to the old, weak women and children behind him, and said seriously, throw the helmet over, or don't blame me for being cruel. #C1517 going astray. The threatening voice drilled into Qiu Mingyuan's ears, but he remained unmoved. This helmet is now his only bargaining chip, of course he can't hand it over so easily, otherwise once they regret it, there will be no means of counterattack. And even if they don't regret it, this helmet can't be easily obtained by them. However, the elderly, weak women and children can't be completely ignored. Seeing Sorens's exasperated look, Qiu Mingyuan hesitated for a moment and continued, it's not too difficult to get me to give you the helmet. But how can you guarantee the safety of the soldiers' families? If there is no plan acceptable to both parties, it is definitely impossible to get this helmet. Fuck! What guarantee do you need? Sorens cursed, and continued with a gloomy face. Now our biggest enemy is the mutant beasts in every corner of the world. The role of these people to me is just to make you hand over the helmet. What consequences will there be if you kill them? I know it very well even if you don't tell me. Do you think I will do such a stupid thing? Normally I won't. Qiu Mingyuan nodded in agreement, and immediately said, but now you dare to use hundreds of millions of people in Kyoto as bargaining chips, so what else are you afraid of? You! Sorens wanted to explain, but no matter how he explained, it would look pale at this time. Not to mention that Qiu Mingyuan didn't believe it, even he himself wouldn't believe it. After all, when things got to this point, there was no trust at all, and he had no other choice. The black helmet had been lost, and they could not stop the mutant beasts in the Amazon rainforest. The last time the mutant beasts migrated north, 2 level 9 mutant beasts had already appeared. The next time, the number might be even greater. Without this helmet, once the level 9 mutant beasts appeared outside Panama City again, they would not be able to stop them. Seeing Qiu Mingyuan's determined look, Sorens could only say, "Then you tell me what to do. As long as you give me the helmet within an hour, we will listen to you." "Heh, listen to me?" Qiu Mingyuan chuckled, and continued with a happy face. "It's easy to listen to me. Let them go first, and I will stay here with the helmet." "Okay," Sorens said in a deep voice, and immediately said, "But I need someone to test whether the helmet is real." "That's no problem." The helmet brought was real, and Qiu Mingyuan was certainly not afraid of them. Finding a living person to test, as long as the dead were not Yanhua people. However, in order to ensure that there would be no accidents, he retreated more than 10 meters in a row, until the distance between him and the black light shield was less than 10 meters, he continued. "It's okay to find someone to test, but the strength must be below level 4. Also, but I don't accept Yanhua people. I don't accept Yanhua people," Sorens whispered, and his eyes immediately became ugly. "There are not many people coming this time. If they don't use Chinese to test, they can only use Na6 or Western Alliance people."
No.
Thinking so in his heart, Sorens immediately looked at Yu Ming beside him and the few people standing behind him. His eyes lit up instantly, and then he immediately replied, "To show sincerity, I can let them go first." As he said, he stretched out his hand to signal Shaq. After all, the purpose of coming here is not to embarrass those ordinary people. So as long as Qiu Mingyuan is willing to hand over the helmet, it is not impossible to let them go immediately. Seeing that the crowd had slowly moved towards the teleportation array under Shaq's arrangement, Sorens glanced at the shadow and said in a deep voice, "Why are you still standing there? Choose one and go. Do you want my people to die in this kind of situation?" "I dare not," the shadow said with his head down, but at the moment of lowering his head, a barely perceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he immediately pointed at a person and said in a deep voice, "Go over and try to see if the helmet is real or fake." "My lord." The selected Fuso man had a pleading look in his eyes, but the shadow was not moved at all. Instead he urged, "Hurry up and roll over. What are you doing?" "For dawdling. There is no Fuso warrior who is afraid of death." As he said, he kicked him, and the selected Fuso man walked towards Qiu Mingyuan with a deathly pale face. After a while, the white helmet was worn on his head. In less than 10 minutes, the Fuso man wearing the helmet stiffened and fell straight down. At this time, Sorens finally felt relieved and even began to urge Shaq to find a way to let the Yanhua people leave faster. Only in this way can they get the helmet in Qiu Mingyuan's hand as soon as possible. Although the teleportation array has been destroyed, they still can't stay in Yanhua for too long, otherwise Xiao Han, the madman, will come over and they won't be able to take the helmet away. At this time, Qiu Mingyuan had taken the helmet off the corpse, looked at Wang Lei with a complicated face, and asked in a deep voice, "In fact, I still don't understand what you think. With your current strength, isn't it more promising to stay in Yanhua? Yanhua is not only the safest in the world now, but also has the power you have worked hard for. What conditions did Nami give you that are worth doing this?" "Alas, I can't help it." Wang Lei sighed heavily, and said with a depressed face, "One wrong step, all wrong steps. I think you are also very clear about the grudge between Xiao Han and me. Just for this." Qiu Mingyuan's face flashed a hint of surprise, and then he said with a wry smile, "You still didn't listen to what I said before. As long as you take Wang Li to apologize, this matter can be covered. With Xiao Han's strength, if he wanted to make trouble for you, he could have come here a long time ago, and you would have no ability to resist at all. I know you contributed to this matter," Wang Lei said in a low voice and continued with emotion. In fact, I also believe that you can persuade Xiao Han. Even if he wants to do something to me, he has to wait until the elimination. After all the mutant beasts. And even if Xiao Han is strong, it is not easy to do this. It will take at least several decades. Unfortunately, my brother doesn't believe it. What do you mean? Qiu Mingyuan's eyes flickered, and he continued in a deep voice. Could it be that he betrayed the country first and then led you into the ditch? Hee. Isn't this ridiculous? Wang Lei smiled bitterly and said with emotion. But since it has been done, there is only one way to go to the end. Yes, there is only one way to go to the end. Xiao Han will not let you go. Qiu Mingyuan said speechlessly, and continued in a deep voice. I told you a long time ago that you should take good care of your brother. Now it seems that it would be better to kill him directly. C1518 going back on one's word. The light on the teleportation array kept flickering, and the figures disappeared one after another, all teleported to Tianshui City hundreds of kilometers away. These old, weak women and children are all relatives of military officers and evolvers. Ordinary people are not qualified to be caught here. The third-level teleportation array also has very good teleportation capabilities, so after just over an hour, only 2 of the people who were captured were left. One is a middle-aged woman who looks extremely rich, and the other is a little girl of 13 or 14 years old. At this time, Sorens took a step forward, looked at the figure in front of the black light shield, and said in a deep voice, I let everyone go, just throw the helmet over. Aren't there 2 more? Qiu Mingyuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he said with an ugly face, Let them leave, and I will give you the helmet immediately. This is impossible, Solon said in a deep voice and refused without any hesitation. Without them, I'm not sure we can stop you. I have given my sincerity, and I hope you can keep your promise. Although the tens of thousands of hostages have been released just now, there are still hundreds of millions of ordinary people in the formation behind you. Don't force me to do anything. Oh, it seems there is no need to discuss it. Qiu Mingyuan had guessed this situation, so he was not surprised at all. After all, with his strength, as long as he wanted to escape, the chances of breaking through were quite high. But if he takes his wife and daughter with him, it will be almost impossible to escape from the encirclement. Mingyuan, leave me alone. Su Huiyuan shouted loudly and continued quickly. My daughter and I are not afraid of death, and you don't have to either. But before she could finish speaking, a white woman reached out and covered her mouth. Woo, woo, woo. The sound of sobbing sounded. Qiu Mingyuan wanted to save him, but knowing that the possibility of success was almost zero, he held up his helmet and said in a deep voice, I have the helmet here. Let's each take a step back. You will definitely not agree to letting them leave through the teleportation array. So I won't mention this condition, but you have to let them come to me before I will give you the helmet. Okay. Solons turned his hand and took out 2 pills, stuffed them directly into their mouths, and then continued. In order to prevent you from causing trouble, I have to add some insurance. I won't tell you what these 2 pills are, but you should know what they are. As long as you give me the helmet, the antidote will be given to you immediately. Don't even think about throwing the helmet into the big formation behind you. After saying that, she gestured to the people around her. Seeing that no one was stopping her, Su Huiyuan could only pull her daughter with an ugly face, and ran towards Qiu Mingyuan, who was 100 meters away. It only takes 10 seconds to cover a distance of 100 meters. Seeing that his family members who had stayed in Kyoto returned to him in this form, Qiu Mingyuan's face immediately darkened. He went up and held his daughter in his arms, and said apologetically, I'm sorry. It's my father who is incompetent and failed to protect you. No, Dad is a great hero. Qiu Xiaowei rubbed herself hard into Qiu Mingyuan's arms and said with a trembling voice. Those bad guys are too cunning, but I believe Dad can defeat them. Oh, you are confident. Xiao Mingyuan chuckled, and the helmet in his hand immediately flew up slowly drifting toward Solon's. At this time, Wang Lei, Sorens, and Nicholas I also took action immediately. The speed of several people increased to the extreme in an instant, and they rushed towards the helmet that was slowly flying over. Whoosh! But the helmet turned in the air and flew to the edge of the black light. Shield in an instant, and Xiao Mingyuan said, "Don't worry, bring me the antidote." Seeing this situation, no matter how anxious the three of them were, they did not dare to act rashly at this time. Sol Lens immediately took out a white porcelain bottle, poured out 2 long, yellow capsules, and said in a deep voice, "Give me the helmet, the antidote is here." As he spoke, he raised his hand and threw one of them. Of course, Xiao Mingyuan understood what this meant. The mental power in his mind moved, and he instantly wrapped around the yellow capsule. After discovering that it was indeed the antidote, the helmet quickly flew in front of Solon's under the influence of mental power. Solon's, who grabbed the white helmet, also showed a look of ecstasy on his face and immediately threw out the remaining capsule in his hand. White helmets are much safer than black helmets. As long as you don't use this helmet, you don't have to worry about sudden death. Now he even knows that as long as the Chosen One unlocks the seal in the helmet, he will be able to get the armor blueprints inside. In this world full of mutant beasts, only in this way can we stop the Amazons. And even the 9th level mutant beasts of the 4 Jedi. Ha! I finally got you. With an excited laugh on his face, Solons ignored Wang Lei and Nicholas' eyes, ugly expressions, and immediately put them into the space ring. Immediately, he turned his head and glanced at Shaq beside him and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and start the aerospace vehicle. It's time for us to leave." Then he looked at Xiao Mingyuan, who was 100 meters away, pointed at the aerial vehicle in the distance, and continued with a smile. "General Xiao, please. I'll talk to you later if you have anything to say. We should leave. This place is not safe." "Heh, as expected." Xiao Mingyuan chuckled and said without any surprise, "If you can keep your promise, the sun will probably rise from the west. There is nothing we can do about it." Soren said in a low voice, but there was no embarrassment on his face. He continued in a deep voice, "If I don't take you with me, I'm worried that Xiao Han will cause trouble for us. And if you are in our hands, he will be a little afraid." "Heh, it's a good idea." Xiao Mingyuan looked around and said with a smile, "Are you so sure that I will surrender?" "Of course I'm not sure." Sorens pointed to the evolvers around him and said calmly, "We have 5 level 8 evolvers here. I advise you to think it over. If you are alone, you might have a chance to escape. But if these 2 ordinary people are added, you only have 2 choices now. Either surrender obediently or we catch you ourselves and you still have to go back with us." "Oh, that's not necessarily true." Xiao Mingyuan chuckled with confidence. And his body also floated up. This startled Sorens and others, and they rushed over. But at this time, the 3 people floating in the air seemed to flash like 3 streams of light, and rushed straight to the black light shield. His figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone, and at the same time, a voice slowly echoed in the air. "If you are afraid of Xiao Han, then you shouldn't do it. You are probably dreaming if you want to control me and make Xiao Han afraid. It won't take too long, just a few hours. I want to see if you can take the helmet away from Yan Hua." #C1519 Level 9 Evolver. The sudden change instantly stunned everyone. Originally thinking of 5 8th level evolvers, even if Xiao Mingyuan didn't want to, but with 2 burdens he could definitely take them away by force. By then, Xiao Han will definitely have some scruples. But even if they tried hard, they didn't expect Xiao Ming to make such a choice and fly directly into the formation. And now that they don't have such a hostage in hand, how can they resist Xiao Han's revenge? Thinking of the consequences of this incident, Solens's face immediately darkened, and then he immediately looked at the shadow beside him and cursed coldly, "Fake squid, what kind of formation are you doing? Besides killing everyone inside, is there any other way to relieve it?" This. Ewing was silent for a moment, and an unnoticeable excitement suddenly flashed deep in his eyes, but he hurriedly explained, "No more, there is no other way to release this formation. However, the formation consumes a lot of energy. It will naturally collapse within a dozen hours at most." "More than 10 hours? Soren said angrily, and immediately added, "Don't say. More than 10 hours, we can't wait even for a few hours. Xiao Han will come over soon. Can we be his opponents? Why did you set up this formation when you were on horseback? Why didn't you mention it to me before you came here?" "Well, I think this is safer," Ewing explained in a low voice, licking his face, and continued, "Actually, we don't need to be too afraid of Xiao Han. No matter how strong he is, he can only have level 8 combat power at most. We are all here this time. Han Feng, Tang Zhan, and Zhang Zhen have only just broken through to level 8. Although their strength is stronger than level 7, as long as there are 5 or 6 level 7 combatants, it should be enough to stop them." "What do you mean?" Solens couldn't help being stunned, and immediately said, "Is it possible that you still want to take action against Xiao Han in Jing'an? Now, can't you?" Ewing's eyes flickered, and he continued, "I don't know how many demon god armors there are, but you should have prepared at least 50 sets during this time. Since we are worried about Xiao Han's revenge, we might as well settle it once and for all. Right now, Yanhua's overall strength is still improving rapidly. It's hard to say how far it will improve in a while. It's better to take advantage of now and completely control Jiang Xiaohan and become our tool for alchemy." "Is Jiang Xiaohan completely under control?" Wang Lei whispered, and then immediately asked with a solemn face, "Demon War Armor, how come you have Demon God War Armor, and you still have 50 sets? Isn't that black helmet lost outside Panama City?" "The helmet is indeed lost, but the contents of the helmet are still there." Solens glared at Shadow fiercely, blaming him for leaking the news. "But now it may not work without a clear explanation. After all, now that they have taken action against Kyoto, they have become grasshoppers on a rope. And now that the demon god armor has been brought out, it cannot be hidden forever. Sooner or later it will be exposed." With this in mind, Solens gestured to Shaq and said in a deep voice, "As long as this helmet is successfully unsealed, there will be detailed manufacturing drawings of the armor inside. Call out." As he spoke, a black shadow flew down from the aerial vehicle and came to everyone's eyes in a blink of an eye. At this time, Solens also continued to explain, "This armor is built according to the drawings and has almost the combat power of a 7th level evolver." 7th level of combat power? Nicholas I said with disbelief, and then immediately asked, "You actually have 50 sets of such armor?" Bang! Before Solens could answer, Wang Lei rushed over and then kicked him hard. The unparalleled power instantly made it fly. At this time, Wang Lei's eyes flashed with excitement, and he whispered, excitedly, "I really didn't expect that this armor actually has level 7 combat power." After saying that, he looked at Solens, stretched out his hand and asked for it. "Leave that helmet to me for the time being. As for that kid Xiao Han, I can catch him myself." "You?" Solens was stunned and said with an ugly face, "What do you mean? Why, should I leave the helmet to you for safekeeping?" "Oh, of course, because I am the strongest." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong pressure surged from Wang Lei's body and he continued, "If you don't want to die, please hand over your helmet to me. I can even take you with me to find Xiao Han's trouble." "Such pressure? How is this possible?" Feeling this powerful pressure, Schnet shouted in disbelief, "Level 9? You actually broke through to level 9? Oh, nothing is impossible." Wang Lei grinned and chuckled. Feeling the powerful power in his body, his desire to completely control Yanhua became even stronger. If there was no such thing as a manifestation talisman, it would be impossible for him to break through and become a 9th level evolver. But with the realization talisman, the weapons in the game can be realized. Since Xiao Han's rise, he has absorbed no less than 100,000 metal weapons, and even legendary level weapons have exceeded 10,000. Even weapons of the treasure and spiritual level were absorbed by hundreds of them. A few days ago he also absorbed 2 artifacts, which was extremely rare. After such a long period of accumulation, he finally took this step. He wanted to use external forces to achieve the goal of controlling Yanhua. But as long as he could get the helmet, let alone controlling Yanhua, even the entire blue star would be his. Thinking of this in his heart, Wang Lei became more excited and said, impatiently, "Hand over the helmet. Don't force me to do it. You!" At this moment, not to mention Sorens was stunned. Everyone nearby was also stunned. They had never thought that Wang Lei would break through to level 9. This is an extremely rare metal evolver. When he was at level 8, his body defense was extremely strong. Now even if he stood still and let them attack, he probably couldn't kill the guy in front of him, and this action would fail because of this guy in front of him. Thinking that, after so much trouble, it turned out to be such a result in the end, Sorens could only take out the helmet even if he was unwilling. Wang Lei saw this and grabbed it in his hand with excitement. Then he immediately said, "Give 25 sets of the demon armor to my men. As long as you listen, we will go to Jing'an together later. #C1520 City in the Sky 1. Abyss, 4th floor." As the sky-splitting blood sword fell again, the Lord of the Dead, who had persisted for more than an hour, finally fell down. At this time, the system prompt sounded. "Ding, you killed a Lord of the Dead, Demon Lord, and gained 270 million experience points, triggering a 400-fold reward, and you gained 108 billion experience points. Ding, your level has reached the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed a Lord of the Dead, Demon Lord, and gained 86,000 gold coins, triggering a 400-fold reward, and you gained 34.4 million gold coins. Ding, you killed a Lord of the Dead, Demon Lord, and gained the manifestation Talisman Pet, Immortal Weapon, triggering a 400-fold reward, and you gained the manifestation Talisman Pet, Holy Spirit, ×4. Ding, you killed a Lord of the Dead, Demon Lord, and gained the Holy Weapon. Equipment Death Wristband. Hearing the system prompt sound of the Holy Weapon equipment, Xiao Han couldn't help but show a touch of excitement on his face. But at this moment, the sound in his ear suddenly stopped. On the corpse of the Lord of the Dead, there was also a creature that looked like a ghost, emerging from the huge white skull. Then it flashed and went directly into the ground. This made Xiao Han stunned, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Is that thing the evil spirit?" It took more than an hour to finally kill the Lord of the Dead. But he never thought that only a few materialization talismans exploded, and the rest of the things disappeared with the departure of the evil spirit. But fortunately, what exploded was the pet materialization talisman. Xiao Han muttered in a low voice. Although he was full of depression, he could only accept this result. But for now, these materialization talismans are also the most suitable things for him. Thinking about what happened in Kyoto, he didn't dare to delay here any longer and immediately searched in the pile of gold coins. After a while, several pet materialization talismans were found. Then he moved his footsteps, and his speed instantly increased to the extreme, and he immediately ran towards the teleportation array. After only a few minutes, he appeared in Yunshao City. Because of the sky-splitting pillar, it is now possible to teleport directly from the first layer of the abyss to Yunshao City. Thinking about the things he had arranged before, Xiao Han immediately opened his friend list to contact Jiangxia, and after he was connected, he asked directly, How is it? Have all the people I asked you to gather come? Yeah. Jiangzhe responded and immediately said, the trustworthy level 6 evolvers have now all gone to the Dead Silence Cave. 1/3 of them have successfully broken through now. But now you'd better come to Hanbing City to take a look. The city has appeared in the sky here. I think it looks familiar. A city has appeared? Xiao Han was a little confused, but he immediately said, okay, I'll go there now. As he said that, he also walked out of the Yunxiao auction house. More than an hour ago, Zhang Xiaoyun called him one after another in reality. Xiao Han was worried that something unexpected had happened, so he could only find a safe place to log off. Unexpectedly, the accident was not in the Hengduan Mountains, but in Kyoto, thousands of miles away. When he went offline, the teleportation array leading to Kyoto was destroyed, and he had no way to support it. So he could only arrange manpower to rearrange the teleportation array. And he quickly re-entered the 4th layer of the abyss and continued to attack the Lord of the Dead, who could not move and had no way to fight back. But its health value was too high. Even with his attack power, it took more than an hour to finally kill it successfully, if it weren't for the fact that he had embedded a level 5 condensed light stone on both the sky-splitting blood sword and the sky-splitting blood bracelet. When he came back, it would probably not be easy to kill it. At least it might take 4 or 5 hours. And now, the transit teleportation array leading to Kyoto should take another 2 or 3 hours to build. He also took advantage of this time to allow more Yanhua evolvers to break through to level 7 evolvers. When the teleportation array is built, Fuso can be destroyed. With such a thought in mind, Xiao Han's eyes also showed a cold murderous intent, and at the same time he stood on the teleportation array again. With a flash of light, he disappeared again. At this time, a figure also appeared on the teleportation array of Baihe City. However, at this time no one noticed him. Everyone looked up at the sky with surprise on their faces, and the noisy discussions around him immediately entered his ears. Hey, there are mirages in this game, but why do I look at the city in the sky? It seems familiar. It does look familiar, but the appearance of this mirage, can it be some kind of large-scale task? It is really possible, but I just don't know how to trigger it. Don't worry about how to trigger it for now. Have you noticed that the city in the sky seems a bit like Kyoto? Now that you mention it, it seems to be somewhat similar. The crowd of people talking about it also made Xiao Han curiously look up and look at the looming city in the sky. Although he had never been to Kyoto, there were many pictures and videos of him online. At this time, he went to see the city in the sky with a purpose, and immediately felt that it was really 80% similar to Kyoto. This made Xiao Han stunned, squinting his eyes and whispering, could it be that the real Kyoto was actually pulled into the game? Such a thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and his face instantly became solemn. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the ringtone in his ear also rang rapidly, and Xiao Han reached out to answer it without any hesitation. Then an anxious voice came from the receiver immediately. It's not good. Kyoto is covered by a black light curtain. It seems to be some kind of formation. General Gu Qingyu from Tianshui has sent news that General Qiu seems to have rushed into that light curtain. General Qiu went in. Xiao Han's face froze, and he immediately looked up at the extremely illusory city in the sky. This situation was something he had not expected. But this also indicates that Qiu Mingyuan may never be able to return to reality again, unless he could find out where the passage between reality and the game is. From Yu Ming. However, there were still 2 materials for the god-blocking pill that he had not found, so it was impossible to force the information he wanted to know from Yu Ming. Damn it! After cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and a magnetic crystal column immediately appeared in his hand. At this time, he whispered with a flickering look in his eyes, the city in the sky should now belong to this space. Theoretically, the 7th level teleportation array with the sky-splitting column should be able to be teleported there, and the mental medicine there will not disappear out of thin air. Hashtag C1521 City in the sky, too. In reality, Kyoto also has a teleportation array. Although there are not too many, one spatial coordinate is enough. Xiao Han didn't know whether his idea would work, but there was no harm in trying it, and it would only take a few minutes at most. If he could really teleport there, he would not only be able to see Qiu Mingyuan but also pry open Yoming's mouth. With this in mind, Xiao Han immediately asked someone to get the spatial coordinates of Kyoto. In order to reduce the time to enter the abyss, he had built a teleportation array with a sky-splitting column at the Yunxiao auction house. And now, all he had to do was engrave the spatial coordinates on the sky-splitting stone. Sha, sha, sha. As the carving knife danced on his fingertips, several numbers were quickly engraved, and Xiao Han also pressed the sky-splitting stone in his hand back into the groove. Then he immediately raised his foot and stood on the teleportation array, opened the teleportation list and saw that the coordinates of Kyoto could be teleported. His eyes suddenly lit up. Hey! Now Yuming finally confessed. Muttering excitedly, Xiao Han immediately sent a message to Han Feng, asking him to bring Yuming over. But a few minutes later, a man came over with a figure and said anxiously, "It's already this time. Why do you want me to bring him over? This guy is very stubborn, and we won't be able to get anything out of him in a short time. We still have to find a way to go to Kyoto as soon as possible. General Qiu has been forced into that big formation. General Gu and those Tianshui soldiers really can't get into trouble again." "I know," Xiao Han said in a deep voice and continued, "but the teleportation formation has not been extended yet, and there is no way even if we are in a hurry. Judging from the time, it should take another hour or two. So now I plan to take you to a place to see what happened in Kyoto." "Where to go?" Han Feng's face flashed with doubt, but when he saw the unique teleportation formation under Xiao Han's feet, he immediately walked over quickly, and as the light on the teleportation formation flashed, the three people immediately disappeared. When he appeared again, Han Feng was stunned for a moment and couldn't help wondering, "This place seems familiar. General, why are you here?" At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, full of surprise, shouting, "This teleportation array has failed. How did you teleport here?" As he spoke, two figures walked out from the corner of the stone room, which made Han Feng stunned again. He pointed his finger and said, "Zhang, what's your name? I remember you stayed in Kyoto. After being covered by the big array, there was no way to enter the game." "Zhang Hao," the figure walking in front immediately said, and then wondered, "This is Kyoto? What do you mean there is no way to enter the game?" "This is Kyoto?" Han Feng said in disbelief, and immediately ran outside quickly.
Xiao Han
Followed him when he saw this. After a while, reinforced concrete buildings appeared in front of them, and in their sight, a team of military police also appeared, cooperating with some volunteers to maintain order in the city. Is this really Kyoto? Although he couldn't believe what he saw, he vaguely understood something when he thought of the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation. After a slight hesitation, he immediately turned around and asked, "Kyoto has it really been pulled into the game? Didn't you see it?" Xiao Han took a look at the surrounding environment and continued softly, "The most important thing now is not to question what is happening in front of us. There is no teleportation array to go back here. I have to hurry up and build one. And this is Kyoto. There should be a lot of spiritual medicines. You have to find a way to get all the secrets that Yuming knows as soon as possible. Since those guys from Nami dared to take action, I don't plan to let them go, so we won't stay here for too long." "Okay, I know what to do." Although there are many doubts in his heart, Han Feng also knows that now is not the time to figure out these doubts. Since Kyoto has been pulled into the game, it should be impossible to get it back to reality. And in reality, there are also many things to deal with. After figuring out these things, Han Feng immediately said in a deep voice, "Then I will go to find General Qiu. You quickly build the teleportation array." "Well, go ahead," Xiao Han responded, and seeing Han Feng quickly disappear from his sight, he was not in a hurry to return to the stone chamber. A team of blood-colored wings appeared behind him, and just flapped lightly, and then flew to the sky like a stream of light. After a while, he had already flown to an altitude of 10,000 meters. At this time, there was no way to continue flying higher, and an invisible film blocked in front of him, preventing him from exploring the outside world. This made Xiao Han's face condense, and he couldn't help but whispered, "I really didn't expect that Kyoto was actually pulled into the game, so what is the real world?" Unable to figure out what was going on, his brows furrowed deeply, and he also looked down. At this time, he could already see the city below him, as if it was completely suspended in the air, but the places farther away were hazy and could not be seen clearly. Thinking about the information that Yuming had said, Xiao Han knew that the 9 dragons devouring heaven array had not really started to work. Otherwise, the entire real world would be dragged into the game. The 10th level of the abyss. Muttering softly, he narrowed his eyes and slowly fell down, then walked quickly towards the stone chamber. These things must not be understood for the time being. But things in reality still need to be dealt with, so she built the teleportation array as soon as possible. And the 3rd level teleportation array just now was built on a space node. If you want to build a teleportation array that can be teleported back, you must also build it on the space node. Walking back into the stone chamber, Xiao Han looked at the 3rd level teleportation array and couldn't help but whispered, "Since this is also a game, the 100-fold reward should also be effective." Although he was not very sure in his heart, he was not worried at all, because he had long thought that there might be such a day. He had completely dismantled a 7th level teleportation array a few days ago. Now these materials are placed in the space ring. And the most important sky-breaking column is also a 7th level sky-breaking column after a 100-fold improvement. So even if the 100-fold reward cannot take effect here, he can still go back. Taking out the materials from the space ring, Xiao Han swept the 3rd level teleportation array on the ground aside and began to assemble the 7th level teleportation array and the sky-breaking column. After a while, a brand new teleportation array appeared in front of him. However, the expected system prompt did not appear, but he was not surprised at all, because this is assembly, not construction. At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside, and then 2 figures walked in quickly. #C1522 City in the sky, 3. He had heard footsteps long ago, and the moment the 2 of them came in, Xiao Han also turned around to greet them. Seeing that Xiao Mingyuan's expression was normal, he felt a little relieved. However, he still didn't quite understand it. He had also briefly introduced the function of the 9 dragons swallowing heaven array, and the person in front of him was in Tianshui City at the time. Then why he was pulled into the game along with Kyoto. With such doubts, Xiao Han didn't bother to beat around the bush and asked directly, "What happened over there in Kyoto? I told you about the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation. How could you still be dragged into the game?" "Heh, let's not talk about this first." Qiu Mingyuan chuckled and continued, "We have already come in anyway. There is no point in worrying about this anymore. Just now, we have injected medicine into Netherworld, and he has already revealed the channel connecting the game and reality." "Where?" Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, "Except for the passage, have you ever asked about the 9 dragons devouring sky array?" "Don't worry." Qiu Mingyuan waved his hand and continued in a deep voice. "Because the time is too short, there are not too many things to ask. And Yu Ming doesn't seem to know much, and his explanation of the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation is also vague. Although there are many psychiatric drugs used for interrogation, we dare not use them without restraint, otherwise the guy may become an idiot. Oh, that's it. A look of helplessness flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he nodded and said, "As for the confession, you just have to deal with it. But where is the channel between reality and games?" "The North Pole," Qiu Mingyuan said with a gloomy face, and then immediately added, "The North Pole, the cave burning with blazing flames. The temperature in Antarctica was low at the time, so we could still explore it. But the cave in the North Pole is less than 100 meters deep and exceeds 1,000 degrees Celsius, so even if you want to explore, there is nothing you can do." "The North Pole," Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, squinting his eyes, and asked, "Is the end of the Antarctic cave also a world like an abyss?" "Have no idea." Qiu Mingyuan shook his head slightly and explained in a deep voice, "Although we have explored Antarctica in the past, we even found 2 helmets inside. But the distance explored is actually only a few kilometers. The deeper you go into the cave, the lower the temperature will be. Although the decrease is not as exaggerated as in the Arctic, there is no way we can withstand the extreme low temperature. Within less than 1,000 meters, steel will become as fragile as glass." "Can steel be broken by freezing?" Xiao Han muttered in a low voice and said, with interest, "If I have time, I would like to go over and take a look. But now, what are you going to do? Now that you know the passage between the game and reality, do you need me to escort you to the abyss and then return to the real world?" "Oh, is that still the real world?" Qiu Mingyuan shook his head gently and continued with a solemn face. "Since you have come in, there is no need to go out again. In my opinion, other places will be pulled in one after another, and it doesn't matter whether they can get out or not. I had underestimated Fuso's shadow before. I always felt that something was about to happen. When the real thing is resolved, if you have time, go to Fuso as soon as possible. Maybe you will find something different." "Yes, I understand." Xiao Han nodded, pointed to the teleportation array on the ground and said, "This teleportation array can be teleported to Yunshao City. If anything happens, you can send someone to notify me. But there are too many powerful creatures in the game world, so if it's not necessary, you should stay here." "Well, I know this well," Qiu Mingyuan responded and continued in a deep voice. "But there is something that you may need to pay attention to. They spent so much money this time, but their ultimate goal is still for that helmet. Those guys are using the hundreds of millions of people in Kyoto as blackmail. Although I know that the formation may not be lethal, I don't dare to gamble with the lives of hundreds of millions of people. So that helmet, I have given it to Saurons of Nassix." Having said this, Qiu Mingyuan paused for a moment and continued with a murderous look on his face. "If you feel that you are strong enough, then go. Get that helmet back as soon as possible. Their recklessness this time is really abnormal. There may be some secrets inside the helmet that we don't know about." "Hey, secret." Xiao Han squinted his eyes and whispered, and immediately added, "No matter what the secret is, they can't take that helmet away. As for strength, it's enough now." Looking at the teleportation array at his feet, Xiao Han said confidently, "Our things can't be snatched away so easily. Now that the helmet is in their hands, I'm going back to prepare. That aerospace vehicle has not left yet, and our aerospace vehicle is almost over to Kyoto. Since they are here, I have to entertain them well." "Well, then I won't keep you." Qiu Mingyuan nodded in reply, and immediately said to Han Feng beside him, "You also go back together and pay attention to safety when you go out." "Don't worry." Han Feng thought of those people in the deadly silent cave and said with excitement, "Jingin's current strength is beyond their imagination." With that said, the two of them also stood on top of the teleportation array. As the light flashed again, the two figures disappeared without a trace. At the same time, two figures also appeared on a teleportation array in Yunxiao City. Beep, beep, beep. But as soon as they appeared, rapid ringtones kept ringing in their ears. Xiao Han immediately opened the communication list and took a look and found that more than a dozen people had sent him messages. Not knowing what happened while he was away, he didn't dare to neglect it all, and immediately clicked on the avatar to view the information. Oh, they are actually coming to Jing'an? Looking at the content displayed in the message, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle and said with surprise on his face, I was just thinking about causing trouble for them, but I didn't expect them to come to my door. There's something wrong with this, Han Feng said after reading the message, and immediately added, since they dare to come here, they must be somewhat confident. Will he bring the chosen one here? If White Helmet also summons a battle armor, we are no match for him. Humph, the chosen one? Xiao Han snorted and continued, there is no chosen one in Nai. You should contact Boland and see what's going on with Langdon. As long as the Western Alliance's chosen one doesn't come, they shouldn't be able to use the helmet. And even if it is used, we still have a black helmet here. I can only use it once when I don't have it. Okay, I'll contact Boland right now. Han Feng nodded quickly and then chose to log off without any hesitation. Xiao Han, on the other hand, took out a few manifestation talismans with his backhand and whispered, hey, come to Jing'an. They are really a bunch of guys who don't know whether to live or die. Hashtag C1523 Green Dragon advances. Since Xiao Han wanted to take action against those people, of course Xiao Han had to break through to level 8 as soon as possible. And with a flash of light under his feet, he disappeared again. Because of this sudden situation and Jiang Xiaoyun's several consecutive calls, the divine veins had already been left in the Dead Silence Cave when he was offline. After all, he didn't plan to let those guys go so easily this time. It's just that his power alone is not enough to completely suppress Gnostics and the Western Alliance, so it is necessary to get more 7th level evolvers. And as his eyes lit up, he also teleported over. General Xiao, you are here? As soon as his figure appeared on the teleportation array, Han Su, who was standing by, immediately stepped forward and said with excitement, brothers are all ready, just waiting for you to take us to Kyoto. Oh, don't worry. Xiao Han chuckled, glanced deep into the passage and asked, casually, how many of the evolvers here have completed the promotion? All the 6th level evolvers who came here have successfully advanced. Han Su said with excitement, and immediately added, Ding Zhun, Huang Li, and several generals Tuoba Hongya have now broken through to level 8. And there are already 63 7th level evolvers. It's just that they haven't gone out yet, so there has been no breakthrough. In reality, General Fu was worried that they would leak the news, so he kept them all here. Well, then keep holding on. Xiao Han nodded slightly and continued, it's not time to wait for my news. This time we will completely suppress those guys from Name and the Western Alliance so that they will not be able to continue causing trouble. Otherwise it would be too troublesome to have to do this every once in a while. If you ask me, I should have taught them some lessons a long time ago. Han Su agreed with Xiao Han's point of view and said with a depressed face, it's a pity that my strength is too weak and I don't even have a chance to participate in the war. Oh, there will be a chance in the future. Xiao Han comforted with a light smile, then pointed to the depths of the ice cave and walked quickly inside. And as he advances, he can feel that the spiritual energy is getting stronger and stronger. After a while, they saw Jiangzhe and Fu Qingji, as well as the colorful dragon suspended in the air in the ice cave where they suppressed the abyss. Demon Lord. At this time, it was no longer the same as before, and its length alone exceeded 100 meters. Waves of colorful spiritual energy continued to escape from its body, nourishing hundreds of figures sitting in the ice lake. At the same time, nearly 100 people were also standing on Iceland in the middle of the glacial lake. Xiao Han just glanced at it and found that Gao Qiu, Roj, Lumu, Rongzhe, and other 6th-level evolvers were standing there now. He even saw Zhuishang with a golden bell. At this time, they should have all achieved breakthroughs with the help of divine veins and can become 7th-level evolvers as long as they go offline. With such strength, a cold light suddenly flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he sneered and muttered in a low voice, "I wonder how those guys will react when they see nearly 170-level evolvers." Thinking with some excitement in his heart, he exchanged a few words with Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji and others, and then walked into the ice. At this time, the colorful dragon in the sky also lowered his head and looked over and then asked in a low voice, "You are here, will I help you break through now?" Xiao Han nodded and continued softly, "But it's not only me who wants to break through, but there is also a pet who wants to help you to break through." As the words fell, the thoughts in his mind also moved. Roar. The next second, a roar suddenly sounded, and a giant dragon covered in green scales was immediately summoned. But just as the sound started, it suddenly stopped. Wymans, who had just been summoned, immediately curled up like a mouse seeing a cat after seeing the colorful dragon above his head. When the divine veins, which were constantly radiating colorful spiritual energy, saw this scene, they frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "This guy's bloodline is a bit bad. You must help him advance." "Certainly," Xiao Han said without any hesitation, and immediately added, "It has been with me for a long time. Even if there is no credit, there is still hard work. And I'm very obedient every time I do things. I should have a lot of places. For level 8. Well, there are 12 more." Colorful Dragon nodded and then asked, impatiently, "Has the Lord of the Dead been killed? Has the spiritual source over there been dug out?" Ling Yuan. Xiao Han couldn't help being stunned, and suddenly remembered the instructions of Colorful Dragon when he left, and a wry smile flashed across his face. Of course, there will be a spiritual source in the lair of the Lord of the Dead. It's just that the spiritual source is hidden deep in the spiritual veins. If you want to dig it out, even with a dragon soul golden shovel, it will take at least 4 or 5 hours. But now he doesn't have this time. So after killing the Lord of the Undead, he deliberately ignored this matter. However, seeing the expectant look on the colorful dragon's face, he had to lie and said, "The Lord of the Undead was killed, but the spirit source didn't have time to go dig. The Lord of Greed and the Lord of Nothingness came here somehow. I managed to escape from the abyss, so I came to improve my strength immediately. That's it," Chitsai Yulong said with regret on his face, and immediately continued, "Then let's not delay, let's start now." "Yeah." Xiao Han responded and immediately sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he glanced at Waymans, who was standing beside him, and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? Don't you want to go further?" "I want to, of course." Waymans' face was full of excitement, and his voice trembled as he continued, "I know that you, Master, will not forget me. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and break through." Seeing that the colorful spiritual energy emanating from the colorful dragon had already shown signs of liquefaction in an instant, Xiao Han certainly did not dare to neglect it. He immediately closed his eyes and began to absorb the spiritual energy around him with all his strength. As the spiritual energy continued to flow into his body, he even wanted to moan comfortably. Time was slowly passing. An energy phantom with a dragon head, a turtle back, and a snake tail had already appeared on Xiao Han's body, swallowing the spiritual energy in the ice cave, and these colorful spiritual energy even formed an energy vortex with him as the center of the circle. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Han, who was in the center of the energy vortex, suddenly exhaled heavily and then slowly opened his eyes. Roar! But at this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded, and then a system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding! Your pet green dragon, Emperor, has successfully upgraded and evolved into #C1524 Hongmeng Treasure. Ding! You get a poison dragon, Emperor. Trigger the 400 times. Reward. And you get a blood hell poison dragon, Emperor. The 100-fold reward took effect again, and the Imperial level green dragon was directly promoted to the Emperor level. Hey! Blood hell poison dragon. Listening to such system prompts, Xiao Han couldn't help but murmured softly, and a smile bloomed on his face. In fact, logically speaking, he should get 4 blood hell poison dragons at this time, because of absorbing the power of destiny from the 4 chosen sons. The 100-fold reward has now been increased to 400-fold. But for some unknown reason, there seems to be no difference in the improvement effect between the 100-fold reward and the 400-fold reward. But last time, when enslaving the purple-eyed thundermarked bee, this situation also happened. So he had already expected this to happen this time. But the blood prison poison dragon's level at this time, even if he hasn't looked at the attribute panel, he knows that it has soared from the original level 150 to level 190. The extra 300 times should have been transformed into strength. At this time, looking at the bloody divine dragon with an excited face and a length of more than 100 meters in the sky, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper, "A 9th level combat power should be enough to manifest it." Thinking about the manifestation talisman in the space ring, a look of hesitation flashed across his face. In fact, now he can help 3 more Emperor-level pets to be promoted to the Emperor level. It's just that the manifestation talisman in his hand is a manifestation talisman of the Holy Spirit level. It would be somewhat of a pity if it were used like this now. Once the spiritual source beneath the Lord of the Dead's lair is dug out, it will be at least a level 9 spiritual source, enough for the purple flame thunder dragon to break through. And once it breaks through, it will have Holy Spirit level strength. When the time comes to manifest it, even the 4 Jedi of Blue Star can be directly swept away. But at this time, Xiao Han couldn't help but frown slightly, squinted his eyes, and whispered, "Kyoto has been brought in, and it is estimated that the entire Blue Star will be brought in soon. And this pet manifestation talisman will probably not be used in the future." With this thought suddenly popping up in his mind, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately shouted to Jiangzhe not far away, "Whoever has any more purple flame dragon colts, send me 3 of them." Purple flame dragon colt? Jiangzhe glanced at the bloody poisonous dragon above the ice lake, and immediately said in a deep voice, "I have one right here, Guohuai, Chengji. You guys come here too." With that said, he suddenly appeared next to Xiao Han and traded the purple flame dragon colt. Of course, Xiao Han would not be polite at this time, although he still has 2 Emperor-level silver-eyed moon-crying wolves. If he can advance them to the 1st level, they will become divine beast-level beings. As for the divine beast, it almost has the strength of late 9th level, or peak 9th level. If it is embodied, the effect should actually be better. But it is a pity that he does not have the 9th level spiritual source, so he also does not have the quota to be promoted to the 9th level. Wrong. Thinking that the Emperor-level silver-eyed howling moon wolf would have the 8th level of strength when it manifested, Xiao Han suddenly found that his division of realms in the game seemed to be even more confusing. The Emperor is at level 8, so the Emperor must be at level 9. But if divided in this way, what kind of state is the divine beast? And does the Holy Spirit above the divine beast already have God-level strength? With such doubts in his heart, Xiao Han immediately raised his head and looked at the colorful figures in the air. But before he had time to ask his doubts, Kikialong said with emotion, "Sure enough, this kid was directly promoted to 2 levels. This ability of yours seems a bit special, but it seems a little familiar. I should have been exposed to it before, but why can't I remember it now?" Have you been in contact? Xiao Han's eyes flashed. He was about to ask. But he immediately stopped and looked at the colorful dragon quietly. At this time, a look of pain flashed across the eyes of the figure in mid-air, and he muttered in a low voice, "It obviously feels very familiar. Why can't I remember it? What's the name of that thing? It should be Hong. What? Zhu. Strange. Why can't I remember it? This thing should be very important to me. What went wrong, A cry of pain rang out. The colorful dragon endured the tearing feeling in his soul and tried his best to recall the lost memories, while he continued to whisper, Hong Meng, Unbearable pain came from his mind, and even if colorful dragon was unwilling to give up, he could only give up searching for the memories in his mind. But this made Xiao Han's expression change, and he murmured in his heart, Hong Meng, is it possible that this ability of mine is inherited from some kind of Hong Meng treasure? Thinking of this possibility, he shook his head vigorously. After all, this is too ridiculous. This is not a world of cultivating immortals. How can there be such a thing as the Hong Meng treasure? But then, a look of hesitation flashed across his face, and he murmured in a low voice, even the real Kyoto can be pulled into the game, so it doesn't seem surprising that the Hong Meng treasure appears. But what exactly is this divine vein, and where does its memory come from? Could it be that this guy is the reincarnation of an old immortal and is now reincarnated into the colorful dragon? There are more and more unknown things. Xiao Han is now full of confusion. He doesn't know what happened to this world, and he can only put all these doubts behind him. After all, now even the seven-colored dragon himself doesn't know. Even if he wants to ask, it is impossible to get more information from it, so now he can only put it aside. Looking at the painful voice in the air, Xiao Han advised in a deep voice, since you can't remember it, don't think about it for the time being. Wait for me to find you dozens of spirit sources above level 7. I think you should be able to recover to your peak state. And by that time, with strong strength as support, these memories that can't be remembered should be able to be remembered in part. Well, it's true that I can't force it to recall. The seven-colored dragon nodded gently and continued in a muffled voice. My memory doesn't seem to be too complete. It may be torn apart by some force. To recover, I estimate that at least a dozen level 9 spirit sources will be absorbed. Spiritual source. If it is a lower level 8th level spiritual source, perhaps hundreds of them will be needed to restore me to my peak state. Hundreds. Xiao Han muttered softly and continued confidently. In fact, 108th level spiritual sources are not too many, and I have only found 3 layers of the 9-layer abyss. I will go to the abyss immediately after finishing the things on hand. But in order to finish these things as soon as possible, you have to help me upgrade the grade of a few purple flame dragon horses. As he said, Xiao Han's mind moved, and 3 dragon horses with a pair of purple wings and covered with purple scales were directly summoned. #C1525 Pet Manifestation. As the 3 purple flame dragons were summoned, the colorful dragon immediately began to release the spiritual energy in its body. Because it had absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, it seemed to be at ease at this time. Seeing that there was still a trace of thought in its pupils, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and asked in a deep voice, I have something to ask. You. What is it? The colorful dragon raised his head and asked with some doubt, Why are you being polite to me? Just ask me directly if you have anything to say. That. Xiao Han's face flashed a trace of hesitation, but he didn't know how to start for a while. It seemed a bit ignorant to ask the Emperor, the Beast, and the Holy Spirit directly. After all, since entering the abyss, he has killed more than 10 Emperor-level demons and even killed a demon lord. And now, he doesn't even know the division of realms. In fact, it can't be said that he doesn't know the division of realms, but the relationship between the realms in the game and the real world is a bit confusing to him now. By the way, Don't I have a task to collect spiritual sources? Originally, Xiao Han didn't know how to start, but his eyes suddenly lit up at this moment, and he immediately said in a deep voice, I just want to know, to break through from the emperor level to the emperor level, you need an 8th level spiritual source. Then, to break through from the emperor to the emperor, do you need a 9th level spiritual source? But after the emperor, there are divine beasts and demigods. If I want to break through, do I have to find a divine source? Oh, that's not necessary. The colorful dragon chuckled and explained with a smile. In fact, the difference between the emperor and the divine beast in terms of realm is not that big. How should I explain this to you? The colorful dragon thought for a few breaths and said lightly. The voice continued, for example, if the emperor is level 9, then the divine beasts and demigods are level 9 peaks. And as long as they successfully break through, they will enter a whole new realm. Level 9 peak? Xiao Han muttered softly, and immediately said, according to this statement, the Holy Spirit should be a God-level existence. God level. The 7-colored dragon frowned and thought, and said uncertainly, although the Holy Spirit has successfully broken through, it should not have reached the God level yet. Not yet at the God level. Xiao Han was a little confused, and continued to ask, but according to what you said just now, haven't the Holy Spirit and the Demon Lord broken through the peak of level 9 and entered a new realm? And you are now a God-level spiritual vein, why are they not? I am different from them, the 7-colored wandering dragon said. Subconsciously, frowned and thought for a long time, and then continued, they seem to be missing something. If they really have this God-level strength, they should. Why don't I remember again, what exactly are they missing? If the Lord of the Dead really has God-level strength, he should be able to tear open this space and enter. Ah, don't ask. I really can't remember. If the Lord of the Dead really has God-level strength, I guess he can kill you with just a glance. Although the Holy Spirit and the Demon Lord have broken through, I have reached the peak of level 9, but I think something very important is missing in my body. Something very important is missing? Xiao Han muttered softly, but he couldn't help but think in his heart. Could it be that what they lack is the power of luck that I have? No, it shouldn't be the power of luck. At that time, the dwarf king already had the strength of a god of war. If what he lacked in his body was the power of luck, he wouldn't have been blown up directly. But if it's not the power of luck, then what is it? Could it be the godhood mentioned in the novel? With all kinds of doubts, Xiao Han still wanted to know more information, but seeing the 7-colored dragon's splitting headache, he couldn't continue to ask. But fortunately, the relationship between the Emperor, the Beast, and the Holy Spirit has been clarified. The Emperor corresponds to the level 9 in reality, and the Beast corresponds to the peak of level 9. As for the Holy Spirit, it should have a God-level realm, but because of the lack of something, it can't exert the power of the God level. After figuring out these relationships, Xiao Han suddenly remembered the last words of Xin Mai, squinting his eyes and whispering, God-level power can tear open this space. Doesn't that mean that you can enter a higher level of space? Or, as described in fantasy novels, as long as you have the strength to break through the void, you can enter the legendary fairyland or even the God world. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but whispered, according to this logic, Blue Star should be a lower world with thin spiritual energy. But this is not right. If Blue Star is the lower world, what is this game world? When there is no lower world, killing monsters is calculated by losing life points. All kinds of thoughts that can't be explained logically suddenly rose in his mind, and Xiao Han was confused again. At this time, he also started to hurt his head like Xin Mai. The original worldview has collapsed. Fortunately, there are many things encountered during this period, so I can barely accept such things. Since he couldn't figure out why, Xiao Han simply stopped wasting energy and instead looked at the 3 purple figures in the air. Woo, woo, woo. At this time, the colorful spiritual energy, like raindrops, had formed 3 small tornadoes around the 3 colorful dragon horses. As the spiritual energy was continuously absorbed, their aura became stronger and stronger. Ding! After an unknown amount of time, several system prompts suddenly sounded in his ears. Your purple flame dragon horse, Emperor, has successfully upgraded and evolved into a purple-winged thunder dragon, Emperor. Ding, you get a purple-winged thunder dragon, Emperor, triggering a 400-fold reward, and you get a purple flame thunder dragon, Emperor. Seeing 3 purple dragons over 100 meters long floating in the sky of the ice cave, Xiao Han couldn't help but flash a touch of excitement on his face. At this time, several pieces of paper also appeared in his palm. But before he could stick the paper on the purple flame thunder dragon, Zhang Zhe stepped forward and shouted urgently, Xiao Han, we should log off. The Gnostic spacecraft is almost reaching Jing'an, and it will take at most 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Xiao Han muttered in a low voice and said with a cold look in his eyes, well, it's time to deal with them. As he said that, he flashed and landed next to a purple flame thunder dragon, and the materialization talisman in his hand was immediately attached to its body. Hashtag C1526 we finally meet. For materialization talismans, Xiao Han didn't keep any. When the 3 purple flame thunder dragons and 1 blood prison poison dragon turned into tattoos on his arms, he also walked quickly to the outside of the ice cave. Zhang Zhe hurriedly followed him and said in astonishment, those dragons just now were all materialized. Hey, didn't you see it all? Xiao Han chuckled and continued with a cold face. Since they dare to come to Jing'an, of course I have to prepare a big gift for them. Big gift? Zhang Zhe said, a little confused, his eyes full of shock. He couldn't imagine what kind of expression Soren's, Zunette, and Nicholas I of the Western Alliance would have after seeing Xiao Han suddenly summon 4 dragons. This is totally not giving them a way to live. And there are more than 60 level 7 evolvers who have just broken through. Are those guys from Nami too brave? Even if they are looking for death, this is not the way to play. However, thinking that they had not yet gone out, Zhang Zhe immediately asked, what are you going to do with those level 7 evolvers who just broke through? Do you want to let them go out now? After all, Nami's aerospace vehicle will be here in a few minutes. Although they have successfully broken through in the game, they have not broken through yet. Shouldn't they be let out? No, don't worry. Xiao Han paused and squinted his eyes and continued. I'm afraid that too many people will break through at the same time and scare those guys away. Let them go to Yunxiao City first, and then wait for my news before going. Op for line. This time, none of those guys will think of leaving alive. I will let them remember this lesson forever. As he said, he flashed several times in a row and quickly disappeared from the sight of Zhang Zhe, Guo Huai, and Fu Qingji. Han Feng, who was standing aside, frowned slightly and couldn't help but whispered, this time, is he going to kill someone? Although he had such thoughts in his mind, he still thought of Qiu Mingyuan's instructions. Although the Western Alliance and Nami belong to different races, but they are still human, so he doesn't want Xiao Han to kill people. After all, no one knows what the world will become in the future. And every bit of strength when humans face a crisis, their ability to withstand pressure will be stronger. But now, it may not be so easy to persuade Xiao Han. Ah! With a depressed sigh, Han Feng could only run to the teleportation array quickly and then teleported to Yunxiao City together and chose to log off in a safe room. When his consciousness left the game, he immediately turned over and climbed out of the ice coffin, thinking that those guys from Nami and the Western Alliance would come over in more than 10 minutes. Han Feng did not dare to delay at all and immediately ran to Xiao Han's residence. In just 1 minute, he saw a familiar figure standing at the door of the administrative hall. But the imagined colorful beam did not appear, which made him look puzzled. While walking quickly over, he asked with a somewhat grim expression, "What's going on? Why hasn't the colorful beam appeared yet? Is it possible that this method can't be used to advance twice in a short period of time?"
No.
Xiao Han smiled and shook his head, and continued, "I just locked all the breath in my body and didn't trigger the Antarctic beam. If I break through now, I'm worried that those guys won't dare to come. By the way, what did Polanti say? Have Landon and Lawrence come to Yanhua? This news is very important to us. Lawrence is still in the Western Alliance." Han Feng said with great certainty. He immediately added, "Polant met him in real life, so this should not be wrong. There is no news about Landon yet, but he should not have come to Yanhua. After all, although Lawrence has a talent of 100 times energy, it has almost no increase in strength. If the helmet needs to be used, Lawrence should use it first. Just like you and Jean Tian, when you have to use it, you will let Jean Tian use it first." "Well, then I'm relieved," Xiao Han said with a serious face, and when he saw Jiang Zhe and Fu Qingji walking over together, he immediately looked over. After they approached, he asked in a deep voice, "I heard that Qin Zhan is here too. Why didn't I see him?" "He's not here." Jiang Zhe glanced at Han Feng beside him and explained softly, "I heard General Han say that you were asking about the chosen son of the Western Alliance. So we discussed it and sent Qin Zhan to the helmet. After all, he is only level 6 now. Even if he stays here, he can't help much. Being there can also prevent accidents." "Well, that's fine." Xiao Han didn't say much. He looked up to the north and continued with a cold look in his eyes. "Since everything is ready, let's go. And take a look. Those guys are coming soon. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of confidence they have." As he said, Xiao Han quickly flew to the north of the city. And Jiang Zhe, Guohuai, Han Feng, Fu Chengji and others didn't say much and flew to the edge of the city together. Roar! At this time, several roars were heard, and the level 7 Violent Bear, level 7 White Tiger, and level 8 Frost Dragon all took off into the air. Tang Zhan, Huang Li, Tuoba Hongye and others who had successfully advanced also followed. After a while, everyone was suspended above the city wall. Time passed slowly, and because they knew Xiao Han's trump card, everyone was very calm and waited quietly. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. When a silver-white aircraft fell from the sky above, everyone looked up at the sky. At this time, more than a dozen black dots appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters, flying straight towards this side. And the aerospace aircraft had no intention of landing. Just seeing the dozen figures, everyone had a look of doubt on their faces, but Fu Qingji couldn't help saying, "What do they mean? It seems that they have taken us by surprise." Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they spoke, the dozen figures in the sky flew faster and faster. The fastest one was like a falling meteor, and because of its high speed, the whole body was on fire. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, he fell heavily to the ground and even smashed a bottomless pit. After a while, a golden figure flew out of the pit and said with a smile, "Xiao Han, we finally meet. Hashtag C1527, please give me strength." 1. "Yeah, we finally meet." Looking at the arrogant figure in front of him, Xiao Han said with some emotion, but he didn't rush to take action. If Qiu Mingyuan had persuaded him many times, he would have planned to go to Kyoto long ago. At that time, Wang Li wanted to capture him to Kyoto, and Jiang Xiaoyun almost died in searching to save him. Although he was not the kind of person who would take revenge, he was not generous enough to forget this hatred. It's just that Yanhua's 8th level evolvers are extremely rare. Whether it is the outer Xing'an Mountains in the north or the Darim in the west, such combat power is indispensable. So he can only consider the overall situation and not take action against this guy for the time being. But today, this idiot actually came to the door himself, so don't blame him for being cruel. As for the promise to Qiu Mingyuan, he can't get out anyway, so there is no need to keep it. With a slight effort on his feet, he rushed towards Wang Lei and said coldly, "Originally, for the sake of General Qiu, I didn't intend to cause trouble to you. But I didn't expect that my kindness would be exchanged for a traitor. There are hundreds of millions of ordinary people in Kyoto, and you just gave them up like this, and now you even come to Jing'an. I'm really curious, how dare you do this? Hey, what's there to be afraid of?" Wang Lei sneered and said indifferently, "If a man doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. And in such a world full of mutant beasts, what's the use of those ordinary people? As long as my strength is strong enough, I can write the history books in the future, and you and Qiu Mingyuan will be big traitors who bring disaster to the country and the people." Falsify the history books? Xiao Han looked at the figure in front of him. With a cold face, and a disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boom! As he took a step forward, he continued in a cold voice, "Then I want to see where you get the confidence to tamper with Yanhua's history books." Roar! As the voice fell, he immediately raised his head and roared. And the next second, his height of less than 2 meters immediately expanded. Rapidly, almost in a blink of an eye, a giant ape with a height of more than 5 meters appeared outside the Demon Cloud City, and its speed instantly increased to the extreme, and the palm wearing a purple boxing glove also smashed over there in the air. Boom! With an explosion, a purple lightning also appeared, and the short hair on Wang Lei's head, which looked like metal, instantly stood up. However, his expression did not change at all. It seemed that this level of attack was not even a tickle to him. He sneered, and said with disdain, "That's it. You haven't improved at all. It was this move a few months ago, and it's still this move now. Although the paralysis effect of this lightning is very useful, it doesn't work for everyone." While saying this, Wang Lei was not affected by the lightning at all. He clenched his metal palm into a fist and smashed it at the whistling fist. Bang! A deafening collision sounded immediately, accompanied by a visible air wave, which instantly spread to the surroundings. A black figure also flew towards the direction of Moyun City at a faster speed. Then when it came, Wang Lei, who was passively attacked, stood there with ease and said with a sneer on his face, "Now let me tell you, what can I use to tamper with history books?" As he said, he glanced at Han Feng again, and continued in a cold voice, "Don't make meaningless struggles. Today you either surrender or die? How is it possible? You are actually level 9. Seeing such a network, Tang Zhan's face flashed with an incredible look, and he continued with surprise, "With this strength, why do you still want to join? Nami, Yanhua can't accommodate you anymore. At this time, why are you still talking nonsense?" Tuoba Hongye interrupted, and said with a murderous face, "It's just a level 9 evolver, just join forces to kill him." As he said, his figure began to swell. Almost just a breath, he turned into a black bison over 5 meters tall. Moo! A roar sounded, and Tuoba Hongye's feet instantly heard a bang, and he rushed towards Wang Lei without any hesitation. At this time, Tang Zhan on the side also roared, and the hair on his body began to grow wildly in an instant, and he turned into a tiger with yellow and black stripes in an instant. At the same time, Han Feng, Jiangzhe, Dingzhen, Fu Qingji and others not far away also started to take action. Roar! But an angry roar suddenly sounded, and then he shouted angrily, "Go back, I want to deal with Wang Lei myself. Catch all those bastards in the sky without leaving any alive." As the voice fell, the few people who were rushing towards Wang Lei suddenly stopped in midair, and then turned and flew towards the black shadow in the sky. At this time, even if Wang Lei had the strength of level 9, they were not worried about Xiao Han's safety at all. After all, those dragons have not been released yet. Since Xiao Han wants to deal with Wang Lei personally, they certainly won't have any objections. Maybe there will be a good show later. Roar! At this moment, another angry roar was heard. Xiao Han, who had transformed into a giant ape, raised his hand and threw a pill into his mouth. His momentum instantly became 3 times stronger. As the blood demon's rage was aroused, the muscles in his arms even suddenly thickened. Ha! A pair of purple wings appeared behind him at this time. With the flap of the thunder wings, his figure instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the golden figure hundreds of meters away. At this time, Wang Lei's mouth curled slightly, revealing a look of disdain, but his hands did not hesitate at all. Looking at the figure rushing over, his golden palm clenched slightly, facing the purple fist and directly hit it head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the two figures separated at the touch. The powerful force instantly made the giant ape fly out again, but Wang Lei couldn't help but step back 2 steps at this time, feeling that the power of this collision was 50% higher than the last time. His face suddenly became ugly, and he couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "I really didn't expect that the blessing of true Qi on strength would have such a strong effect. But this is far from enough, and you won't have the opportunity to use this power again in the future." "Oh, are you sure?" Xiao Han sneered and didn't rush up again. He knew that his strength was not as good as Wang Lei. There was really no way for him to fight 2 levels higher than the 7th level warrior and the 7th level beast. But this was only temporary. The aura on his body had been released at this time, and he could feel that the colorful beam was coming soon. Seeing Wang Lei's look like he was sure of defeating him, Xiao Han opened his arms and couldn't help but shout loudly, "Almighty God, please give me strength." As his voice fell, a colorful beam of light happened to come from the south, and instantly completely enveloped the figure praying to God. At this time, a more fierce momentum immediately spread from Xiao Han. #C1528, please give me strength. 2. The sudden arrival of the colorful beams, even landing on Xiao Han, stunned Shaq, Zunette, Richard and others. They couldn't believe what they saw, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "How is possible? Is he going to break through again? Almighty God. Fuck it. How could God give him power? This beam appeared again. What the hell is going on? Why does this beam prefer Yanhua people? It's over. Once Xiao Han breaks through to level 8, Wang Lei should not be his opponent." The discussion sounded in the crowd, and they suddenly stopped in the air, and their faces, which were not very good to begin with, became even uglier at this time. They still remember the painful lesson outside the Demon Cloud City last time. At that time, Xiao Han was actually only level 6 and anyone could easily kill him with a hand. But no one expected that such an inconspicuous guy not only captured Richard, who was at the peak of level 7, but also captured Alicia, who was at level. He even beat 4 level 7 evolvers with his own strength. Although this was due to the lightning gloves, it was enough to show how terrifying Xiao Han was. Now, such a guy with the ability to fight beyond his level was about to break through to level 8 in front of them, so how could they fight next? What should we do? Looking at Zhang Zhen, Han Feng, Tang Zhan, Tuoba Hongye and others getting closer and closer, everyone in the Western Alliance and Nami felt a strong sense of powerlessness. This adventure to Yanhua was actually quite smooth in the early stage. The most important helmet was also obtained. As long as it could be brought back safely, it could be unsealed. But who would have thought that Wang Lei would break through to level 9 without making any noise? Sorens and Nicholas the First looked at each other. The former frowned and said, "Should we go down? Wang Lei may not be Xiao Han's opponent. Otherwise, let's retreat." Nicholas the First hesitated for a moment, and continued with a gloomy face. "The helmet has been snatched away by Wang Lei. There is no benefit for us to continue fighting. Now that guy is entangled by Xiao Han. He can't do anything to us if we retreat. Okay, let's go back." Although Sorens was unwilling, he really couldn't get any benefit from continuing to fight. If he was not careful, he might be caught by Xiao Han. Now without Qiu Mingyuan's clamp, even if that guy killed someone, no one could stop him. Having made a decision in his heart, Sorens looked at the people flying closer and closer, and said in a deep voice without any hesitation, let's go back. As he said, he turned and flew towards the aerospace vehicle. At this time, Yuying's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward and advised, Lord Sorens, we can't retreat now. If we retreat today, Xiao Han will not let us go when we go back. Shit! It's you, the bastard, who is bewitching me. Sorens cursed angrily, and said with murderous intent, it's already like this, what else can we do? If we don't retreat, do you want us to lose both? And then Yu Fusang will reap the benefits? Lord, how dare we? Yuying hurriedly denied it, and explained at the same time, in this situation, we have no way out. If we retreat like this, even if Wang Lei doesn't die, he will probably be suppressed. Once Xiao Han is free, we'll definitely retaliate, and we in Fusang no longer have a city, so he won't be able to find us even if he comes. But you, after a short pause, Yuying continued in a deep voice, but you are different. Are you going to abandon the few cities you have? If we can fight now, Wang Lei will help us bear Xiao Han's pressure. He is a metal evolver with extremely abnormal defense. Even if Xiao Han is very strong, it is not easy to defeat him. As long as we can quickly deal with Han Feng, Tang Zhan, and Ding Zhan, we can join forces to besiege Xiao Han. Join forces to besiege Xiao Han? Sorens repeated in a low voice, and a hint of desire flashed in his eyes. I have to admit that what Yuying said does make sense. But once they really go to war with Yanhua, their losses will definitely not be small, and they will not gain anything. This is the most entangled thing. But Xiao Han's revenge cannot be ignored, so now it seems that there is no other choice. Shit! After cursing angrily, Sorens knew clearly that Wang Lei would be the one who gained the most, so he really didn't want to make this decision. He looked at Zunette beside him with a gloomy face and asked in a deep voice, what do you think, should we fight or leave? Fight! Zunette's eyes flickered, and his face was very ugly, and he said, this time, we pushed Qiu Mingyuan too hard. After he comes out, he may not care about the overall situation anymore. Although it's not good for us if Wang Lei wins, at least there will be no danger, and he still needs us. If Xiao Han wins and he says God gave me power, he will directly break through to become a 9th level beast. Will we still be alive by then? Shit! Let's do it. Having made the decision, Sorens no longer hesitated and immediately sent a message to the people left behind on the aerospace vehicle. The next second, dense black figures immediately flew out of the aircraft. This made Han Feng, Tang Zhan, Ding Zhan, Tuoba Hongye, and others who were flying over startled and stopped immediately. Zhang Zhen's face flashed with an incredible look, and he said in a deep voice, why do the shapes of those armors look a bit like the demon armor outside Panama City? Demon armor? When several people heard this, they immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Han Feng even shouted in a hurry, quick! Retreat quickly! No wonder they have the confidence to attack us. It turns out that they rely on those demon armors. But the black helmet is no longer in their hands. Where did these demon armors come from? And there are hundreds of them when they appear. As they said this, Han Feng, Zhang Zhen, Tuoba Hongye, and others also retreated to Moyun City at a high speed. At this time, Xiao Han also fought with Wang Lei again. Boom! As the dull explosion sounded, both of them retreated more than 100 meters involuntarily. At this time, because of the continuous injection of colorful energy, although he has not successfully broken through to the 8th level beast, he is already infinitely close. The power contained in his body was even comparable to that of Wang Lei at level 9. After hearing the voices of Han Feng and others, he also looked up at the sky. The black figures that kept flying out of the aerospace vehicle made him frown, and said with a gloomy face, "No wonder you dared to come to Yanhua. It turns out that you relied on those things. Hashtag C1529, please give me strength." 3. As hundreds of figures wearing demon armor appeared, Wang Lei was no longer in a hurry to attack. He had already clashed with Xiao Han several times, and as the colorful light continued to flow into his body, the strength of the two was already very close, and he also knew clearly that he could not defeat him in a short time. But when the hundreds of demon armors with level 7 combat power joined the battle, the result would be completely different. Xiao Han was indeed very strong, but he was only one person. Although there were many level 7 evolvers in Yanhua, even with the assistance of the pill called Hanyan Shenyuan pill, the total number did not exceed 20. Facing the siege of nearly 100 demon armors with level 7 combat power, what could they do to resist? At this time, seeing Xiao Han's gloomy face, Wang Lei couldn't help but laugh softly. "Hey, are you scared? I advise you to surrender, so that you can save your life." "Heh, surrender?" Xiao Han grinned and sneered, saying with disdain, "Nearly 100 demon armors. Do you think I'm so easy to fool?" Name's black helmet is now hidden in the underground city over in Shurching, so he doesn't believe that those things that look like demon armors can exert the power of gods. And even if they can exert the power of gods, he is also fearless. The bodies of other chosen sons of heaven have only 100 points of luck at most and can exert a few points of the power of demon armor. But he is different. With a luck power of up to 1,600 points, he will become the strongest existence when wearing a helmet. It's just that the backlash of the helmet is too fierce, so he really doesn't dare to use this evil thing easily unless it is absolutely necessary. At this time, seeing the black shadow flying at high speed in the sky above his head, Xiao Han felt confident and said with disdain, "It's just a demon armor. I have encountered it before." As he said this, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind, and he said with disdain, "I don't care even if it is a genuine demon armor. You think I am afraid of these imitation demon armors? Oh, you are not afraid." Wang Lei chuckled and said proudly, "But there is only one Xiao Han in Jing'an. Yes, those demon armors are indeed imitations. But each imitation demon armor has a 7th level combat power. What can you use to replace this power?" 7th level combat power? Hearing such information, Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and the thoughts in his mind flashed rapidly. At this time, he was more interested in the hidden black helmet. Since Nasix has lost his helmet, he can still make this replica of the demon god armor. It won't be too difficult for Yanhua, who is holding the black helmet, to copy it. "Hey!" Thinking excitedly, Xiao Han ignored Wang Lei's provocation and the nearly 100 black shadows that were getting closer and closer, and began to absorb the colorful spiritual energy around him with all his strength. Crack, crack, crack. As more and more energy poured into his body, his bones would make crisp sounds from time to time. Even his height has now broken the limit of 5 meters, and the arms on both sides are getting thicker and thicker, as if they contain extremely powerful power. Roar! Xiao Han suddenly roared, and suddenly felt as if something in his body was untied, and slapped his chest with excitement. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the dull slapping sounds, the black shadows falling from the sky were now standing behind Wang Lei. Having successfully broken through to level 8, Xiao Han felt more confident. After looking past Wang Lei in the front, he saw Sorens and Zunette and couldn't help but sneer. "You guys are really wolves that can't be tamed. I fought hard and finally helped you defend Panama City. But how long has it been and you actually invaded Yanhua again? Do you really think I can't kill people? Hey, help us!" Sorens asked with a sneer, and then immediately said, "Don't talk so high-soundingly. Why do you go to support Panama City? You and I know it in our hearts." Since you are here, don't say this nonsense. If you can defeat Wang Lei within 10 minutes, we will turn around and leave immediately, but if you can't, we are very sorry. Although Han Feng, Tang Zhan, and Zhang Zhen are not weak in strength, but if we attack with all our strength, they can only hold out for 10 minutes at most. In order to avoid unnecessary harm, I advise you to surrender. Ah, surrender. Xiao Han couldn't help laughing, as if he had heard something extremely ridiculous, and said with disdain, "Where do you get the confidence to say such things to me? Wow, it's really amazing, nearly 100 warriors wearing demon armor each, with a level 7 combat power. Today I will let you know that Yanhua is no longer the Yanhua that anyone could come and step on 100 years ago." As he said, Xiao Han didn't even look back and shouted angrily, "Guohuai! Let all our soldiers come out. Today, none of these guys will think of going back alive." "Okay," Guohuai roared in response, then immediately took a deep breath and shouted to Maoyun City behind him, "Brothers, come out!" As his voice fell, Wang Lei, Sorens, and Nicholas I on the opposite side were all stunned for a moment, and their eyes became a little solemn. But Maoyun City was still quiet, which made them all a little confused. At this time, Wang Lei couldn't help laughing loudly. "Ha, your brothers seem to be a little afraid of death." "Oh, do you think so?" Xiao Han was not in a hurry. After all, it takes some time for someone to go online to notify, and it also takes time for them to go offline. Seeing their Wang Lei's proud look, he didn't continue to explain anything. However, at this time, the movement in the city had been heard, and the hurried footsteps were coming quickly here. Calculating the time silently in his heart, Xiao Han looked at Wang Lei, meaningfully suddenly bit his finger, and casually drew a spell on his forehead with blood. Then he opened his arms and shouted loudly, "Almighty God, your loyal servant, Xiao Han is willing to offer you a level 9 blood food. Please give us strength." After the words fell, not only Wang Lei was stunned, but also Sorens, Zunet, and Nicholas I were all stunned. They immediately turned their eyes to the south. At this time, a colorful light column with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared in their sight in an instant. Then it just flashed and fell on the heads of Jing'an. Seeing this scene, Sorens and others suddenly bulged their eyes outward, and couldn't help shouting in unison, "Fuck! #C1530 surrender." As the colorful beams descended, the momentum of the evolvers began to rise steadily. The total number, although not reaching 3 digits, was as many as 60 or 70. Seeing such changes in the Yanhua evolvers, both the Gnostics and the evolvers of the Western Alliance could not believe their eyes. They did not understand why those colorful beams favored the Yanhua people so closely. At this moment, whether it was Sorens, Nicholas, or the Shadow who provoked this battle, it seemed that there were 10,000 grass mud horses running through their hearts. The strength of Yanhua was already abnormal enough, and everyone needed to join forces to dare to fight against it. But what the hell was that just now? Praying to the heavens can make a breakthrough. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? At this time, Sorens's face looked as if he had eaten a pile of shit. But even so, he shouted fiercely, "Kill them for me, we can't let them break through." Smoothly, the angry roar spread all around, and the demon armor belonging to Nami immediately rushed towards the demon cloud city. The Western Alliance's evolvers were only slightly stunned, and then, led by Nicholas I, rushed towards the figure standing on the city wall. At this time, Zunet, who turned into a lion, rushed towards Tang Zhan while shouting loudly, "Wang Lei, you must entangle Xiao Han and buy us enough time." The moment the voice fell, his speed suddenly increased. Roar! The angry roar echoed outside the demon cloud city, and Tang Zhan, who also turned into a tiger, greeted it without any hesitation. And behind him, Han Feng, Zhang Zhen, Ding Zhen, Tuoba Hongye, and other level 8 evolvers also rushed towards the invading evolvers without any hesitation. Even the subdued violent bear, white fox, and level 8 frost dragon were killed together, but their number was far less than the opponent. This made Xiao Han frown and look over there. Boom! But at this moment Wang Lei suddenly took a step forward, and his height of less than 2 meters began to swell, and in a blink of an eye he turned into a 10-meter-tall metal giant. While punching Xiao Han, he shouted arrogantly, "Hey! Don't be distracted at. This time your opponent is me." "Heh, idiot!" Xiao Han turned his head and took a look, and cursed with disdain on his face. As soon as his thoughts moved slightly, 400-meter-long black shadows appeared beside him. Roar! With a roar, Xiao Han continued, "Teach this guy a lesson. Don't kill him. After those guys are dealt with, I will come to deal with him." As he said, he no longer cared about the confused Wang Lei, and his figure flashed directly, and he appeared next to Soren's accurately. At the same time, a black mace appeared in his hand. Woo! The next second, the sound of the air being torn suddenly sounded, and the mace also hit Soren's body fiercely in his terrified eyes. Crack! The crisp bone crack sounded, and Soren's was immediately whipped out. Xiao Han flapped his wings and floated in place, spitting out a mouthful of thick phlegm with disdain on his face, and then continued, "Just like this, you still dare to pay attention to Yanhua, your head must have been squeezed." By the door! As soon as the voice fell, he glanced around. Those Gnostics warriors wearing demon armor had already rushed towards the evolvers who were breaking through on the city wall. Although they can still fight now, their strength has not yet broken through to level 7. And there is a huge gap between level 6 and level 7 combat power. So even if he still wants to get rid of Nicola, he has to temporarily give up the idea of capturing the king first. "Hey! You are really looking for death," Xiao Han said in a low voice with a murderous look on his face, and his mind moved again and his figure disappeared. The next second, he appeared next to a Gnostics warrior wearing a demon armor, and the black mace in his hand, which was more than 10 meters long, swept across without any mercy. Crack! There was another crisp sound, and the warrior wearing the demon armor flew out uncontrollably before he could react. Then he hit the city wall with a bang, and a blood mist immediately sprayed out from the gap in the black armor, and it was obvious that he was dead. At this time, the purple wings behind him flapped lightly, and his figure seemed to teleport and instantly appeared next to another Gnostics warrior. Woo! The air was torn apart by the mace, and another black figure was hit. And the next second he also hit the black wall with a bang, like a cannonball. This made all the Gnostics warriors who rushed over stop in fear. But at this time Xiao Han still had no intention of stopping. His figure instantly rushed in front of another Gnostics warrior like a stream of light. Boom! 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 As the mace was swung wildly, the dull and violent collision sound continued. One after another, these warriors wearing demon armor, even if they had the strength of level 7, none of them could be the enemy of the giant ape. Even if they were wearing a layer of extremely hard armor, they could not withstand the attack of tens of thousands of pounds of brute force on the mace. One after another, the black figures were blown away and then lay on the ground motionless. Roar! This also made Zunet in the distance roar angrily. While knocking Tang Zhan back with one punch, he shouted with a face full of shock and anger, "Wang Lei, stop Xiao Han quickly." But at this time Wang Lei had no time to spare. The 4 Emperor-level dragons, all of which had the strength of level 9, had joined forces to press him to the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded at this time. Wang Lei took a dragon claw hard, but was blown away by the tail of another purple flame thunder dragon. And the direction of its flight was actually the blood prison poisonous dragon. On the other side, boom! Another dull explosion sounded, and Wang Lei, who was flying in the sky, could no longer control the balance of his body at this time, and was blown away by the blood-colored dragon tail again. This made Zunet, Richard, and Nicholas I, who saw this scene, all pale on their faces. At this time, They simply couldn't believe that all this was true. Boom! 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 But the roars that kept ringing in their ears kept reminding them. On the other side of the city wall, someone had already successfully broken through to level 7, and then immediately waved his weapon and fearlessly killed those figures wearing demon armor. At this moment, Zunet finally felt a little regretful in his heart. Looking at the figure who was still killing, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Xiao Han! Stop killing, we surrender! Hashtag C1531 surrender." 2. Sorens was hit with a stick and is still lying in the distance, not knowing whether he is alive or dead. And this time it was completely different from last time.
Xiao Han no longer
Showed any mercy when he moved his hands, although those warriors who were hit by the mace could not see what was going on inside the demon god's armor. The blood mist sprayed from the gaps in the armor could already explain the result. At this time, Shonoite looked at the soldiers who had no power to fight back, with regret on his face, and shouted again, "Xiao Han, we surrender, please. Stop killing people."
Ah, surrender.
The giant ape flying through the air at high speed couldn't help but laugh with disdain after hearing such a cry, and swung the mace in his hand again. Boom! The deafening crashing sound came again, and Xiao Han smiled wildly and said, "You surrender when you say you want to. There is nothing so simple in the world. Since you dare to attack Yanhua, then no one can survive." As he spoke, the purple wings behind him flapped hard again, and rushed behind a Gnostic's warrior as if teleporting. Boom! With a sweep of the mace, the black shadow that was hit immediately flew out, and hit another figure wearing a demon armor more than 10 meters away. And his figure showed no intention of stopping. He ducked and flew to the side of another Gnostic's warrior, raised his hand and struck another blow with the stick. Boom! Even with the protection of the demon god armor, the man immediately spit out a mouthful of blood mist and flew away involuntarily. Seeing that one soldier after another was being killed continuously, Xionate's eyes instantly turned blood red, and he wanted to find Xiao Han to fight for his life, but a look of helplessness flashed across his face. Why? Looking at the dragons in the distance, he sighed with a look of despair. At this time, because Xiao Han did not agree to surrender, Tangzhan, who had stopped his attack just now, also rushed over again. And further away, the purple figure was still scurrying around, showing no intention of stopping. The nearly 100 warriors wearing demon god's armor were now 1/3 less, and they might be completely wiped out in another 3 to 5 minutes. At most, even surrender could not eliminate the desire to kill in the giant ape's heart. This caused a look of anxiety to flash across Shonet's face, and then he threw away the weapon in his hand and shouted, "General Tang, don't do anything yet. We really want to surrender. If this continues, all my people will die." "You!" Tangzhan was stunned for a moment. Even if he wanted to continue taking action, he didn't know what to do. After all, Yanhua's strategy has always been to unite every ounce of human strength. Under the threat of mutant beasts, these people cannot all be killed. Thinking like this, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Han. Seeing that Tangzhan didn't take action, Xionate immediately shouted loudly, "Xiao Han, we didn't kill anyone when we came to Yanhua. Not a single one."
No killing.
Xiao Han said in a low voice and continued unmoved. "Even if I don't kill anyone, it won't work. I'll feel uncomfortable if I keep you as a scourge." With that said, the mace made another sweeping sweep. Boom! Then there was another Gnostic's warrior wearing a demon armor. There was a click in his body and he flew away like a meteor. This made Zunet's face tremble, and he couldn't help but look at Tangzhan for help and said anxiously, we can't kill him like this anymore. They are all level 5 or even level 6 evolvers. If they all die here now, we Gnostics will not be able to block the tide of beasts from the Amazon. General Tang, please persuade Xiao Han quickly. How can I advise you? Tangzhan said with a speechless face, and then immediately said, That guy Xiao Han doesn't listen to me. He will only listen to what General Qiu says. But you insisted on seeking your own death and forced people into the nine.
Dragon devouring even formation.
Boom! At this time, another dull explosion came. Not only was another person killed, but Nicholas I, who was fighting the frost dragon, was also beaten back. Schoonerts knew that if they continued like this, they might all die here. But Xiao Han didn't accept surrender, and he suddenly didn't know what to do. No, we can't all die here. Thinking anxiously in his heart about the figure of Zionate who was killing. Crazily, he couldn't help but said anxiously, "What should I do? What should I do now? If we all die here, Nami will be completely finished. Panama City, the Twilight City, and the hundreds of millions of people in the Free City will not be able to survive by then." Thinking of that outcome, Schnatter couldn't help but shudder, and the thoughts in his mind began to spin rapidly. Boom! At this time, there was another dull explosion, and his face trembled. But the next second, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help shouting, "Everyone, stop it. If you don't want to die, throw all your weapons and equipment at me." As he spoke, he dodged and rushed directly in front of house. He didn't care about Guohuai, who was slashing at him with a knife, but kicked him away. Then he rushed towards Blevins, raised his hand and slapped him to the ground. This immediately caused Farrar, Shaq, and Braun to all jump out of the battle circle, and they all gathered around Schnatter. But these people all had puzzled expressions on their faces. Seeing that Zhang Zhen, Han Feng, and Ding Zhen of Yanhua did not chase after them, someone asked in a deep voice, "General, Xiao Han will not accept surrender. If we do this, we will become fish on the chopping board. If we don't do this, will we not become fish on the chopping board?" Zunet asked in a deep voice, and continued, "Surrender still has a glimmer of hope. Resistance can only lead to death." As he said, he pointed to the 4 dragons on Wang Lei's side and asked in a deep voice, "Do we have any other choice besides surrender?" Then he looked at Han Feng again and said anxiously, "General Han, please, persuade Xiao Han to stop. We really haven't killed anyone since we came to Yanhua. It was all Fusang's phantom that bewitched him. That guy is the culprit. Hey, where is Phantom? Why isn't he here? Phantom?" Hearing what Zunet said, Han Feng immediately glanced around. His face instantly turned ugly, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, Jingdo has just been pulled into the game. He won't come to Jing'an to cause trouble again. With this thought in his mind, he immediately shouted loudly, "Xiao Han, don't kill anymore. Fusang's phantom is gone." Phantom? Hearing Han Feng's shout, Xiao Han also stopped his actions immediately, and his ears trembled rapidly. #C1532 Surrender 3. He didn't want to accept the surrender of Name and Shiming, but the sudden disappearance of the shadow forced Xiao Han to stop what he was doing. And as the ears trembled, sounds from a radius of 50 kilometers also penetrated into the ears. But the shadow seemed to disappear out of thin air, which made Xiao Han frown slightly and couldn't help but whisper, "That guy, what else do you want to do?" Boom! 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 At this time, Wang Lei had not given up the fight, and the roars continued to come. But Xiao Han couldn't care about him at this time. Seeing that Nasik's warriors had taken off their demon armor and accepted the recruitment of Jingon warriors, he couldn't continue to kill them. However, when he thought that Yuing might also arrange the 9 Dragon Sky swallowing formation in Jing'an, his expression suddenly turned ugly. As he dodged and landed next to Jiangzhe, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Let all the ordinary people in the city mobilize and find the shadow." "Okay. I'll make arrangements right away," Jiangzhe said solemnly and immediately flew towards Jing Anqing. At the same time, Guohuai and Fu Qingji also followed. And Xiao Han also had a bad feeling in his heart when he couldn't find the shadow. But at this time, even if his hearing was extremely keen, if the shadow did not take the initiative to speak, he would not be able to tell where the shadow was from the footsteps. Seeing that Jiangzhe, Guohuai, and Fu Chengji had left, he couldn't help but whisper, "I hope my hunch is not so accurate." Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a rapid ringing sound suddenly sounded from Schnett's chest. Beep, beep, beep. Not only that, but Shaq, Farrar, Blevins and others also heard rapid ringing sounds. But they were all prisoners at this time, so they didn't dare to take out the phone without authorization. Xiao Han gestured and said directly, "What are you doing standing there in a daze? Answer it quickly." "Oh, take it now." After receiving permission, several people took out their phones and swiped on the phone screen. Immediately, a burst of incomprehensible bird singing came from the receiver, and the expressions of several people who answered the phone also changed. This made Xiao Han a little curious. He couldn't help but look at Han Feng on the side and asked in a low voice, "What happened to them? Could it be that their lair has been raided?" "No, but it's close." Huang Li, who could understand English, interrupted and immediately explained. The Twilight City of Na'ai is now the same as Kyoto. Not only the Twilight City, but also the Free City is gone. Beep, beep, beep. As the fierce fighting stopped, the communication function finally returned to normal. Before Xiao Han even had time to sigh, the mobile phones on Richard and Nicholas also started ringing. The two of them already knew that the two cities in Namei were gone, so they immediately took out their mobile phones and connected. A few more incomprehensible bird songs were heard. Even though the two of them were prepared, their expressions instantly turned ugly. At this time, there was no need for translation, and Xiao Han understood what was going on. This made him frown slightly, and he couldn't help but whisper, "It seems that the power Fuso can mobilize is far beyond our imagination. I thought it was just Kyoto that was pulled into the game, but I didn't expect that Shiming and Nasix didn't escape either." "What do you mean?" Schnatter's expression changed, and he immediately asked, urgently, "After more than 10 hours, the Great Formation in Kyoto will dissipate automatically as the energy is exhausted, won't it?" "You just said you were pulled into the game. What do you mean?"
Ah, literally.
Xiao Han laughed and continued, "Those cities enveloped by the formation are now completely gone. I was used as a weapon, and I still didn't know it. I don't have time to take care of you idiots now. I'll take care of you when I find Yuing." After saying that, Xiao Han looked at Han Feng solemnly and said in a deep voice, "Since the shadow disappeared here, he must have planned to drag Jing'an into the game. Put away those demon armors, and these guys in Nasix won't be anything to worry about. It's definitely not possible to just look for shadow in the city. Let all the evolvers go out of the city to search. Even if they dig 3 feet into the ground, they have to find him for me." "Okay. I'll make the arrangements right away." Han Feng didn't hesitate and immediately said with a serious face, "Then I'll leave it to you alone. There won't be any danger." "What danger could there be?" Xiao Han said with disdain and glanced at the figures in front of him. Without the demon god armor, the combined combat power of Nasix and Shiman above level 7 would be less than 20. As long as they dare to make any changes, he will kill them without hesitation. Killing a few will be honest. After watching Han Feng, Tang Zhan and others leave, Xiao Han looked at Zionate again, stretched out his hand and said, "Why are you still standing there? Bring me the helmet." "Helmet? I don't have the helmet." As soon as Schoonert said this, he immediately felt that Xiao Han's eyes had turned evil, and he quickly explained in a hurry, "The helmet was snatched away by Wang Lei and is not in my hands." "Wing Lei?" Xiao Han turned his head and looked thousands of meters away. There was a golden figure over 10 meters tall, who was still being beaten by 4 Emperor-level dragons and had no ability to resist. However, his defense is extremely strong. Even after being beaten for so long, he is still alive and well. The battle over there should not be able to determine the winner in a short time. Xiao Han took a step over there and stopped and said, "If you know what's good for you, stay here and don't move. Otherwise, you can try to see if the 4 level 9 dragons can catch up with you. If it really comes to that, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yanhua has no shortage of evolvers above level 7 now, and there will be more in the future." As he said that, Xiao Han no longer paid attention to the few people. The purple wings behind him immediately flapped violently, and the speed instantly increased to the extreme. In just a blink of an eye, he had already flown to the side of the blood prison poison dragon. Boom! At this time, the purple flame thunder dragon swung its tail again and pulled Wang Lei directly over. Seeing the golden figure flying over, Xiao Han did not hesitate. At the same time, a red blood pill was thrown into his mouth, and the blood demon's anger was immediately aroused. At the same time, the true essence in his body also poured into the Beast King ring on his finger, and a burst of energy was immediately fed back. As this energy flowed into his body along the meridians, Xiao Han immediately felt an incomparable power rising rapidly in his body. Roar! He roared excitedly, and punched the flying golden figure with a murderous look on his face. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Wang Lei, who had just flown over, was immediately punched away. But at this time, Xiao Han concentrated on the air and grabbed forward, and a yellow dragon head phantom immediately spread out from his palm, swallowing Wang Lei in one gulp. C1533 beat Wang Lei violently. After being beaten violently by 4 giant dragons for so long, even though Wang Lei's whole body was invulnerable, he was still stunned by the beating, because this kind of brute force attack can go straight to the inside of the body. Although the 4 giant dragons are only at level 9, when they advance, they still have an extra 300 times the reward that can be converted into strength. At this time, even if it has not yet become a divine beast, it is already infinitely close. Therefore, almost all of these dragons have the strength of the late 9th level, which is not something that a being like Wang Lei, who has just broken through to the 9th level, can handle. After being caught by the dragon captor, he was struggling. But while Xiao Han pulled back fiercely with his right hand, he had already rushed over with a lunge and grabbed his neck with his left hand. Then the right hand with the purple glove immediately clenched into a fist and punched him hard in the face. When, almost at the same time, a deafening metal collision immediately began to spread to the surroundings, and there was even a visible air wave that exploded from the place of collision. A clearly visible fist mark also appeared on Wang Lei's glittering facade. As his head jerked back, his body instantly broke free from Xiao Han's left hand and turned into a golden light and flew away into the distance. Fuck! It's pretty hard. The body in his hand suddenly broke free. Xiao Han couldn't help but cursed in a low voice, but he raised his hand and used the dragon capture hand again, and the transformed dragon swallowed it again. Then he pulled his right hand back and forced it back. At this time, Wang Lei seemed to be drunk, and the intensity of his struggle had weakened by several levels. Although the fist mark on his face has disappeared, and no injuries can be seen from the outside, this heavy blow still caused him to temporarily lose his fighting ability. Holding it in his hand again, Xiao Han glanced at Wang Lei, who was covered in metallic luster, and frowned slightly. The blow just now had used all his strength, but the damage caused to Wang Lei was not obvious. At best, it was only a slight concussion. As for this guy, if Qiu Mingyuan hadn't stopped him, he would have wanted to kill him long ago. No one can stop him now, but it doesn't seem to be easy to kill him. Mad? I don't believe I can't kill you. Cursing softly in his mouth, Xiao Han felt that the body in his hands was struggling more and more fiercely, and a murderous intent could not help but appear in the corners of his eyes. Without any hesitation, he raised his right fist again and punched Wang Lei in the face. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the body in his hand flew out again. But this time Xiao Han was already prepared. The moment it flew out, the purple wings on its back flapped violently, quickly catching up with the flying figure and grabbing his ankle at the same time. Roar. The next second, an angry roar sounded, and the black hair on the arms of the black giant ape stood on end. Even the extremely exaggerated muscles grew twice as thick at this moment. Then he swung his arm hard, and the golden Wang Lei was immediately swung twice in the sky and then hit the ground heavily. Boom! A roar followed. The ground even shook twice at this moment, and a human-shaped pit also appeared. However, this level of attack did not cause much damage to Wang Lei. At this time, he had even come to his senses. While kicking Xiao Han with his other foot, he shouted angrily, "That's it, Xiao Han, you can't kill me. Hey, you can try it." Raising his hand and punching away the attack, Xiao Han said with a sneer, while looking towards the city wall, "The soft ground can remove 90% of the strength. And an attack of this level should not be able to do anything to this guy who is covered in metal. However, the effects of force are mutual. As long as you find a hard enough place, it is not that easy to remove the force." With this thought in his mind, the wings behind Xiao Han also flapped fiercely. At this time, the body held in his hands had begun to struggle violently. Although Xiao Han is only an 8th-level beast transformer, he is a giant ape beast transformer who is extremely good at strength. Coupled with the blessing of the blood demon's wrath and the power of the Beast King, his own power has now reached an extremely terrifying level. Even Wang Lei, who was at level 9, couldn't forcefully break free from his hands at this time. The figures of the two people just flashed and appeared near the city wall. At this time, Xiao Han also picked up the body in his hand again and smashed it against the black city wall. Boom! Amidst the ear-splitting explosions, Wang Lei, who was struggling, immediately stopped, and at the same time a human-shaped pit appeared on the city wall. But the movements of Xiao Han's hands still did not stop at this time. As he turned around, the body caught in his hands was hit hard to the other side. There was even a clearly visible crack on the hard black crystal stone wall. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions were heard one after another, and the eyes of Schnet, Richard, Nicholas and others in the distance could not help but reveal a look of horror. Even House touched the rocky skin on his body at this time, and said with fear on his face, "When that fist falls on me, it will kill me in an instant." "This is not nonsense," Shaq said in a low voice, also with a face full of fear. "The Demon Cloud City is materialized from the game, and the black wall is said to be built with black crystal stone. Even if the hardness of this material is not as good as diamond, it is worse than tungsten steel, but now it has been smashed directly. The power that Xiao Han burst out at this time is estimated to be 70,000 or 80,000 if not 100,000 pounds. Fuck! Is this still a human?" Blevins cursed in a low voice and said in a low voice with an ugly face, "If we hadn't surrendered just now, would we have become like this now? Almost more." Shaq glanced at the body held in Farrer's arms, and said with despair, "Although Lord Sorens has just broken through the 8th level, his strength is not weak. But he couldn't even withstand Xiao Han's attack and was killed instantly. Even if we want revenge, we can't even break through the defense of his skin when facing such a pervert." "Yes," Zunette said helplessly, and continued with a bitter face. "And whether he can survive this time is still uncertain. If Qiu Mingyuan is really pulled into the game, no one can persuade him." Boom! As he was talking, another deafening roar came, and at this time Xiao Han had already grabbed Wang Lei's neck with one hand and pressed him tightly against the black wall. Then the fist of his right hand, like a pile driver, fell continuously on Wang
Lei's face.
Boom! 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 The dull and violent crashing sound also continued at this time. In just a moment Wang Lei's nose was sunken, and his entire head was sunken into the black wall. This made House, Shaq, Sorens and others change their expressions again, and their faces began to tremble rapidly, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. #C1534 poof. The continuous and violent collision sound lasted for 5 minutes. But there was still no sign of stopping. Such actions also made the evolvers of Nami and the Western Alliance who had surrendered feel a strong sense of uneasiness, because Xiao Han was completely different from before. Even when facing the evolvers of Yanhua, he had no intention of holding back. At this time, it seemed that he would not stop until Wang Lei was killed. Boom! 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 The dull and violent collision sound continued to come, and Zunette's eyelids could not help but jump a few times again. Seeing that Han Feng had returned, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "General Han, are you really going to kill Wang Lei?" At this time, he didn't want to say anything more. But if Xiao Han didn't let Wang Lei go, he would probably not let them go either. So he could only suppress his uneasiness and persuaded softly. Although Wang Lei did something wrong this time, he is also a level 9 evolver after all. If he is here, you can even gradually eliminate the mutant beasts in Yanhua. What's more, his defense is so abnormal. If there are more mutant beasts attacking the city, he should not have any big problems blocking 2 or 3 level 9 mutant beasts by himself. Yes, Han Feng said with emotion and immediately said, "But what he did this time was really too much. And General Chiu is not here. I may not be able to persuade Xiao Han. Even if you can't persuade him, you have to try." Nicholas hurriedly stepped forward and persuaded, "We humans should only need this one level 9 evolver. Now, if he dies here today, it would be a pity. And even if he dies, he should die on the battlefield fighting mutant beasts, not die in the internal fighting of humans." "That's right," Han Feng said in a low voice, remembering Chiu Mingyuan's instructions when he came out, and immediately walked quickly towards Xiao Han. Boom! 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 At this time, the dull and violent roar continued. Han Feng knew that Xiao Han should have heard what he said, but he still did not stop the action of his hands. It was obvious that he did not intend to let the traitor Chiu Mingyuan go. This made him a little entangled, not knowing whether to persuade him. However, after hesitating for a few seconds, he still shouted in a deep voice, "Xiao Han, stop for a while. I have something to discuss with you." "Hey, you also want me to let Wang Lei go?" Xiao Han punched Wang Lei in the face again, looking at this guy who was not dead yet with some annoyance, and continued in a cold voice, "He has already betrayed the country. Do you still want me to keep him?" "That." Han Feng didn't know what to say for a while, but still said with a stiff face, "After all, he is a level 9 evolver. It's a pity to kill him like this." "What's a pity about this?" Xiao Han pointed to the 4 dragons above his head and continued in a cold voice, "It's just a level 9 evolver, not something very scarce. If necessary, I can materialize a few dragons in a minute." As he said this, he looked at Zunette and Nicholas with murderous intent, and continued with evil eyes, "And praying to God is not too difficult for me. In a month at most, I can help you break through to level 9. I know that it is not difficult for you, but..." Han Feng paused for a moment, and continued to persuade, "Look, this guy's defense is too strong. It is estimated that he will not be killed in a short time. The netherworld has not been found yet. Should we put this matter aside for the time being?" "Put it aside for the time being?" Xiao Han said with displeasure, "But there is really no way to kill Wang Lei now." His nose was sunken, but he was still not dead. He also understood Han Feng's concerns, but there was really no need to show mercy to such a level 9 evolver. With the divine vein, breaking through level 9 is not easy. Just find a level 7 spiritual source in the abyss and you can get 4 places to break through level 9. In the past, he was worried about his lack of strength, but now he doesn't have that worry anymore. He has even manifested 4 level 9 dragons. Should he keep this ambitious guy? More importantly, if he holds back now, will this guy give in? At that time, he will have to arrange a dragon to guard him, which is really a bad deal. But he can't kill him for a while.
No.
Thinking of the divine vein in the game, Xiao Han suddenly thought of the same situation he had encountered outside the misty jungle. At that time, there was a guy who was almost 100% immune to damage. His situation was similar to Wang Lei's current situation. Hey, strong defense, right? Xiao Han muttered excitedly, and when he stretched out his hand and swung it, the thunder god's grip on his hand was immediately thrown out. At this time, a black handwriting slowly appeared in his palm full of black calluses. Then he slapped it hard and it was printed on Wang Lei's chest. Hey, you're dreaming if you want to kill me. As Xiao Han stopped punching, Wang Lei woke up and immediately said with murderous intent, "Just wait. I'll kill you one day." One day. Xiao Han looked at the ignorant guy in front of him, and a disdainful smile flashed across his face. At this time, because of the soul-sealing technique, he was drained of a lot of mental power. So even if Wang Lei continued to provoke, Xiao Han was too lazy to continue explaining anything, resisting the dizziness in his head. He raised his hand and threw a soul-cleansing pill into his mouth. Only then did he feel like looking at Wang Lei's forehead. At this time, a black soul word had slowly appeared on his forehead. Wang Lei wanted to say something, but his head tilted and he fainted in an
Instant.
At the same time, the golden skin on his body quickly faded into wheat-like skin color, and his 10-meter height also shrank rapidly. In less than a breath, a figure less than 1.8 meters tall appeared in front of him. At this time, Xiao Han showed a disdainful sneer, and then immediately said, "He can kill me one day. This guy is really funny." As soon as the voice fell, his palm clenched lightly. Puff! The next second, a blood mist shot out from between his fingers. When he released his hand, the figure in his hand was no longer human. Not only were all the bones crushed, but the whole body was turned into minced meat. Only then did Xiao Han shake his hand and said nonchalantly, "Okay. Don't worry about it now." Then his figure flashed and appeared directly beside Nicholas, and said with a murderous look on his face, "There is a guy named Langdon in the Western Alliance. I guess you should know. #C1535 shock. There is certainly a reason for Shadow to keep the people of Ximing and Namei. But the chosen son of Ximing, Langdon, who has 100 times more intelligence and has been unable to find any trace, is the biggest reason for him to hold back. After all, Kyoto has been pulled into the game, and Jing'an may not be able to avoid this fate, and there must be a reason for Shadow's sudden disappearance. If one day, Blue Star is really pulled into the game, he must start preparing for a rainy day from now on. Then the chosen son in the game and the power of luck in their bodies are particularly important. So leaving the top leaders of Ximing and Namei is not completely without benefits. After all, with his strength, even with Lawrence's help, it is definitely not an easy task to find the hidden Langdon. And if these people in front of him are willing to help, then everything will become much simpler. At this time, seeing the astonishment in Nicholas' eyes, Xiao Han also said directly, "Let Langdon go online in the game within 5 minutes. If you can do it, I can promise not to kill you. But if you can't even do this, then you have no value to me." "Langdon," Nicholas muttered softly, his eyes flickered, and just when he wanted to negotiate the terms, he immediately saw the murderous intent in Xiao Han's eyes, and on his palm, there were still drops of red blood. Thinking of Wang Lei, who was just crushed to death, his heart suddenly beat, and he dared not to raise any conditions anymore. He quickly said, "Okay, I'll contact him now. But even for me, it's not easy to find him. I don't know who killed Felix of Namei, and the 100-fold reward in his body was forcibly taken away. So Langdon is now extremely careful and wears a mask wherever he goes. So you can't find him?" Xiao Han's face sank, and he continued with a murderous look on his face. Then you are useless to me. As he said that, his bloody palm also raised slightly. Seeing Xiao Han like this, Nicholas' eyelids jumped and he quickly explained, "Don't do it, I'm still useful. Although Langdon is extremely cautious, I still have contact with him. At most 1 day, no, at most 6 hours, I can make him appear in any city you specify." "Hey, 6 hours?" Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, squinting his eyes, and continued, "I will give you at most 1 hour, otherwise you will have no need to exist." As he said, he looked at the others with a murderous look on his face. Although he still wanted to kill them all, he still suppressed the desire to kill in his heart. After all, killing people in battle is completely different from torturing prisoners. And the shadow has not been found yet. Although Xiao Han doesn't know what he is doing, he knows that it is definitely not a good thing. The most important thing now is to find him. Ignoring Nicholas' ugly face, Xiao Han looked at Han Feng, who was chasing after him, and couldn't help asking in a deep voice, "People have been out for such a long time. Has there been any news?" "Not yet." Han Feng shook his head slightly and said with a puzzled look on his face, "No unfamiliar materials were found near Jing'an City. Even outside Jing'an City, there was still no discovery. If the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation was really set up in Jing'an, there wouldn't be no discovery at all. Do you think we are wrong? Maybe Yuing just thinks you are too powerful and just wants to leave this place." "Is that true?" Xiao Han said in a low voice. Although he wanted to believe this statement, he always felt that things should not be so simple. Not good. At this moment, an anxious roar suddenly came from the city, and then Jiang Zhe rushed over like a flash of lightning, saying as he ran, "The research base in Shurching was suddenly attacked. Someone over there finally ran out and said that he saw more than a dozen black dragons. Even Qin Zhan, who was guarding the helmet, was forcibly abducted by those black dragons before he could react." "Qin Zhan was abducted?" Xiao Han's face sank suddenly, and he said in disbelief, "What does he do for a living? How could his helmet be taken away? Don't you know how to use the helmet when you encounter an attack? Is his head full of shit?" "Not in time." Jiang Zhe took a heavy breath and continued in a hurry. "Those black dragons came out from the ground and swallowed the helmet in one bite. Even if Qin Zhan wanted to use it, he didn't have such a chance." "Fuck!" Xiao Han cursed angrily, and immediately stretched out his hand to wave the 4 dragons in the sky, flipped over and flew onto the back of the dragon. But at this time he took another look at the people from the Western Alliance, and Name, and his brows furrowed deeply. Qin Zhan must not be taken away, so now he has to go to Shurching. But if he leaves the people from the Western Alliance and Name here, they might not be so quiet without his suppression. If there is any more trouble, it will be too late to regret it, so he shouted directly, "Come up! Follow me to chase those guys from Fuso." After saying that, he glanced at Wymans again and said in a deep voice, "You stay here to prevent the shadow from making a comeback." "Okay." Wymans nodded and said seriously, "As long as I am here, no one can run wild in Demon Cloud City." "That's good," Xiao Han said in a deep voice, and immediately said, "As long as you work hard for me, it is not impossible for you to become a holy spirit in the future." "Hey, I believe it." Thinking that he had evolved directly from an emperor to an emperor-level blood prison poisonous dragon, Wymans now worshipped Xiao Han as a god. So any of his instructions would be completed without compromise, and he immediately turned around and flew towards Demon Cloud City. At this time, Xiao Han also looked at Han Feng and said in a deep voice, "Jing'an is in your hands. Don't let anything happen again. I have to go and rescue Qin Zhan. He is too important to our Yanhua." "Don't worry, I'm here." Han Feng glanced at the blood dragon, then looked at Tang Zhan, Huang Li, Zhang Zhen and others and said anxiously, "There are More than a dozen black dragons over there, and I don't know what their strength is. I don't feel at ease if Xiao Han goes alone. You guys have worked hard, so go with me. Okay. Several people agreed immediately, and at the same time they flew towards the 3 purple dragons floating in the sky. At this time, even if Shaq, Zunette, and Nicholas were unwilling, they could only accept their fate. After everyone sat down, a pair of purple wings immediately appeared on the backs of the 3 purple flame thunder dragons. With a light flap of the wings, they flew towards the stone city at a high speed. #C1536 Manifestation of Sacred Artifact. Shurching is to the east of Jingon City, only 100 miles apart. Although the yield of food grown is usually not very high due to the barren land, there are some rare metals such as titanium, tungsten, magnesium, nickel, and so on in several nearby mountains. So here there are troops stationed all year round. Even a few months ago there were more than 1 million military dependents and ordinary people living here. However, due to the emergence of the teleportation array, communication between Jing'an and Shurching has become very easy, so the military and ordinary people here have gradually evacuated to Jing'an, which is safer. At this time, several senior generals stationed in Shurching all looked at the mountains to the north of Shurching with gloomy faces. Boom! 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 Deafening roars continued to come from the mountains. Standing on the city wall, you can clearly feel the earthquake-like shaking coming from time to time. This also made several people standing on the city wall discuss uneasily. What happened over there? Could it be that the mine collapsed? This level of movement should not be caused by a mine collapse. So what's going on over there? I remember that there seemed to be a very exaggerated underground project. The location should be in that direction. Could something have happened? Don't make blind guesses. This is not something you should ask. A middle-aged man with the rank of a school officer said in a deep voice, and then immediately added, but something must have happened over there, and now I can't even make calls. I have to go over and take a look. You guys should contact Jing'an immediately. With that said, the middle-aged officer jumped directly from the city wall, and the moment he landed, he turned into a black cheetah. Then, like a bolt of black lightning, he ran towards the direction where the vibration came from at extremely high speed. Boom! 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 The roar lasted only a few minutes and then stopped. The middle-aged school officer who transformed into a cheetah couldn't help but pause in his footsteps, and a faint look of doubt immediately flashed in his eyes, but he still ran towards that side quickly. Even though the terrain in the mountains is extremely complex, it cannot stop his light footsteps. After more than 10 minutes, they crossed a ridge more than 400 meters high, and a deep pit appeared in front of them. This made his expression suddenly change, and he couldn't help but say in a cold voice, something really happened, but the inside of this mountain has been reinforced. How could it collapse? Although he didn't know why this place was like this, the middle-aged school officer still noticed that something was wrong. He took out his mobile phone and prepared to report the situation here to Jing'an. Roar. But at this moment, a roar came from high in the sky, and he couldn't help but look up to the sky. Hundreds of meters high in the sky, 3 giant purple dragons were seen, galloping towards them. At the same time, there were many familiar figures on their backs. Tang Zhan, Ding Zhan, and General Zhang Zhan from Kyoto are also here. The middle-aged school officer said something with surprise on his face, and he immediately knew that what happened here was not simple. But with his current strength, he can't help much. He doesn't even know what happened in this place just now. At this time, Xiao Han, who was standing on the back of the purple flame thunder dragon, only moved his ears slightly and heard some weak sounds coming from the ruins below. But the black dragon that appeared here before has lost all traces. This made him frown, and he immediately shouted into his mobile phone, "There are still living people here. Send someone to rescue them as soon as possible. Have the satellite found any traces of the black dragon? You must tell me the exact direction as soon as possible. They shouldn't have gone far now, and it's probably possible to catch up with them, but if we continue to delay like this, will it be impossible to find them again? Don't worry. I've already contacted Tianshui, Han Feng said in a deep voice, and quickly explained. It's just that there are no satellites deployed in Jing'an, so they have to be transferred from other places. The nearest satellite is over the Hengduan Mountains, thousands of miles away. But it will take some time to activate the satellite. It will be over in about 10 minutes. Don't be too anxious. I will rush you. Fuck! Just as he was talking, an unexpected exclamation suddenly came from the mobile phone, and then Han Feng shouted with surprise on his face. Those black dragons have not returned to Fusang. They are heading to the Hengduan Mountains. It should be more than 300 kilometers away from there now. Judging from the satellite, those black dragons are quite big. Aren't they small in size? Xiao Han repeated in a low voice. A solemn look flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but whisper. Is it possible that those black dragons also have 9th level strength? No, if everyone has level 9 strength, there is no need for Shadow to run away. The black dragons I encountered before on the 3rd level of the Abyss were only of Emperor level strength. There were more than a dozen black dragons with 8 level combat power, so there was no need to be too afraid. I just don't know if any of them are level 9. Upon learning that the black dragon appeared on the other side of the Hengduan Mountains, Xiao Han immediately shouted to the purple flame thunder dragon beneath him, "Go to Shurching, Tangzhan. You will lead the way. The strength of those black dragons may not be weak. I need to manifest something." Okay. Leave this to me. Tangzhan glanced at Schnet and Nicholas and assured with a solemn face. With these dragons here, you can rest assured about safety. Xiao Han responded and immediately took out his helmet and put it on his head. When his consciousness was connected to the game again, he immediately opened his space ring and looked at the extra holy equipment inside. Although he didn't know the strength of those black dragons, he still had to make necessary preparations. Originally, he wanted to give the Netherworld Dragon Scorpion Blade to Zhan Tian, so he didn't materialize it directly. But now, this equipment must be materialized. The Abyss Black Dragon is very large, so their ability to withstand blows will also be very strong, and ordinary injuries can't cause fatal damage to him at all. So it is necessary to materialize this holy weapon now. At the same time, some holy weapon-level defensive equipment must be prepared for Tangzhan, Dingzhen, Tuoba Hongye and others. Thinking of this, Xiao Han also took out more than a dozen pieces of equipment in a row, as well as more than a dozen holy weapon-level materialization talismans, and then put them together 2 by 2. After his arms were covered with tattoos, he immediately opened the attribute panel and chose to log off. When he opened his eyes again, they had appeared in Shurching. At the same time, the 4 Emperor-level purple flame thunder dragons also turned into small snakes as thick as fingers. Some people on the ground not far away had already teleported away. Seeing this, Xiao Han immediately stood up without hesitation, and also signaled Zunet, Nicholas and others to join him. When the teleportation array was activated, several people also disappeared. #C1537, do you have any objection? Because of the Thunder Eye Emperor Peak, Jing'an needs to snatch the spiritual veins in the Hengduan Mountains. Therefore, a teleportation array was left outside the Hengduan Mountains. The 3rd level teleportation array can teleport 1,000 kilometers, and everyone only teleported once in Mayun City before appearing on the outskirts of the Hengduan Mountains. At this time, the dozen black dragons are still more than 200 kilometers away from here. Xiao Han distributed the equipment that had just been realized and looked at the satellite image displayed on the tablet. He couldn't help but whisper, "The behavior of these black dragons is really too high profile. It's just that they didn't go back. Why did they make a big circle and come to the Hengduan Mountains? Perhaps they think it's safer here." Shonet interjected and continued in a Low voice. Don't you Yanhua have a saying that the more dangerous the place, the safer it is? The fighting here has just ended. They should feel safe hiding here. Furthermore, the Hengduan Mountains cover an area of nearly 1,000 square kilometers, and the terrain inside is also extremely complex. Once you successfully escape, it will not be easy to find them. As for other directions, there are endless plains. Even if there are mountains, they are not very big. There is no place to hide. No. Xiao Han shook his head, looked at Huang Li, who was hesitant to speak, and asked solemnly, General Huang, do you have something to say? Huang Li replied softly, pointing to the black dragon on the tablet, and said, based on the current situation, these black dragons may be abandoned. Tune the tiger away from the mountain? A flash of thought flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he continued in a deep voice. These black dragons and that helmet should have divided into 2 groups. Helmet? Schoonert's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but interrupt and asked, didn't you take back the helmet that Wang Lei snatched away? Then what kind of helmets did these black dragons steal? Although he had long suspected this in his mind, when he actually heard the news, Schoonat was still full of disbelief. After all, the Yanhua people were very cooperative when they were outside Panama City. Even just after the battle, only a few corpses of high-level mutant beasts were taken away, and then all were evacuated without leaving a single one. Under the circumstances, they had no chance of finding the helmet. All along, he thought that the turbulent currents of the underground river had swept away the helmet, and he would probably never find it again. Even the final reason for launching this attack on Yanhua was because of that helmet. But I didn't expect to hear such news today. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, Schnet couldn't help but asked in a deep voice, the helmet you mentioned just now, could it be the helmet that our Nami lost? What, you have an opinion? Xiao Han turned around and continued with a murderous look on his face. Being a prisoner, you must have the consciousness of a prisoner. Don't force me to kill you. You have destroyed Yanhua's Kyoto. If it weren't for General Han's sake, do you think I would still keep you? Humph. Your Nami helmet? Xiao Han snorted and continued with disdain. Don't say that the black helmet that was taken away was not the black helmet. Even if it was, what can you do? Your own city has been dragged into the game. You should think carefully about what you should do when you encounter those black dragons later. And these black dragons should have come out of the abyss. As for those guys from Fuso, I'm afraid you still don't know that they have taken refuge with the Abyss Demon Clan in the game. After speaking, Xiao Han stopped paying attention to them and continued to focus on the tablet and continued in a deep voice. From the video, it seems that Shadow is not with these black dragons. But these black dragons also captured some people, probably to lure us there. And Yueying is probably wearing a helmet and hiding somewhere else. Maybe he will return to Fuso after things calm down here. Well, that should be the case. Tang Zhan said in agreement and immediately asked in a deep voice, then what should we do now? Should we go find the shadows? Or should we kill these black dragons first? Kill these black dragons first. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he continued in a cold voice. Yueying doesn't have an aerial vehicle, so it's not easy to go back. And I don't know where Shadow is, so I can only rescue the compatriots captured by the black dragon first. Only by solving this problem as soon as possible can we release all the manpower. Only then can we find the whereabouts of Shadow as soon as possible. Well, that's okay. Tuoba Hongye glanced at the tablet and continued in a deep voice. There are 14 black dragons in total. I don't know what their strength is. It should be about the same as Aura. Xiao Han explained and then immediately said, with your current strength it shouldn't be too big of a problem to entangle one end. Don't try to kill it. Wait for my support. After saying that, he looked at Tang Zhan, Huang Li, Zhang Zhen and others, and continued with a solemn face. The strength of the Abyss Black Dragon should be stronger than all of you. So you just have to hang on to it for a while and I'll do the rest. Okay, we will pay attention. Dingjin nodded in agreement and immediately said, since we have decided, there is no need to wait here, let's just kill him. Let's solve this as soon as possible so that we can go find that guy. Yuing. Yeah. Xiao Han flicked the purple flame thunder dragons wrapped around his arms and their bodies began to grow rapidly. In just 2 breaths, their bodies quickly expanded to 100 meters long. At this time, Xiao Han turned over and stood on the back of the thunder dragon and continued in a deep voice, come up, hurry up. Seeing this, Zhangzhen, Tangzhan, Dingzhen and others who were waiting moved their figures and all landed on the back of the purple flame thunder dragon. And Zunette, Richard, and Nicholas and others, even if they didn't want to face those black dragons in their hearts, they didn't dare to scratch Xiao Han's tiger whiskers at this time, so they could only fly up. As soon as they stood firm, the purple flame thunder dragon flapped its wings fiercely and flew straight to the direction of the abyss black dragon. Woo! 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 The whistling sound of the wind sounded in everyone's ears, and the speed of the 3 thunder dragons was also very fast. In just over 10 minutes, a dozen black figures appeared in the distant sky. When they found each other, the dozen black figures also found them and then turned around and ran without hesitation. But the speed of the purple flame thunder dragon was far beyond their reach. Under the blessing of the Thunder Wings crazy attack, even though the 3 purple flame thunder dragons were carrying nearly 100 level 7 or 8 warriors, the distance between the 2 sides was constantly closing. And the reason why Xiao Han left the blood prison poison dragon to guard the house was also for this reason. Roar! At this time, several roars came from the front, and the speed of the abyss black dragon suddenly increased by 3 points, but the purple flame thunder dragon's wings also flapped violently and instantly chased after it like lightning. As time passed slowly, the distance between the 2 sides gradually narrowed to less than a kilometer. Boom! At this time, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm suddenly fell from the sky, and the body of an abyss black dragon that appeared suddenly stiffened. C1538 Abyss Black Dragon. Seeing that the body of the abyss black dragon was paralyzed, Xiao Han instantly took a step forward in the air, and the next second, he had appeared beside the black dragon. While completing the beast transformation, the netherworld dragon scorpion blade he held in his hand also began to grow in size rapidly along with his size. In just 1 breath, its direct length stretched to nearly 20 feet. At this time, the abyss black dragon, which was paralyzed by lightning, had also recovered from the paralysis effect. Boom! But at this moment, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky instantly, hitting the abyss black dragon in front of Xiao Han, making its body freeze again. When Xiao Han saw this, he raised his hand and slashed with his knife. Puff! As the netherworld dragon scorpion blade passed across the neck of the abyss black dragon, the huge black head was instantly separated from the body. A stream of black blood suddenly spurted out from the severed neck. This made Xiao Han, who was holding a long sword, stunned, and couldn't help, but said with doubts on his face, "I'll go, am I so weak?" He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw a giant dragon nearly 100 meters long being killed in an instant. Boom! But at this moment, another purple thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and 100 meters away from him, another abyss black dragon's body suddenly froze. Of course, Xiao Han would not let go of such an activation, and his figure flashed again. Puff! The next second, the same sound came again, and the abyss black dragon was once again cut into 2 parts, and it was impossible to survive. This made Tangzhan, Zhangzhen, Dingzhen and others who were still on the purple flame thunder dragon stunned, and said with disbelief on their faces, I am not dazzled. Those black dragons seem to be stronger than the frost dragons. Why can't I last even 1 round in Xiao Han's hands? It seems a bit redundant for us to come here. Haha. What's all the fuss about? Huang Li chuckled and continued without surprise. Have you forgotten that Xiao Han has already broken through to level 8? If those black dragons are only at level 8, wouldn't this result be normal? That's right. Tang Zhan reacted and said with a smile. Solon's was directly hit to death by his stick, and he didn't even have a chance to react. Before, when there was no holy weapon, I could kill Wang Lei at level 9. Now that we have the Saint-level Netherworld Dragon Scorpion Blade, killing a few level 8 Abyss Black Dragons is not as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. What the hell? Am I going to chop melons and vegetables? Richard muttered with despair, and his face completely fell. I thought that once he got into a fight with those black dragons, he would have a chance to escape from this place of right and wrong. Less than 200 miles behind us is the Hengduan Mountains with complex terrain. Moreover, he is also a flying evolver, and his speed is even faster than some 8th level evolvers. As long as he escapes into the Hengduan Mountains, his life can be saved. But now, is this horse riding a joke? Boom! With this thought in mind, another bolt of lightning struck a black dragon, and the black figure in the distance, holding a black long knife more than 10 meters long, suddenly slashed down again. Puff! Even from 1,000 meters away, he could clearly see the black blood spurting out from the black dragon's neck. And the corpse also fell straight down. Quick! Save people! As the dragon corpse fell downwards, the figure caught in the dragon's claws also fell to the ground along with the dragon corpse. Tang Zhan, Zhang Zhen, Ding Zhen and others immediately flew over there. Even the surrounding 7th level evolvers flew towards the falling figures. At this time, the back of the purple flame thunder dragon suddenly became much emptier. Boom! Thunder sounded again, and an abyss black dragon was killed instantly in the distance again. Richard withdrew his shocked gaze and secretly took a look at Nicholas I beside him. Seeing the shocked look on his face, I couldn't help but whisper, "Sir, what should we do now?" "Hey, what else can I do?" Nicholas sighed heavily and continued with a helpless expression. "The gap in strength is really too big, so you'd better put away those ideas of yours. This world is very realistic. If you can't beat it, then give up. It's just a different way of living. As long as Langdon can be found and handed over to Xiao Han as soon as possible, there should be no problem in saving his life. Xiao Han is not bloodthirsty." "I hope that's the case," Richard whispered, and then looked at Schneid, who was not far away. At this time, he also looked confused. Obviously, he still doesn't believe that what he just saw is real. After all, the Abyss Dragon, which was more than 100 meters long, still looked very oppressive, but it couldn't even catch Xiao Han's blow. Boom! At this time, another bolt of lightning fell, and the body of a black dragon in the distance froze again. Xiao Han, who transformed into a giant ape, appeared beside the black dragon. In an instant, as if he had flashed, and the black long knife in his hand also slashed down hard. Roar! But the black dragon in the sky suddenly turned its head, and a black dragon flame immediately spurted out. This startled Richard, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What's going on? Why, wasn't that black dragon paralyzed by lightning? That black dragon seems a little different." Nicholas said something uncertain, his eyes fixed on the body wrapped in dragon flames. At this moment, it seemed that there was a blue crystal light hidden in it. Roar! Before Nicholas could figure out what the blue crystal light was, an angry roar came from the depths of the dragon flame. Then a figure with a blue shield on his head also faced the black dragon. Flame raised his hand and chopped the head of the abyss black dragon with a knife. Even though the two sides were 100 meters apart, he still chopped it directly with a knife. And the next second, a knife energy that seemed to be a real entity immediately spread out from the black long sword that was less than 10 meters long. In an instant, it condensed into a 100-meter-long netherworld dragon scorpion blade in the air. Dragon scorpion slash. At this time, a roar also sounded from there, and the 100-meter-long netherworld dragon scorpion blade also chopped down fiercely at the head of the abyss black dragon. Bang! With the deafening sound of the collision, the horn of the abyss black dragon was immediately cut in two. Even the head of the black dragon was directly chopped in half. The dragon flames that burned half the sky were extinguished in an instant, and then the dragon corpse lost its floating power and began to fall to the ground. But in the process of falling, the 100-meter-long body suddenly grew by 1/3. This made Nicola, who saw this scene, exclaimed, "Fuck! This must be a level 9 Abyss Black Dragon." #C1539 The function of the white helmet. 1. With the help of 3 level 9 purple flame thunder dragons, all 14 Abyss Black Dragons were killed in less than 3 minutes. Even though there was a 9th level 1 inside, it still couldn't change the ending of this demise. Only the helmet and Qinjian were not found. Even though he had expected this outcome, Xiao Han's face was still extremely ugly, so gloomy that he almost shed tears. Thinking that the spirit wolf's 100 times agility had been taken away, he immediately had a very bad feeling in his heart. The reason why Zhang Tian was allowed to guard the helmet in the first place was because he was the chosen one. No matter what kind of danger he encountered, he still had the option of wearing a helmet. Once the demon god armor is summoned, no one will be his opponent. Unexpectedly, not only was the helmet gone, but Qinjian was also kidnapped. If I had known this would happen, I should have brought the helmet with me. Turning over his hand to take out Wang Lei's space ring, Xiao Han immediately took out a white helmet from it and couldn't help but whisper, "Fortunately, I finally got one back. But what happened over there? Why didn't Qinjian even have a chance to use his helmet?" With such doubts in his heart, he couldn't help but look at the figures who had just been rescued, and then he moved and flew over immediately. At this time, Jiangzhe also had such doubts. Seeing Yin Jin, who was in good condition, he asked directly, "What happened over there? Why are you alone? Where was Qinjian captured?" "I don't know." Yin Jin glanced at the black dragon corpse on the ground and said with a frightened face, "Brother Qinjian and I were only a dozen meters away from the helmet at that time. Just wait for the news from Jingen before deciding whether to use a helmet." But no one expected that a black dragon suddenly emerged from the ground, without warning, and swallowed the helmet in one bite. Although we have tried our best to resist, we are still no match for those black dragons. "That's not surprising," Jiangzhe said in a deep voice, and then immediately added, "Those black dragons all have level 8 strength. It's normal for you not to be my opponent. But Qinjian was arrested with you. Why isn't he here?" "I don't know. I was already fainting at that time." A look of hesitation flashed across Yin Jin's face. He hesitated for a moment, and then immediately added, "But vaguely, I seem to hear someone speaking. It seems to be something from Bei, but I don't remember exactly what he said." "North," Jiangzhe whispered, frowning and guessing. Could it be that they escaped to the north? But the area to the north of Jingon is too big. Somewhat dissatisfied with the result, Jiangzhe immediately said anxiously, "If you think about it again, can you think of any other useful information?" "No, I really can't remember." Yin Jin shook his head and continued in a deep voice, "I had already passed out and had no idea what happened. And the word north seems to have been mentioned so many times that I can barely get an impression of it." "Are you sure?" Xiao Han walked over quickly, frowning and thinking, "If the word north you mentioned is really mentioned many times, then it should not refer to the north." "Well, how can I be sure about this?" Yin Jin turned around and said, "Seriously, I had already passed out at the time. I just had a vague
impression."
"That would be troublesome." Xiao Han rubbed his forehead and whispered, then continued with a wry smile, "These black dragons are relatively easy to find. After all, their targets are relatively big. And considering Shadow's size, There's no way the satellite can find him. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was talking, a rapid ringtone suddenly rang in his ears, and Zhang immediately scratched the tablet in his hand, and then immediately asked, "Has any problem been found in searching?" "Well, I gained something," Han Feng said in a deep voice and frowned. "We have cleared the passage to the laboratory and discovered the tunnel under the laboratory. The entire length of the tunnel is almost more than 5,000 meters, and it has all been newly dug. And this tunnel actually shows a straight line and it goes straight to the laboratory where the helmets are placed, without even a single detour." "You just dug it? And you went straight to the laboratory?" Zhang's face suddenly changed and he said with disbelief, "Is it possible that there are spies from Fuso in the underground city?" "But it's impossible. If there is a large-scale immigration there, there is still the possibility of Fuso spies appearing. Now it is just a research base. Apart from 3,000 scientists, there are only soldiers left. And the soldiers over there have all gone through extremely complicated checks. The chance of being a spy cannot be said to be non-existent, but it's probably a 1 in a million chance. Stop guessing. Someone probably didn't leak the secret," Han Feng whispered, and continued with a determined look. "Although there are many people over, there are only 100 or 200 people who are qualified to know the existence of the helmet. Look, and they were all teleported through the teleportation array, so it's impossible to know where they are. I think those Abyss Black Dragons should have some way to lock the position of their helmets. Otherwise, even if someone provides the location of their helmets, they won't be able to dig directly under the laboratory." "Lock the location of the helmet?" Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, and suddenly felt that this possibility was very high. After all, the abyss has increased to 9 layers, and the helmet has appeared more than once. Even if those abyss demons have some way to detect the location of the helmet, this is also a normal thing, but he still has a helmet in his hand. Thinking of this, Xiao Han couldn't help but look down, then squinted and whispered, "Then this helmet, do they have a way to lock it? Since Yuing has gone through so much trouble to get the black helmet, he must be planning something very important. And now they have surrendered to the demon clan, so they will know more about the helmet than I do. Now that Qinzhan has been captured, even if it is dangerous to use this helmet, I have to find out its function as soon as possible." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han raised his hand and planned to put on the helmet, but when he saw Shack, House, and Schneider and others beside him, his eyes couldn't help but flash. After thinking for a few seconds, he immediately asked in a deep voice, "How did you copy those demon armors that can exert the power of level 7? #C1540 The function of the white helmet, 2. Faced with such a question, Schoonertz actually didn't want to answer. But at this time, he was the swordsman and he was the fish. If he didn't give Xiao Han a satisfactory answer, he believed that the long black knife would cut directly at him in the next second. And there is no way to lie about this kind of thing. Because the white helmet is currently held tightly in Xiao Han's hand, he can try it out at any time. Why? Thinking of this, Schneider sighed secretly in his heart, and at the same time, said immediately, "There are detailed construction drawings in this helmet, and the demon god armor was manufactured based on the drawings." "Drawings?" Xiao Han said with surprise on his face. He couldn't help but raise his hand to take another look at the white helmet in his hand, and asked, hurriedly, "Let me be clear, where did the drawings come from? And this news, how did you know about it?" "The news was told to us by Shadow, since he had already planned to tell it." Schoonert continued without any concealment. "He said that the chosen one in the game will not be hurt by the helmet. So we tested it on Felix, and now you know the results. As for the blueprints inside the helmet, it is said that some abyss demons need to be killed in order to unlock some of the seals in the helmet and obtain the blueprints inside. At the same time, you can also have power beyond level 9 in reality. Need to unlock the seal? Xiao Han whispered, and his eyes when he looked at the white helmet became firm in an instant. The black helmet has already released a layer of seals. If the white helmet continues like this, the guy who deprived Shadow of 100 times his agility will no longer be able to check and balance him once. He summons the genuine demon god armor. So even if there was some danger, he had to unlock the seal of the white helmet as soon as possible. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han immediately looked at Han Feng on the tablet and asked in a deep voice, "Have the satellites been adjusted? Have you found any traces of the shadow? We have been transferred here as soon as possible." Han Feng said in a deep voice, and then immediately added, "And the satellites, with the ability to change orbits, are now moving this way. It's just that Shadow's target is too small, so it's unlikely to find it." "I know." Xiao Han nodded and continued with an ugly face. "But now besides this method, we have no other way. Wait a moment. I'll go back now and have something to discuss with you later." After saying that, Xiao Han immediately glanced around and saw that the corpse of the Abyss Black Dragon had been completely decomposed, and even the bones were put into the space ring. Thinking about what Yuying had done, the hatred in his heart could not be described in words. After calling down the 3 purple flame thunder dragons, he immediately urged everyone to come up. Within 10 minutes we returned to Jing'an. Because there was no way to vent the hatred in his heart, Xiao Han immediately asked Tang Zhan, Zhang Zhen, Tuoba Hongye and others to imprison all the evolvers of Shiming and Nai. Then without any hesitation, he walked towards the administrative hall. "General Xiao." At this moment, someone behind him suddenly shouted, "I seem to have heard the word north, but I'm not sure." Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han couldn't help but pause, frowned and whispered, "Since 2 people heard it, it must be right. Then what does this word represent? Could it be?" Thinking of the dozens of black dragons he had just killed, they were not blue star creatures. Xiao Han instantly thought of the North Pole and the information about Netherworld's confession. And thinking about it this way, I felt that this possibility was even more high, and I couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "It seems that I have to take some time to see the North Pole. At least leave a monitoring point there to know what is happening over there in the Arctic." More than a dozen abyssal black dragons came out of the Arctic Passage, but the satellites in the sky found nothing. It would be safer to send some people there. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han didn't even bother to thank the person who spoke, and immediately flew towards the administrative hall. After a while, Han Feng was seen. At this time, he didn't say any nonsense and said directly, "Those guys in Fuso are a hidden danger if they are left here. I plan to go over and kill them all. Are you going to Fusong?" A look of surprise flashed across Han Feng's face, and then he immediately said, "What do you want to do? Do you want to kill everyone in Fusong? Hey, isn't it okay?" A cold murderous aura flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he continued in a cold voice, "Those guys have already surrendered to the Abyss Demon Lord. Instead of keeping them, it would be easier to kill them all. Why? Do you object to me doing this?" "It's not that I object." Han Feng shook his head slightly and continued in a low voice, "Those guys from Fuso are really outrageous. If possible, I would also like to exterminate them. But once something like this is done, the impact will be too great. After all, except for us, others don't know that they have surrendered to the Abyss Demon Clan. Hey, it's just a false reputation, so why bother?" Xiao Han laughed and continued with a cold face, "As long as we can destroy them, it doesn't matter. If we bear some infamy, and the world has become like this, whether humans can pass on is still unknown. At this time, why bother about those false reputations? The most important thing is to nip all threatening things in the bud." "Okay," Han Feng responded and said with a wry smile, "I am convinced by you, but from what you said, are you planning to go to Fusong alone?" Of course not. Xiao Han shook his head slightly and continued in a cold voice. Destroying a country is not something I can do alone. Now in Fusang, although the population is only 1/10 of it, there are still millions of people. How can I kill so many people by myself? I plan to first build a teleportation array and then teleport our army over. Then go through them all and kill them all without leaving a single one. That may not work. Han Feng shook his head with a serious face and continued in a deep voice. Killing people and killing mutants are completely different. Not to mention killing those unarmed ordinary people. If our soldiers really do this, it is estimated that many people will have psychological trauma for the rest of their lives. Well, I overlooked this. Xiao Han frowned and said with a hint of depression on his face. After all, there are only a few people with perverted minds. Even if he takes action, it is impossible for him to have no reaction after killing thousands or tens of thousands of people. What should I do? Xiao Han said in a low voice with a depressed face. He really didn't want to let those guys go, and even wanted to throw nearly 100 nuclear bombs in the space ring. But almost all the people who survived in Fuso were hiding underground. The nuclear bombs were indeed very powerful, but they were not very useful. How about blowing up Mount Fuji? Thinking this way, Xiao Han shook his head again, directly denying the idea that it would also have an impact on Yanhua. But the next second, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Since I can't do it myself, let others do it." #C1541, the function of the white helmet. 3. In space, a silver-white aerospace vehicle was surging. Suddenly, the hatch was opened, and a figure in blue armor jumped down, directly with a purple snake wrapped around his arm. At this time, a figure in the aerospace vehicle whispered, "Fusang's area is not large. At this stage, it should not be possible to breed a level 9 mutant beast. But even if we encounter it, Guohuai has the purple flame thunder dragon to protect him, so it shouldn't be dangerous. It's just secretly building a teleportation array. Even if Fusang still has a level 9 abyss black dragon left behind, he can escape with his speed." Thinking of this, the figure in the aerospace vehicle was relieved and looked at the white helmet in his hand. He couldn't help but whispered, "I want to see what secrets are in it." As he said, he put the helmet on his head directly. When his consciousness entered the game again, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes and looked at the changes in his body. A cloth dress, a wooden sword, and even no shoes. And the identity of Han Xiao has nothing to do with the present, which makes Xiao Han a little uncomfortable. Roar! But a roar suddenly sounded in his ears. In the forest not far away, a red lion slowly walked out, roaring threateningly. Heh! Although he did not feel the power in this body, Xiao Han still chuckled, and then immediately looked over, and at the same time a thought came to his mind. However, the expected data did not appear, which made him stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that this was a brand new helmet and also a brand new identity, and there was no way to use the skill of detection. Roar! The roar was still coming, and at this time the red lion seemed to have noticed something and began to slowly retreat. This made Xiao Han's eyes flash, and he couldn't help but whisper, "According to the previous experiments in Kyoto, this body can cause more than 100 billion damage with any attack. And this does not mean that this attack can only cause 100 billion damage. It's just that the boss they can find now has a maximum health value of only 100 billion, so there is no way to deal higher damage. I want to see if it's true." Thinking so, Xiao Han raised the wooden sword in his hand and gently swung it towards the red lion. Swish! A sharp whistle sounded, and a sword energy immediately flew out of the wooden sword. While flying, it also extended to a length of 1,000 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye, not only splitting the red lion in half but also splitting the hill behind the lion in half. A blood-colored damage value of 3 million also immediately floated out from the top of the blood-colored lion's head, and it was instantly killed. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed. At this time, the familiar system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding, you killed a flaming lion leader, and got the bronze equipment. Flaming bracelet, which triggered a 399-fold reward. You got 24 bronze equipment flaming bracelets, gold, and 3 gold equipment red flame bracelets. Ding, you killed a flaming lion leader, and got bronze equipment. A series of system prompt sounds rang in my ears, but Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, frowning and whispering, "What's going on? Why is it a 399-fold reward? Last time after killing the Lord of the Dead, my luck power was replenished. At that time, could it be that in order to exert the strength of this body, I must consume the luck power, and if there is no luck power to consume, then I will just use my life to offset it?" This thought came up in my mind, and Xiao Han was actually not very sure in his heart, and his ears moved slightly immediately. Woo, woo, woo. A few low whimpers were heard 1,000 meters away, and they were fleeing at a very fast speed. Eager to verify his guess, Xiao Han took a step forward and appeared 1,000 meters away in an instant, and under his feet, several lionesses were fleeing in the distance. Whoosh! He raised his hand and slashed with a sword, and the 4 lionesses who were running wildly were instantly killed. At the same time, the system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. Ding! You killed a flaming lioness's elite, and obtained the black iron equipment. Flame iron knife triggering a 398 times reward, and you get silver equipment. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han frowned immediately. After thinking for a while, he whispered, "No, it's not right. One strike consumes a bit of luck power, but where does Felix of Nami get so much luck power for him to consume? Even if there are not 1,000 sword marks found in the abyss, there are at least 800. How can he squander his 100 points of luck power like this?" After killing 2 bosses, Xiao Han can be sure that this godlike power cannot be used casually even in the game. Without luck power, it will consume vitality. But he had calculated accurately before that it would take 2 hours to recover a bit of luck power. With the 100 points of luck power Felix had, it was impossible to damage the first layer of the abyss like that. What's going on? This doesn't make sense logically. Frowning and muttering, Xiao Han continued with a puzzled look on his face. Will he not consume the power of luck when he swings the sword? Or maybe the black and white helmets have different functions, so the consumption is also different. The thoughts in his mind were surging, which completely confused Xiao Han. He could only whisper with a depressed face, "Forget it. Let's not worry about this for the time being. Now we still have to figure out where this is, and then unseal the helmet as soon as possible." As he said this, Xiao Han immediately looked around. But when you use this helmet to enter the game, the place you appear is completely random, and you can only find a way to find a city or a teleportation array by yourself. In order to kill the lava-cracked armor beast in the Red Rock mine, more than 20 people died in Kyoto, and it happened that one person happened to appear near Stormwind City. Now, he doesn't have a 10-minute limit, but he must go to the abyss as soon as possible and try to unlock the first seal of this helmet. So he couldn't help but feel a surge of energy flowing into his ears. And suddenly he could hear voices coming from hundreds of kilometers away. This made Xiao Han stunned, and then he said excitedly, "The monitoring distance has increased by 10 times, so it will be easier to find the boss. Hey! The abyss demons are in trouble now." Looking in the direction where the voice came from, Xiao Han instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed over there. C1542 The function of the white helmet. 4. At a distance of 100 kilometers, it only took Xiao Han more than 10 minutes to see several figures fighting the steel-armored giant lizard. After asking about the nearest city from them, he left without any hesitation. A few minutes later, he appeared at Yunxiao auction house. At this time, Han Feng, Tang Zhan, Jiangzhe, Tuoba Hongye and others were already waiting for him here. Having already formulated an action plan, Xiao Han didn't say any more nonsense and stepped into the teleportation array surrounded by 6 hollow pillars, and with a flash of light, several figures standing on the teleportation array disappeared together. Within 2 minutes, he appeared on the 4th level of the abyss. At this time, Xiao Han was already a little impatient. A cold light flashed in. His eyes and his ears immediately moved slightly. Roar, call, woo. Countless noises immediately flooded into his ears, and Xiao Han could tell almost instantly that those were the sounds made by the abyss monsters. Although there is no way to judge the strength of Warcraft from the sound, he has been in the abyss for some time before. Therefore, I have a somewhat superficial understanding of the distribution of abyss monsters. Generally, there will be an emperor or an emperor-level leader sitting in the group of monsters. Even emperor-level leaders occasionally appear, but the probability of this is not too high. The abyss monsters that usually act alone are powerful beings, at least with emperor-level strength. Many times you will even encounter some emperor-level beings. As for ferocious beasts, they are extremely rare. Call. At this time, listening to the heavy breathing 100 kilometers away, Xiao Han immediately raised his finger and said in a deep voice, "There is a boss. Over there. Let's go there quickly." The moment he finished speaking, he immediately galloped over there. Han Feng, Tang Zhan, Tuoba Hongye and others summoned the emperor-level purple flame dragon colts and immediately followed them. Roar. Such a big movement immediately alerted the nearby abyss monsters, and some even rushed over directly. It's just that the monsters that rushed over were not very strong, and there was no way they could catch up with the purple flame dragon colt. And a dozen people followed Xiao Han and ran rampant in the abyss. In just half a stick of incense, everyone saw a black mountain peak in front of their eyes, and Xiao Han, who had been controlling the speed in the sky, also stopped at this time. Then he waved his arm holding the wooden sword lightly, and a sword energy 100 meters long flew out immediately. Boom! With a dull explosion, the 1,000-meter-high black mountain peak was immediately split open. At the same time, at the bottom of the black mountain peak, there was a bloody damage value of more than 150 trillion, slowly floating into the sky. This also made the eyes of Han Feng, Jiangzhe, Tang Zhan and others suddenly bulge. Although they had expected it, they still couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck! This is too scary. Am I dazzled?" The life value as high as 150 trillion was killed in an instant. Damn it, although I knew this white helmet was very powerful, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I don't know if the Abyss Demon Lord can withstand such an attack. In the midst of the discussion, Xiao Han couldn't help being stunned, and then whispered with confusion on his face, 399 times the reward. That's wrong. How can it be 399 times the reward? I used 2 points in Maple Leaf City before, and with this attack just now I have used 3 points in total. The Heaven-Seizing Pearl is still on another account, and I haven't replenished the lost power of luck. How come it was fully replenished in less than 20 minutes? With such doubts in his heart, Xiao Han frowned deeply and couldn't figure out what was going on. He even inadvertently ignored what the explosion was. At this time, Han Feng, Tang Zhan, Tuoba Hongye and others had all rushed towards the cracked mountain peak, and at the same time they exclaimed, "Damn! There are still 3 sacred weapons. I have some here too. It seems there are more than 3. This explosion rate is too exaggerated. There are actually more than 10 artifacts. Are all the bosses in the Abyss so rich?" Listening to the bursts of exclamations coming from over there, Xiao Han was not surprised at all. He was still looking down and thinking about the power of luck in his body. After a while, he guessed in a low voice, "Is it possible that after wearing this helmet, the recovery speed of the power of luck will become faster than before?" And this can also explain why Felix is able to squander the power of luck and scrupulously. At this time, only this explanation could barely make sense, and Xiao Han immediately opened the attribute panel and took a look. After recording the time, he continued in a low voice, "From now on I will kill a boss every 10 minutes. I want to see what is going on." Thinking of this, Xiao Han's ears moved slightly again. After locking the position of an abyss monster again, he dodged and appeared above Han Feng. He pointed in one direction and said, "It's time for us to leave. There's a boss over there. Just leave 2 people here to handle it." "Why are you doing it yourself?" "Spiritual vein. There is a spiritual vein hidden under this mountain." Han Feng said with excitement, and immediately added, "The soul-seeking plate responded just now, and there is a spiritual vein here. It's just a level 3 vein. There's no need to go to such lengths." Xiao Han knew there were spirit veins here. After all, he and Xinyuan had been here before, and it wasn't the first time. It's just that the level of the spirit source was a bit low, so he didn't waste time digging. Now seeing Han Feng's excited face, he smiled and continued, "Don't get excited. There are still many such spirit veins in the abyss. Leave a formation, master, and let's go. Once the seal of the helmet is unlocked, I should be offline immediately. You can deal with things here then." Before entering the abyss, Xiao Han, Han Feng, and others had made a rough plan. He was responsible for killing the abyss monsters, while others were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and building the teleportation array, and at the same time looking for spirit veins near the teleportation array. So at this time, Han Feng, Tang Zhan, Tuoba Hongye, and others, although excited about the harvest on the ground, did not hesitate to get up and leave. But after more than 10 minutes, they saw another black skeleton. Swoosh! As Xiao Han slashed his sword in mid-air, the black skeleton was instantly killed, and the system prompt sounded. "Ding, you killed a dark skeleton king emperor, obtained the spiritual weapon equipment dark skeleton necklace, triggered a 399-fold reward. You get #C1543 God's Armor 1. The system prompt sounded again, and Xiao Han's eyes could not help but brighten up. Originally, after this attack, the power of luck would be consumed again, and the 100-fold reward should be reduced to 398 times. But now, it is still 399 times. Only after more than 10 minutes, the lost power of luck has been restored. "This recovery speed is too fast," said with some emotion. Xiao Han immediately slashed 2 swords in the air, consuming 2 points of power of luck again, and then whispered, "Now there are 3 points less. Can it be fully restored in 10 minutes? After wearing the helmet, the power of luck recovered so quickly, which he did not expect at all. However, this also greatly improved his endurance. At least he did not have to worry about the power of luck being exhausted soon. After all, there are many beast-level boss in this abyss, and killing a beast-level boss will explode the equipment of the heavenly artifact level, which will at least make him consume more than 10 points of power of luck. Now, a casual attack will consume a little luck power. Even if he has 1,200 points of luck power in his body, he can't bear such consumption. But now it's good. It only takes 10 minutes to recover a little, so he doesn't need to worry so much. Roar! His ears moved slightly again, and all the sounds within 100 kilometers were immediately taken in by his ears. After a little distinguishing, he picked out a powerful monster. Xiao Han immediately called the people around him and turned around without hesitation. "Ding, you kill!" With a power comparable to that of a god, even the emperor-level boss could not withstand Xiao Han's casual attack. As time passed, more and more abyss monsters were killed. But there was still no news about the seal of the helmet, which made Xiao Han anxious. Ding! At this moment, A system prompt sounded in his ears. Xiao Han paused and whispered, "We have arrived at the North Pole. I will log off now. The shadow of Fusang may come over. I have to stay here during this period." "So soon?" Han Feng said in a daze, then nodded and said, "It's so cool to come to the abyss with you. Since we have arrived at the North Pole, you can log off. But we have been running for 10 minutes. If the next boss is not far away, let's kill it and then log off." "Well, it's not far." Looking in the direction where the voice came from, Xiao Han did not reject the proposal. After all, he is still in space, so there is no need to be too anxious. And it's almost there, so kill it first. Ha, ha, ha. At this time, the regular breathing sound was still coming, and Xiao Han squinted his eyes and said, "Hey, another sleeping boss." Judging from previous experience, this is at least an emperor-level boss, and there should be a spiritual source in the nest. This judgment is not his random guess, but a deduction based on many experiences. After all, the hearing has been improved by more than 10 times, and it has become easier to find the abyss monster. It's just that the visibility of the abyss is very low, and the opponent can't be seen from a few hundred meters away. So Xiao Han's speed cannot be increased to the extreme, and he has to wait for Han Feng, Tang Zhan, Tuoba Hongye and others. Otherwise it will be more time consuming to collect the spoils. After flying for a few more minutes, a black lake also appeared in front of him. Although he didn't see the monster hidden in the depths of the lake, Xiao Han still waved the wooden sword in his hand and slashed it down lightly. Swish! Amid the piercing scream, the lake was instantly split in half, and a black turtle was revealed at the bottom of the lake. As the 100-meter-long sword energy slashed the turtle, a blood-colored damage value of 300 trillion immediately appeared on the turtle's head. Roar! The next second, an angry roar also sounded. This made Xiao Han stunned, and he couldn't help but say with surprise, "Oh my God! This turtle's body is tough enough." While saying this, his hand movements did not delay at all, and he raised his hand and slashed it with a sword again. Whoosh! The sword light over 100 meters long flew out again, and another blood-colored damage value of 200 trillion appeared, and the black turtle was immediately split in half. At this time, the system prompt sounded immediately in my ears. "Ding! You killed a black turtle. Ferocious beast. Obtained the artifact. Equipment Black Water Shield. Triggered a 399-fold reward. You obtained the artifact Equipment Black Water Shield times 24, and obtained the artifact. Equipment Black Tortoise War Sky Shield times 3. Ding! You killed a black turtle. Ferocious beast. Obtained the artifact. Equipment Black Water Helmet. Triggered a 393-fold reward. You obtained. Ding! You killed the fierce beast Black Water Turtle. The first layer of the God Armor is unlocked. Amid a series of system prompts, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck! God Armor? God Armor is actually unlocked." At this time, "What? God Armor is unlocked?" Hearing Xiao Han say this, Han Feng, Tang Zhan, and Tuoba Hongye on the side immediately asked in unison, "What ability does the God Armor have? Is it the same as the Demon Armor?" "I don't know either. There is no detailed introduction to this God's Armor," Xiao Han said with excitement, and immediately added, "But the detailed construction drawings of the God's Armor are presented on my attribute panel. Come out. And as long as we continue to unblock it, we can even get the blueprints for the Armor of Gods with level 8 and level 9 strength." "Holy shit! You can still do this?" Han Feng said with disbelief and immediately continued with a look of surprise. "Only now do I know where the Demon God Armor came from. It turns out that Nausix created the black helmet only after it unsealed it. No wonder they attacked Kyoto desperately just to get our white helmets. So, that's the reason. If you continue to unblock it, you can actually get level 8 or even level 9 armor. Yes, it's incredible. Tang Zhan also said with emotion and immediately said, solemnly, but in this case the black helmet must be found. If Fusang were to create an 8th level or even 9th level expert, those guys would probably come directly to kill Yanhua. Humph. I won't give them this chance. Xiao Han snorted and continued with a murderous look on his face. It won't take more than a week at most and I will completely erase Fusang. So this helmet is unsealed and I'm going to let it go for the time being. After finishing the matter here in the Arctic, even if Fuso produces the 9th level armor, I will let them have no one to control these armors. Well, then go ahead. Han Feng said quickly, and immediately added, we will clean up the battlefield here. Fuso cannot be kept now. #C1544 God's Armor. 2. After Xiao Han left, Han Feng, Tang Zhan, Tuoba Hongye and others discussed for a long time before they flew towards the Black Lake with excitement. Although they were amazed at the blueprint in the white helmet, they couldn't miss the equipment that the black water turtle exploded. At this time, because of the two sword energies, no monster dared to approach this side, so several people quickly dived to the bottom of the lake. Several artifact-level black water shields were soon found, and there was also a heavenly artifact-level embodiment talisman. This made Tuoba Hongye stunned, and he said with a strange face, how come I have never heard of the embodiment talisman of the heavenly artifact level? Is it possible that the heavenly artifact is above the holy artifact? Hey, it really is. Tang Zhan, who was more than 10 meters away, held up a shield and continued with a shocked face. Look what I found. It turned out to be a heavenly artifact level Xuanwu battle sky shield. This thing is really fucking terrifying. Not only has the upper limit of life value increased by 100%, but the direct increase in life value is as high as 600 million points.
He stepped on ma.
Tang Zhan cursed speechlessly, and then immediately said, plus it also comes with 50 million points of physical strength. This piece of equipment can increase the life value by 1 billion. Fuck. Han Feng also picked up a shield from the bottom of the lake at this time and said with shock, this is the first time I heard that there is such a piece of equipment as the heavenly god artifact. But what's more exaggerated is that there is more than one piece of this equipment. The few people at the bottom of the lake were completely stunned by this exaggerated explosion rate, and their faces were full of disbelief. They never thought that the heavenly god artifact would explode 6 pieces at once. At this time, as the initiator of this incident, Xiao Han had jumped directly from the aerospace vehicle in space. After more than 10 minutes of flight, he had seen the North Pole, the deep pit burning with flames. Ha! During the rapid fall, Xiao Han flapped his wings violently, which slowed down a little and at the same time looked around in the sky. There are also some mutant beasts nearby, but not too many. But in the farther place, you can hear bursts of noisy roars, but you can't find any sound you want to hear. It shouldn't be easy for the ghosts to come here. It seems that we have to wait here for a while. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han flapped his wings again and finally landed steadily in the air. Then he immediately took out a crystal ball and began to look for space nodes. And more than 10 minutes later, a level 4 teleportation array with 6 sky-breaking columns was built by him. As a message was sent out, the crystal on the teleportation immediately emitted a milky white light. After a while, hundreds of evolvers were teleported here, and Dingzhen, Huang, Li Gaoqiu and others were also teleported here. And they did not hesitate at all, and immediately built ice houses around the teleportation array, and some people went to the nearby hills to dig out ice caves. Roar! But such a move instantly angered the mutant beasts in the Arctic. The first seal of the god's helmet had been lifted, and Xiao Han was eager to test its power, so he was happy to see the mutant beast appear. He raised his hand and put the helmet on his head, and his thoughts moved with click, click, click. A metal collision sounded, and the white helmet instantly extended to his body, and limbs turning into a set of white armor. At this time, Xiao Han could clearly feel that this armor would give him unparalleled power. He raised his palm and took a look, and he couldn't help but whispered, "With my level 8 strength, I don't know if I can withstand the backlash of this God's armor. But this kind of power should be used as little as possible, otherwise it will be troublesome if it is sucked dry. But since this helmet has been successfully unlocked by me, I must have a certain understanding of it and see what price each attack will pay." Saying this, Xiao Han immediately took a step forward, and at the same time, his figure instantly flew 1,000 meters away, and under his feet, a polar bear was roaring to the sky. This made him stretch out a finger, and he was about to chop down with a sword, energy to kill it directly. But the movement of his hand paused at this time, and he couldn't help but whispered, "An 8th level polar bear, with my strength I should be able to enslave it. It's a pity to kill it directly, let's use a 9th level mutant beast to test it later." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han also flashed to the side, appeared beside the polar bear, and stepped on it into the iceberg. Then he used the soul slave technique and slapped it directly. Woo! And the next second, a voice representing submission immediately sounded from the mouth of the polar bear. This made Xiao Han stunned, and he whispered with surprise on his face, "Slaving an 8th level polar bear, there is not much consumption of mental power. Could it be that the god armor also increases mental power?" With such a thought in his mind, Xiao Han immediately removed the god armor on his body and looked at his skin and hair. Finding that the vitality did not seem to be forcibly extracted, his eyes could not help but brighten up. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts immediately popped up in my mind. Click, click, click. The god armor covered his entire body again, and Xiao Han immediately looked at the polar bear beside him, using the soul control technique to ask, "Is there anyone stronger than you around here?" Roar. A low roar sounded, and Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and said directly, "Since there is, then lead the way." Bang! 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 As soon as the voice fell, the polar bear that had just been enslaved immediately ran wildly on the snow. In just over 10 minutes, a polar bear eating was seen. This polar bear not only was more than 30 meters long, but also suddenly looked back at this time and at the same time let out a low roar which made the body of the 8th level polar bear suddenly stiffen. Heh! Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, and flew directly to its side with a flash and then raised his hand and used the soul control technique to force it. As a dark soul word appeared on the polar bear's forehead, a trace of struggle immediately appeared in its eyes. Woo! But after only 3 or 5 seconds, the voice of surrender sounded. This made Xiao Han's eyes flash with ecstasy, and he couldn't help but whispered in surprise, "Why is my consumption still not too great after enslaving a level 9 mutant beast? If it's just this kind of consumption, it won't be a problem to continue to enslave 10 or 20. If I control all the level 9 mutant beasts in the Arctic, wouldn't I be able to control the Arctic in disguise?" This thought came up in his mind, and Xiao Han immediately thought of Fusong, and immediately said to the level 9 polar bear with a murderous look on his face, "Now go and gather all the mutant beasts to my side. #C1545 Destroy Fuso 1. With the god armor, the North Pole is no longer a forbidden land for humans. In just half a day, there were already 11 level 9 mutant beasts that were forcibly enslaved. Arctic wolves, Arctic foxes, polar bears, and other mutant beasts that dominate the ice sheet are all lying quietly on the top of several mountains near the pole. Roar. Ouch. Grumble. Even with the suppression of high-level mutant beasts, noisy sounds continued to sound. The sky also turned gray at this time with Arctic skylarks, Arctic white falcons, Arctic seagulls, Arctic thunderbirds, etc. Thousands of mutant beasts have surrounded the hills near the North Pole. This made Gao Qiu, Huang Li, Ding Zhen and others show uncontrollable excitement in their eyes, and they all began to comment. That white helmet is too overbearing. Hey, who says it's not? Ding Zhen looked at the mountain 1,000 meters away and said with excitement, originally, this North Pole is a forbidden land for humans, and we are not even qualified to come and take a look. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han directly enslaved 11 level 9 mutant beasts. It is estimated that if he gives the order now, Ross may directly destroy the country. Even Nassix is connected to the North Pole. If he is willing, he can also destroy it together. Yes, Huang Li said with emotion and immediately added, if we knew that this helmet had such an effect, we should have used it long ago. Hey, the key is that you don't know. Ding Zhen sighed softly and continued. When I first got the helmet back, whoever touched it would die. And except for Xiao Han and Qin Zhan, no one else is qualified to use it. But this mutant beast in the Arctic has been enslaved by Xiao Han, and I don't know what he wants to do next. Hey, no matter what he does, Gao Qiu said with bright eyes and immediately added, no matter what decision he makes, we just need to follow him. Both Ross and Nassix are our opponents. It would be better to kill them all. General Qiu always has to take the overall situation into consideration. This is not a bad thing, but it is really frustrating. Just as he was talking, he saw a figure wearing white armor in the sky, flying towards this side quickly, and at its feet, there was a white owl stepping on it. Its wingspan was at least 20 meters, which made Gao Qiu's eyes widen again, and he couldn't help but exclaim loudly, I'll go, is it another level 9 mutant beast? Hey, isn't it obvious? Seeing Xiao Han coming over, Ding Zhen said excitedly, and at the same time he immediately took off and flew over there. At this time, Gao Qiu and Huang Li flew over there together without hesitation. When several people met in the sky, Ding Zhen pointed to the tide of beasts below and couldn't help but asked with curiosity, General Xiao, you gathered all these mutated beasts here? Did you do anything? Xiao Han nodded and said with a murderous look on his face, some guys are not very obedient. I have to show them how powerful they are. After speaking, he did not explain too much, but asked directly, I asked you to search for space nodes before. How many have you found now? There is only one place nearby. Gao Qiu quickly stepped forward and replied, in a deep voice, but we also found 2 places 10 kilometers away. Only 3 places? Xiao Han said with a frown and then said softly, but I am a little biased. Even if these low-level mutant beasts are summoned, there is no way to teleport them all to Fusang. It seems that I have to go there myself and tame the local mutated beasts over there. As for the North Pole, the 9th level mutant beasts will definitely pass by. As for the low-level ones, let's transfer as much as they can. Thinking about the trouble that Yuying had caused for him, Xiao Han immediately said to Gao Qiu, what are you doing standing still? Should you hurry up and lead the way? Ah, good. Gao Qiu said something quickly, and immediately said with excitement on his face, from what you say, are you planning to take action against Fusang? What's the matter? Do you have any objections? Xiao Han replied casually, and continued with a murderous look on his face. Those guys who are hiding in the corner and making fire, it's time to give them a taste of the power. Hey, I don't dare to have an opinion. In fact, I feel the same way. As Gao Qiu flew towards the space node, he said with a charming face, then, can you take me there with you? I also want to kill a few Fuso's cubs with my own hands. Not this time. Even I have no intention of taking action. Xiao Han shook his head gently and explained in a low voice, if we kill millions of Fuso people, the impact will be really bad. And there are some virgin bitches in the country who are not easy to deal with public opinion. But if Fuso's side is destroyed by mutant beasts, it won't have much to do with us. Faced with Gao Qiu's doubts, Xiao Han just explained a few words and then began to arrange the teleportation array and the hollow pillars to increase the teleportation distance. Because it is a finished product, it only took a few minutes. Then he immediately called the 9th level mutant beasts over and asked the purple flame thunder dragon to teach them how to reduce their size. But only 3 Arctic wolves and 2 Arctic foxes could successfully shrink their bodies. The 4 polar bears were too stupid to learn how to shrink their bodies. Xiao Han was helpless about this. However, it was urgent to take action against Fusang, so he did not delay any further and immediately said to Ding Jin, "I'll leave this to you. You must keep an eye on the passage at the pole. These polar bears, Arctic white falcons, and Arctic owls are left to you. If any accident happens here, you must notify me immediately. The guy Yuing must be caught." "Yes, I know." Ding Jin nodded solemnly and immediately assured in a deep voice, "Don't worry about leaving this to me. There will be no accidents." "Then I'll go over." Xiao Han stood on the teleportation array with the shrunken Arctic wolf and Arctic fox, and handed over the purple flame thunder dragon wrapped around his arm and then continued, "The thunder dragon is too conspicuous, I won't take it over. After I teleport over, you also arrange for smaller mutant beasts to go over." As he said, he took out 2 sets of level 4 teleportation arrays with sky-breaking columns and raised his hand to throw them to Ding Jin. At the same time, the teleportation array was activated and the 3 Arctic wolves, 2 Arctic foxes, and Xiao Han disappeared. Ding Jin, Huang Li, Gao Qiu and others who stayed behind couldn't help but whispered, "It's a pity that we don't have the opportunity to participate in the destruction of Fusang." #C1546 Destroy Fuso. 2. Fuso, Aomori Prefecture. Between 2 nameless hills, hundreds of incomplete mutant beast corpses were lying lifeless on the ground. The deep red blood and the pungent smell of blood made this place seem a little gloomy. However, there was a figure with a purple snake wrapped around his arm, looking at the extremely complicated formation in front of him with excitement, muttering in a low voice, "Hey, it's finally coming." As his voice fell, the diamond-shaped crystal on the teleportation formation also lit up with a dazzling milky white light, and a figure plus 3 white wolves and 2 white foxes appeared in his sight. This made the waiting figure's eyes light up, and he immediately stepped forward impatiently, saying excitedly, "General Xiao, you are finally here. Heh, why are you still so polite to me?" Xiao Han chuckled and pretended to be angry and said, "We are so familiar with each other, is there a need to be so distant?" While talking, he also looked around and after seeing the mutant corpses all over the ground, he immediately asked, "There is actually a level 7 one, did you kill all these mutants?" "Hey, how can I do that?" Guohuai touched the purple flame thunder dragon on his arm and continued, with a smile, "I wanted to meet that level 7 grizzly bear, but it was killed by a lightning from this guy. At the same time, the beast cores in these mutant beasts were all taken out and eaten by it. It's a pity." Xiao Han muttered in a low voice, and at the same time, a click sound came from his body. The next second, the god armor immediately covered his whole body. He actually didn't care about the beast cores that were eaten, but the killing of the level 7 mutant beast had some impact on his plan. Fortunately, even in reality, the god armor can also have a terrifying increase in hearing. As his ears moved slightly, all the sounds within 100 kilometers and even the human voices in the underground tens of kilometers away entered his ears. This made Xiao Han's eyes narrow slightly, and he whispered coldly, "There are no cities on the ground, and it is really not easy to find you. Hide underground. The mutant beasts can't do anything to you. But in front of my hearing, you dirty guys who hide your head and show your tail, don't think of surviving." Whispering in his mouth, Xiao Han also locked a mutant beast with a strength of more than level 4 from many noisy voices. Then he sat on the back of an Arctic wolf and said to Guohuai beside him, "Hurry up, our revenge is about to begin." As he said that, he pointed to the southeast and directly ordered, "Over there, rush over as fast as possible. Roar." Hearing such an order, the Arctic wolf immediately roared, and its speed instantly increased to the extreme. Guohuai's reaction was a little slow, but he immediately rode on an Arctic wolf and followed Xiao Han to run wildly in the southeast direction. In a few minutes, a level 6 rock rat was enslaved, and Xiao Han immediately asked it to summon a rat tide to attack a human stronghold hidden underground. But after more than 10 minutes, screams came from there. At this time, Xiao Han was a little reluctant, but thinking of everything that Yuing had done, his heart hardened instantly, and he also blocked the sound. From there, out of sight, out of mind. Roar. Yi. Moo. While the human stronghold was captured, Xiao Han continued to monitor all sounds within a radius of 100 miles, and also went to look for high-level mutant beasts. After Aomori County was swept, he finally enslaved a level 7 wild bull, and driven by a level 7 mutant beast, a beast tide of tens of millions was soon formed. As the beast tide moved south, Akita and Iwate counties also suffered. Even though the Fuso people had moved underground, no one could escape this catastrophe under Xiao Han's terrifying hearing. However, in one day Shantung, Fuqing, and Fukushima were also swept. However, these places were originally sparsely populated, and they had been plagued by mutant beasts, so not many Fuso people were killed. However, the beast tide, driven by high-level mutant beasts, doubled again, reaching 100 million. Roar. The roars continued to sound, and the number of enslaved level 7 mutant beasts had increased by 3. This made Guohuai, who was following Xiao Han, sigh with emotion. This beast tide is really spectacular. Hey, this is nothing. Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, and continued with a cold look in his eyes. It's just the beginning now, and it will be more spectacular next time. How can our Yanhua's things be so easy to snatch? As he said, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he stretched out his hand and pointed to the southeast, saying with some expectation, "There is a human settlement over there, and it seems that there are quite a few people. Hey, it's time to encounter a larger settlement." Guohuai said excitedly, and immediately said, "We have passed Gunma, and we should enter Saitama County next. And the next stop is estimated to be the largest settlement in Fuso. I don't know if the Fuso people can stop these hundreds of millions of mutant beasts, and whether the shadow will come back." "Stop it." Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he immediately drove the Arctic wolf under his crotch to run wildly towards the place where the sound came from, and sneered and said, "Hey, what can they use to block it? Even if there is still the abyss black dragon guarding, it is just a delicacy in the mouths of the Arctic wolf and the level 9 Arctic fox. It is only a matter of time to destroy Fusang, but the shadow has not appeared, and Qinzhan is now unknown." "Well," Guohuai responded, and immediately drove the Arctic wolf to follow. But the worry in his heart broke out at this time, but he had no way. He could only pray secretly, hoping that he could escape this disaster. Roar. As the mutant beast continued to roar, they soon saw a completely abandoned city. Among the ruins, it seems that the former glory of this city can be vaguely seen. However, the mutant beast did not take these into consideration, and rushed in recklessly. At the same time, the rock rat also began to dig towards the underground settlement under the guidance of Xiao Han. In just half an hour, waves of desperate roars came from deep underground. Listening to those desperate roars, Xiao Han still felt a little reluctant, so he simply blocked out all the sounds again. Bang! At this moment, a piece of iron plate weighing tens of tons suddenly flew into the sky in the distance, and then a figure wearing a black leather jacket fled to the southeast at a high speed. This made Xiao Han's eyes brighten, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Hey, I didn't expect that there is a level 7 beast here." As he said this, the Arctic fox beside him immediately chased after him. In just a few breaths, the frantically fleeing figure suddenly froze, and then fell heavily to the ground, and a bright red blood hole appeared on his chest, and the beast core inside had disappeared. #C1547 Destroy Fuso. 3. Hidden in the beast tide. Xiao Han didn't even take action himself, and more than a dozen counties in Fusang were like being combed by a comb. Can't be said that there are no fish that slip through the net, but they are definitely rare. Even the evolvers with level 7 strength have no way to escape from the beast tide this time. Since encountering one in Saitama, there has not been even an evolver above level 4 in the next few counties. In this situation, Xiao Han certainly understands what is going on. Obviously, those evolvers have already known that this beast tide is different from the past. Even if they hide underground, there is no way to avoid the hunting of mutant beasts. So the evolvers who have the ability to escape gave up those large numbers of ordinary people without hesitation, leaving them to fend for themselves. Xiao Han certainly doesn't mind this. Anyway, Fusang is so small, where can they escape to? With the continuous cleaning from north to south and from west to east, a larger city also appeared in front of them. Dongdu. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han looked at this megacity that once had a population of 50 million, and a trace of emotion could not help but show in his eyes. Even though the city is now in ruins, there are still millions of people living under the ruins. Chi, chi, chi. As the rats quickly dug down, desperate roars soon sounded from deep underground. This time, even though Xiao Han felt reluctant, he still paid attention to the sounds below. After all, if he wanted to completely destroy Fusang, he would definitely not let any of those powerful evolvers go. Ya may die. Just listening to the voice coming from deep underground, Xiao Han frowned slightly and whispered in confusion, "What's going on? Why is there no high-level evolver here? These guys from Fusang are too cruel." Millions of ordinary people gave up without hesitation. So where can they retreat to? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han was also very confused, but he did not stop the mutant beasts from killing each other deep underground. At this time, the tragic situation of Dongdu also spread to all parts of the world through the internet. But now it is different from before. Kyoto of Yanhua, Twilight City and Free City of Nami, Rome of Western Alliance, and St. Peter of Ross have all been pulled into the game, so not many people pay attention to Dongdu. Even if they sent out countless messages for help, no country was willing to pay attention to them. Because of the operation of Shadow, all the countries that have the ability to rescue have been pitted. On Yanhua's side, people were more gloating. Aha! It's been more than 100 years. I never thought that these sinister guys would finally get their comeuppance. By the way, where is our country's satellite? I want to see what's going on over there. This time, the mutant beasts are finally not so stupid anymore. Even though they were hidden thousands of meters underground, they were still found. Just want to say 2 words now, awesome. Oh my, this live broadcast is interrupted again. Such a pity. Was it eaten by the mutant beasts? All kinds of gloating messages continued to ferment on the internet, and Fusang was no longer able to refute them at this time. As time passed day by day, Toyama, Nagano, and Kana were swept one by one. Although some discoveries were made, no high-level evolvers were encountered. This also made Xiao Han drive the beast tide to sweep more carefully. Some counties such as Ishikawa, Toyama, Nagano, etc. were swept through like a net. It was not until entering Yamanashi Prefecture that new discoveries were made. At the foot of Mount Fuji, there is actually a city with a population of millions, and there seems to be a level 7 evolver there. This made Xiao Han a little confused. He didn't know why they chose this place as the site of the decisive battle. But for him, this was just a little confused. No matter what the Fuso people prepared there, he didn't care at all and immediately drove the beast tide to move towards Mount Fuji. Roar. Amid the roars, the beast tide seemed to have tasted the sweetness during this period and immediately began to accelerate. In just an hour, Xiao Han saw the snow-capped mountain with an altitude of more than 3,000 meters from afar. At this time, hundreds of millions of mutant beasts had no time to appreciate such a beautiful scenery and immediately began to dig deep underground. Roar. But at the same time, more than a dozen black dragons flew down from Mount Fuji, followed by hundreds of level 4 evolvers. Heh! There really is an abyss black dragon. This made Xiao Han sneer, and he immediately patted his mount and said in a deep voice, "Go ahead and kill all those guys for me." Woo! A low whimpering sound was heard. Facing the level 8 abyss black dragon, the Arctic wolf and the Arctic fox were a little afraid. Xiao Han could only comfort them. "Don't worry. Those guys are just bluffing. If we really fight, they are no match for you. And even if you can't beat those abyss black dragons, I will back you up, so what is there to be afraid of?" Woo! 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 But the whimpering sounded again, and Xiao Han's face also sank, and he roared, "Hurry up and get over here, or you will die now." Roar. The tough tone instantly made the Arctic wolf and Arctic fox understand that they had no room for bargaining. Although they were unwilling in their hearts, they still killed the black dragon. After a while, the two sides fought, and soon a deep black dragon was killed. This immediately boosted the confidence of the Arctic wolf and Arctic fox, not only instantly increasing the intensity of the battle by several levels, but also killing several black dragons. And those high-level evolutionists following the black dragon were also besieged by hundreds of millions of mutant beasts, and not even a complete bone was left. Roar. The roar was still ringing in the sky, but after overcoming the fear in their hearts, the abyss demons were not so scary. As the black dragons fell from the sky one by one, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, "Humph! You stole our Yenhua's helmet. I'll make you come back without anyone to use." Roar. Just as he was thinking proudly in his heart, suddenly a dull roar came from the top of Mount Fuji, and then a giant snake with 8 heads slowly emerged from the crater. This made Xiao Han stunned, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Yamada no. Orochi, he actually came to reality. Hey, he actually dared to come out and die. When he was in the great cold, he only had the strength of the Emperor level. Now he has only been promoted to the Emperor level at most, which is equivalent to the strength of the 9th level. Come out at this time. It's just a meal for me." Muttering in a low voice, Xiao Han still had no intention of taking action himself, but looked over there. Roar. The dull roar sounded again, and the abyss black dragons that had just died were all resurrected incredibly in an instant. But at this time there was no trace of flesh and blood on their bodies, and they all turned into black skeleton dragons. Then they flapped their wings and killed the Arctic wolves and Arctic foxes. Again. This also made Xiao Han's face suddenly sank, and he couldn't help but asked, with a puzzled look on his face, "What's going on? Why can it transform corpses into skeleton dragons?" #C1548 Destroy Fuso. 4. With a lot of confusion in his heart, Xiao Han couldn't help but look at it carefully. At this time, the 4th head from left to right was completely different from the first time I saw it. If you hadn't looked carefully, you wouldn't have noticed that it was actually a skull. But even though several months had passed, he still remembered very clearly that the head was definitely not undead. What's going on? After muttering something softly in his mouth, Xiao Han looked at the Yamada no Orochi and felt something was wrong in his heart. But in this rush I didn't know what was wrong. This made a murderous look flash in his eyes, and he murmured coldly, "No matter what's wrong with it, just kill it." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han wanted to take action. But there are still some 7th level beings among the Fuso evolvers over there who are still barely holding on. If he were to kill him now, his identity would no longer be hidden. Roar. At this time, angry roars continued to be heard. Although the abyss black dragon transformed into a skeleton dragon, its strength did not fundamentally improve. They are just not so easy to kill now. But facing 3 level 9 Arctic wolves and 2 level 9 Arctic foxes, they were still beaten and defeated. In just 2 or 3 minutes, a giant skeleton dragon was completely killed, and most of the bones in its body were smashed into powder. This also made Xiao Han feel a little more relieved, and the idea of taking action immediately was not so strong. However, at this time, the monitoring of Yamada no Orochi has not relaxed at all. After all, this guy is very slick. He has accidentally escaped once before, and he can't let him escape again this time. Click! The crisp sound of bones breaking came again, and another skeleton dragon had its cervical vertebrae bitten off by the Arctic wolf, completely losing its
Combat effectiven.
At full combat power, although the Arctic wolf is only 20 meters long, it does not look at the same level as those abyssal dragons that are hundreds of meters long. But its power is not weak at all, and its agility also has the absolute upper hand. Even with every attack, a cold air would escape, making the abyss black dragon and skeleton dragon's reactions a bit slower. Roar. At this time, another painful roar came, and the Arctic fox also killed an abyss black dragon again. There is only one abyss black dragon still alive. However, a few of the evolvers who rushed down with the black dragon were still struggling, which made Xiao Han frown and look over there. Then 2 extremely familiar figures immediately came into view. A middle-aged man holding a black sword in his hand and wearing a black wallet, despite being in danger of being killed by a level 7 bison, was able to dodge vital attacks every time at critical moments. The other person is a young woman with a curvy front and back. At this time, she, like several others, was in a panic, dodging the attack of a level 7 hornet and a level 7 fire ant. There were even several bloody wounds on her body, and she looked like she might be killed at any time. But every time he was only slightly injured. This made a look of surprise flash in Xiao Han's eyes, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! Their strength should be more than level 7. You are using my pet as a monkey to play with. Although he didn't know why those people did this, Xiao Han didn't want them to continue to be so leisurely. He immediately glanced at the purple flame thunder dragon wrapped around his arm and said directly, "Say hello to them and ask the Arctic fox to go over and kill those people first." Wait a moment. Hearing what Xiao Han said, Guohuai on the side quickly interrupted. Those 2 people, I look a bit like Yu Lang and Yu Ji. The reason Nami was able to create the demon god armor was because of the information provided by Fuso. The 2 of them are considered high-level officials of Fuso. It would be a pity to kill them directly. If we can capture them alive, we should be able to extract some information. And over there in Netherworld, although some confessions have been asked, there is no way to verify the authenticity. If we have their confessions as a reference, we may be able to figure out some important things. Well, you are still thinking carefully. Xiao Han nodded slightly and continued in a deep voice. Although they are not shadows, they may also know the action plan this time. Even if you don't know, you should be able to ask for some other information. This despicable nation has taken refuge in the abyss. They must know more information than us. In this case, let's capture him alive. Having made a decision in his heart, Xiao Han immediately gestured to the purple flame thunder dragon on his arm and asked it to say hello to the Arctic wolf and Arctic fox. Roar. As a dull roar sounded, an Arctic fox immediately appeared in the distance. Like a white lightning, it rushed directly towards Spirit Wolf and Yuji. Before they could react, one of them was instantly killed. And this also instantly caused the few people who were acting to explode with combat power that far exceeded before, and even directly killed 2 level 7 mutant beasts. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but said coldly, "Hey, I didn't Expect Fusang, with a population of less than 10 million, to be able to cultivate 5 8th level evolvers. But at this time of life and death, why do they still stay in the fight? With such doubts in his mind, he looked towards Mount Fuji, and various thoughts flashed in his mind. Puff! At this time, another person was killed instantly. Although the strength of those evolvers had reached level 8, they were still powerless under the attack of the level 9 Arctic Fox. But after a minute or two, only Yulang and Yuji were still holding on. At this time, there were no evolvers from Fusang nearby. Xiao Han immediately reached out and flicked the purple flame thunder dragon on his arm and said coldly, "Go over and catch those 2 guys for me. Remember, they must be alive." Roar! Hearing such an order, the purple flame thunder dragon immediately roared, and then his body quickly turned into a flash of lightning and appeared next to Yuji and Ghost. Boom! Then 2 purple lightnings fell, and the bodies of the 2 people also froze, and were instantly caught by the purple flame thunder dragon. At this time, the skeleton dragons that died and resurrected had been killed. Without the little minions in the way, Xiao Han immediately took a step forward, preparing to kill Yamada no Orochi himself. Roar! But at this moment, the skull of Yamada no Orochi suddenly let out a low roar, and then a black light wave immediately spread in all directions along the ground. The flesh and blood of the corpses touched by these light waves began to peel off from the bones. At the same time, the separated bones seemed to be rolled by some mysterious force and quickly gathered to the place where the skeleton dragon died. Woo! 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 There were so many bones in the sky that not only formed a rapidly rotating bone whirlwind, but also made a harsh whistling sound. And in the bone whirlwind, a very terrifying figure also appeared faintly and slowly condensed into shape. #C1549 Destroy Fuso. 5. As the bone whirlwind continued to spin rapidly, a 1,000-meter-tall figure slowly appeared. This made the Arctic fox and the Arctic wolf retreat slowly with fear on their faces. Crack, crack, crack. As the bone whirlwind continued to spin rapidly, countless bones were also absorbed by the terrifying figure in the center of the whirlwind. And an extremely terrifying momentum also emanated from the bone giant. This made Xiao Han pause, and while looking at the Yamada no Orochi, he snorted with disdain in his eyes. Humph! Playing tricks. With the god armor, his confidence was already overflowing at this time. Although this 1,000-meter-tall bone giant looked even stronger than the Abyss Demon Lord, Xiao Han still had no fear. Roar! As an angry roar sounded, the birds and insects in the sky fell like raindrops. In an instant, the power of this roar killed them all in an instant. Even many mutant beasts below level 4 could not withstand the sonic attack. The sky even turned blue because of this. The flesh and bones of the mutant beasts that were killed instantly began to separate immediately, and the white bones flew towards the bone troll again. Woo! 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 The piercing wind whistling sounded again, and the size of the bone troll was still getting taller, stronger, and more terrifying. Xiao Han took a look, and a hint of coldness flashed in his pupils. Then his mind just moved slightly, and the netherworld dragon scorpion blade, which had just been materialized, appeared in his hand. At this time, his right hand holding the knife just gently waved forward. Whoosh! A dragon-shaped sword energy immediately shot out from the netherworld dragon scorpion blade, and at the same time the sword energy began to rise in the wind during the flight. When it flew to the side of the bone troll, the sword energy had expanded to a length of 1,000 meters. At this time, the bone troll immediately wanted to dodge, but its body was too bulky. Even though it could easily step 1,000 meters, in one step it still couldn't avoid the attack of the dragon-shaped sword. Crack! The next second, as the sword passed through his body, the bone troll, which was more than 1,000 meters tall, was instantly cut in half. As the sound of bones breaking rang out, the half of its body above the chest also slid down. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but raise his hand to look at the long sword in his hand. and whispered to himself, "Fuck! This is too strong. To kill the beast in the game, I still need 2 swords. This bone troll looks twice as strong as the Abyss Demon Lord, but I can still kill it with 1 sword. Is it because of this weapon?" Boom! Thinking so in his heart, the bone body weighing hundreds of tons also fell heavily to the ground. Roar! But at this time another roar came from the top of Mount Fuji, and the bones that fell on the ground also began to decompose instantly. Then, under the traction of an unknown force, they began to fly towards the upper body of the white bone troll that had disappeared. This made Xiao Han stunned, and he couldn't help but whispered, I didn't expect this thing to have such a strong vitality. But even so, what can it do? Can it still turn the world upside down? Wearing the god armor, Xiao Han was fully qualified to say this at this time. But every time he made a move, the consumption would be very large, so he didn't want to entangle anymore. He took a look at the Yamata no Orochi 1,000 meters away, and took a step forward. Roar! With an angry roar, his body began to expand rapidly, and in a blink of an eye he turned into a behemoth over 10 meters tall. And the whole body of this behemoth was tightly wrapped in the white god armor. At this time, a pair of purple wings suddenly appeared behind the Titan ape-like figure. With just a light flap, it flew over the bone troll. Woo! 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 Amid the piercing whistles, the chest of the bone troll had been condensed and formed under the repair of the white bones, and the head began to slowly peer. But at this moment the Titan ape-like sturdy figure quickly raised his right foot and then stepped down hard. Boom! As his right foot fell hard, a golden energy foot with a length of 100 meters also appeared above the bone troll and then stepped on the head that had just condensed and formed. And a deafening sound also spread far away at this time. At the same time, the bone troll, which was 1,000 meters high, had 1/3 of its body deeply sunk into the mud. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, bursts of dense bone explosions continued to sound in its body as if setting off firecrackers. At this time, the soul fire in the skull of the bone troll had not yet extinguished, but it did not move a step. Ha! Suddenly, a breeze blew gently, and the body of the bone troll suddenly poofed, and instantly turned into bone powder all over the sky, dissipating into nothingness with the wind. This made Guohuai in the distance stunned, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, in a low voice, "Fuck! It's solved!" At this time, Xiao Han had no time to worry about Guohuai's shock. For the first time in the beast form and with the attack of the god armor, he could feel very clearly that there was an unparalleled power in his body. And this power even gave him the confidence to poke a hole in the sky. "Hey, what on earth is this?" Feeling the power in his body, Xiao Han muttered excitedly, and then immediately looked at Yamata no Orochi, with a sneer flashing across his lips. At this moment, he looked at the figure whose half-body was still in the volcano, and suddenly a sentence once said by the Lord of the Dead rang in his heart. The netherworld that he caught has a master in reality. And since Yamata no Orochi can exert such strength, it is self-evident who is the master of the netherworld. In this way, it is obvious who created the 9 dragons swallowing the sky.
Formation.
Fuck! After figuring this out, Xiao Han immediately cursed with a gloomy face, and then raised his foot and took a step forward. The next second, the distance between the two sides was shortened to less than a kilometer, and Xiao Han didn't want to say any nonsense at this time, and he chopped the netherworld dragon scorpion blade tightly in his hand without any hesitation. Roar! At this time, Yamata no Orochi also cried out in anger, and instantly rushed out from the crater on the top of Mount Fuji. While dodging the 1,000-meter sword energy, it unexpectedly appeared thousands of meters away at an incredible speed. Then it rode away and quickly disappeared from sight. This made Xiao Han, who was preparing for a big battle, look surprised, and couldn't help but muttered softly, "Fuck! Just run away like this? No, why is it so fast? Even if it is a demon lord, it can't be so fast, could it be? Suddenly, the 100 times agility of the ghost wolf was taken away from him, and a trace of realization flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and the purple wings behind him immediately flapped violently. He didn't even have time to tell Guohuai a few words, and his figure turned into a stream of light, chasing Yamada no Orochi. #C1550 The Great Array of Seizing the Heaven 1. Xiao Han certainly couldn't catch up with the Yamada no Orochi at full speed. With his own strength, even the level 9 purple flame thunder dragon with thunder attribute had a big gap in speed with it. Fortunately, he still had the god armor. At this time, not only did his strength change dramatically, but his speed was also comparable to that of the fleeing Yamada no Orochi. Although he started a little slower and had lost sight of the Yamada no Orochi. But within a radius of 100 kilometers, all sounds could not escape his ears, so he could still accurately lock the approximate position of the Yamada no Orochi at this time, feeling that the distance between the two sides was still slowly widening, but at most it could only be less than 200 meters in 10 minutes. Xiao Han couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. At the current speed, it can only be about 1 kilometer in an hour. After becoming an 8th level beast, his hearing also increased sharply, again coupled with the assistance of the god armor. At this time, the maximum distance that hearing can hear is about 700 to 800 kilometers, if not 1,000 kilometers. Unless Yamada no Orochi has a way to speed up again, it will take at least 700 to 800 hours of continuous running to get rid of him. He didn't believe that guy could run for a month without stopping. Humph, you wanna run? With a cold snort, Xiao Han immediately took out the phone in the space ring and asked Guohuai to continue sweeping Fuso. However, Guohuai's speed was faster than he thought. Even without his instructions, the beast tide continued to sweep the human settlement under Mount Fuji under the restraint of the purple flame thunder dragon. At the same time, he also contacted Han Feng and sent Yulang and Yuji back. In order to completely wipe out this despicable nation, all the recorded hearing evolutionists were sent here. With such an arrangement, Xiao Han can certainly rest assured. Now that he can't find Yuing for a while, he can only stare at Yamada no Orochi. Plop! After flying for an unknown amount of time, there was a sound of falling into the water from a place tens of kilometers away. Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Escaped into the sea? What is it trying to do? Could it be that it wants to use this method to escape my hearing lock?" Although the speed of sound propagation in water is faster, water is also equivalent to an obstacle, so the propagation distance will be much shorter. However, this method has no effect on him. Since becoming a level 7 beast, his ears have evolved again. They are no longer passively acquiring sounds, but actively capturing sounds. So even in the water, he can hear sounds 700 or 800 kilometers away. If not, he would not be able to easily find the human settlement hidden thousands of meters underground in Dongdu. Splash! At this time, listening to the sound of swimming under the sea, Xiao Han felt that the Yamada no Orochi had only penetrated a few thousand meters into the seabed, so he did not immediately dive into the seabed. Flying in the air, the resistance is much smaller than in the sea, so the speed will be faster. In just 1 or 2 minutes, he flew over the Yamada no Orochi. At this time, he could clearly feel that its speed was much slower than before. Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "It wouldn't think that it had gotten rid of me." He still didn't go into the sea, and just stayed on the sea with the Yamada no Orochi. Although he could go down now, he still had a concern. Because the Yamada no Orochi was too fast, Xiao Han guessed that he might have forcibly deprived the ghost wolf of 100 times agility. After all, the ghost shadow didn't have it, so the most likely person to deprive it was this guy. With the god armor, it's not too difficult to kill the Yamada no Orochi. But if he lost 100 times agility because of it, it would be a pity. So he had to wait for the Yamada no Orochi to stop. Then he entered the game to materialize the heavenly bead and try to forcibly deprive the 100 times agility in reality. Wow! Thinking this in his mind, Xiao Han became less anxious when he heard the underwater sounds and continued to follow behind the Yamata no Orochi on the sea surface. However, the Yamata no Orochi under the water was acting a little strangely at this time and was actually circling the seabed. This made Xiao Han even more confused, and he couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "Fuck! What does this guy want to do?" Even though he was very unhappy, he could only continue to follow behind like this. 1 hour, 2 hours. Moo! I don't know how long it has been, and suddenly there are several whale roars from the bottom of the sea. At this time, the Yamata no Orochi, which has been circling, suddenly changed its direction and swam straight to the deep sea. This made Xiao Han stunned, and he immediately used the soul control technique. After understanding the meaning of the whale's roar, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, I didn't enter the sea, otherwise this guy would have to go around in circles. But what does this Yamata no Orochi want to do? Why did he subdue even the mutant beasts in the sea? With all the confusion in his heart, more than an hour passed, and the Yamata no Orochi deep in the sea finally stayed where it was. At this time, Xiao Han entered the sea without any hesitation. But after a while, the seabed had become pitch black and even a little light could not be seen. Xiao Han didn't care about this anyway, his hearing was more useful in this place. After diving rapidly for more than half an hour, I finally felt grounded, and the Yamata no Orochi never moved again after it stopped. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, then immediately took out his helmet and entered the game. In less than a minute, the heaven-stealing pearl that could plunder the power of luck was materialized, and the Huanxin mask that could change its shape was also materialized. At this time, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. The true essence in his body instantly flowed into the Huanxin mask, and he instantly turned into a swordfish and swam quickly towards the Yamata no Orochi. After a while, a large-scale city ruins were seen from afar. At this moment, a bright light suddenly flashed in the ruins, and then someone said in a deep voice, "My lord, I brought back the person you wanted. Why are you the only one back? Where is the guy Yuing?" #C1551 The Great Array of Seizing the Heaven 2. Listening to the somewhat poor Chinese, Xiao Han couldn't help but pause. Bang! At this time, there was also a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and the voice continued to say respectfully, "Lord Shadow is going to the Western Alliance, saying that he wants to capture Langdon and Lawrence together. Is that true?" Yamata no Orochi said with some doubt, and immediately said, "I have said before that the demon helmet should be sent back first. He is so brave now that he dared to disobey my order. Lord, calm down." The respectful voice was full of panic, but he hurriedly explained, "I have already persuaded him, but Lord Shadow insisted on going, and I couldn't stop him at all. Humph! What a cunning guy." Yamata no Orochi snorted coldly, and several voices said angrily at the same time, "Is that demon helmet something he can covet? He dared to play such a trick with me. Even if he gets it, he can't use it. If he can return the helmet to me as soon as possible, the other god helmet will fall into my hands. He dares to ruin my business. He really doesn't know how to write the word death." The voices coming from 10,000 meters away and the information revealed in the words made Xiao Han's face flash with a trace of surprise. "I thought Yuing had already surrendered to Yamata no Orochi. But from the conversation just now, I can feel that Yuing also has his own little thoughts. Since he can have godlike power after wearing the demon helmet, how can he give up easily after he succeeds? But the demon helmet is slightly different from the god helmet. If there is no luck to protect the body, even approaching is impossible. Even if he gets it, he can only look at it as a decoration. As for capturing Langdon and Lawrence, even if he has the strength of level 8 now, He has to find those two people in the Western Alliance first.
No.
Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han suddenly felt that he seemed to have missed some important information, and his brows could not help but frown deeply. After thinking for a long time, he whispered, if he really finds the two forces of luck, can he also deprive them of the power of luck in their bodies? And once the power of luck is obtained, the demon god helmet can be used? But this is not right. Even if ordinary people will not explode and die after absorbing the power of luck, the power of luck absorbed into the body will still continue to flow away, and there is no way to store it. In this case, what is his intention to take away the demon god helmet? Unable to understand the shadow's actions, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, could it be that he has a way to solve this problem? Roar. Before he could think this through, a roar suddenly came from 10,000 meters away, and then 8 voices shouted at the same time. The great array of seizing the heavens, rise. As the voice fell, 9 dazzling lights suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea in the distance, and these 9 lights became brighter and brighter as they rose, and at the same time they all turned into the form of giant dragons. Even each illusory giant dragon had a different color. Red fire dragon, blue water dragon, yellow earth dragon, purple thunder dragon, etc. Roar, roar, roar. Even though these energy dragons were all illusory, they still roared, and at the same time they were connected head to tail and quickly rotated around the ruins on the seabed. This made Xiao Han, who was hiding in the dark, frown deeply and wondered in his heart. The great array of seizing the heavens, what kind of formation is this? As he said this, his thoughts also moved slightly, and a red ball appeared directly in his palm. Looking at the Tianju in his hand, he said with a puzzled look on his face, the names are somewhat similar. Could it be that the Tianju formation is used to plunder luck? This idea suddenly popped up in his mind, and Xiao Han was not very sure. But inexplicably, he felt that this possibility was very high. Roar. At this time, the roar continued, and the entire ruins began to rumble. Even if it was 10,000 meters away, Xiao Han could clearly see that at this time, 9 dragon-shaped sculptures were slowly rising from the ruins on the seabed, and in the sky those illusory giant dragons that were connected head to tail, and surrounding the ruins also drilled into the 9 dragon-shaped sculptures. At this time, roar. Several excited roars followed, and the 9 dark sculptures were also rendered in various colors. At the same time, a 9-color light shield instantly enveloped the entire city ruins. At this time, Xiao Han had just swam outside the light shield, and was less than 10 meters away from being covered by the light shield. This made his figure pause, and he immediately raised the Dark Realm Dragon Scorpion blade in his hand. Roar! But at this moment, several more roars were heard, and the eyes of the 9 dragon-shaped sculptures suddenly opened at this moment. 9 beams of light of different colors also shot out from their eyes at this moment. The next second, they all gathered at the center of the city ruins, on the black shadow lying motionless on the ground. Ah! As soon as the beam touched the black shadow, a painful roar followed, and the figure immediately twitched all over. Then a golden light thread was immediately dragged by the 9-color beam and forcibly pulled out of his body. Qin Zhan, standing outside the 9-color light shield, although Xiao Han could not see the face of the black figure, he could tell from the voice that he was Zhan Tian, who was abducted by the shadow. This made his heart click immediately, and his face instantly became ugly. Although he thought that the heaven-stealing array might be used to deprive people of their luck, he still did not think at the first time that the target of deprivation was Qin Zhan, who had 100 times the damage. Hearing the painful roar coming from the 9-color light shield, Xiao Han's eyes instantly turned red. Roar! With a roar, his body instantly expanded rapidly. In just a short breath, he had turned into a giant ape with a height of more than 10 meters. At the same time, the nether dragon scorpion blade in his hand also instantly grew from 5 feet to more than 30 feet. Holding such a holy weapon more than 10 meters long, Xiao Han slashed it down without any hesitation and shouted angrily, "Dragon scorpion slash, break it, for me!" As the voice fell, a sword energy more than 10 meters long instantly shot out from the dark domain dragon scorpion blade. Not only did it split the sea water in front of it into two, but the sword energy also surged with the wind. In just a blink of an eye, it expanded to 1,000 meters. Boom! As the 1,000-meter-long dragon scorpion slashed on the light shield, the surrounding sea water was instantly evaporated, and the 9-color light shield also sank deeply. But even so, it did not break. There was even a huge force that rebounded back, causing Xiao Han to step back more than 10 steps involuntarily. At this time, the figure with 8 heads in the center of the light shield, 16 pupils looked over at the same time, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, this hint of surprise was instantly hidden. While Yamada no Orochi continued to absorb the golden light, he said in a muffled voice, "Heh, Xiao Han, right? I didn't expect you to find this place so soon. The god armor is in your hands. I am indeed not your opponent, but don't be too anxious. After I absorb 100 times the damage, you won't be able to catch up with me." C1552 The Great Array of Seizing the Heaven 3. Xiao Han certainly understood what Yamada no Orochi meant. As long as he absorbed the power of luck in Qinzhan's body, his agility would increase from 100 times to 200 times, and his speed would double. At that time, even with the help of the god armor, it would be impossible to catch up with it. If he waited until he found the shadow and took back the demon god helmet, whether he could continue to crush Yamada no Orochi was a matter of uncertainty. No, we must rescue Zhan Tian. In just a moment, Xiao Han figured it out. At the same time, his hands had already tightly grasped the netherworld dragon scorpion blade, and the sound of clicking metal collisions continued to come from his arms on both sides. As the blood demon's wrath was aroused, the arms covered with the god armor also instantly became 3 points thicker. But even so, he still did not launch an attack. At this time, the true essence in his body was like a flood that rushed madly into the Beast King ring. The power of the Beast King was also aroused at this time. His 2 ape arms, which were already bulging high, suddenly became thicker. At this time, the screams of pain in the Tianju formation were still coming, and the golden light in Qinzhan's body was still being forcibly extracted. All states were fully activated, and a hint of madness flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. At this time, he didn't care whether he would be sucked dry like Felix. The dragon scorpion slash, which had been charged for a long time, instantly looked like a black light and slashed towards the 9-color light curtain in front of him. "Open it for me." With a deafening roar, a dragon-shaped sword energy that seemed to be real immediately shot out from the nether dragon scorpion blade. This time, the moment the sword energy shot out, it also swelled up in the wind. But unlike before, this dragon-shaped sword energy suddenly expanded to a length of 10,000 meters, and in this deep sea, it seemed that a 1,000-meter-high phantom of a god appeared, holding a 10,000-meter-long dragon-shaped sword in both hands, and slashed directly at the 9-color light curtain. Boom! As the 10,000-meter-long dragon-shaped sword fell fiercely, a deafening explosion sounded. The 9-color light curtain that was hit was deeply sunken in an instant, and the dark and deep seabed seemed to be unable to withstand this huge force, and began to tremble violently. But at this time, Xiao Han's face was not good. Not only was the 9-color light curtain not split, but the light curtain that was suppressed to the extreme actually came with an unparalleled rebound force. Crack! Even before he had time to react, the 10,000-meter-long dragon-shaped sword was instantly shattered. A recoil force came, and Xiao Han immediately let go of the nether dragon scorpion blade in his hand, and then retreated more than 10 steps in a row, before slowly stabilizing his body. At this time, his face was so gloomy that water was almost dripping out. The Yamada no Orochi in the 9-color light curtain said with a sneer on his face, "Hey, do you really think that you can be invincible with the god armor? This world is not as simple as you think." "It's not simple, so what?" Xiao Han said with a frost on his face, and immediately began to carefully look at the formation in front of him. In the current situation, it is impossible to break the formation violently. In that knife just now, all the means that can be used have been used. The golden light in Qinzhan's body was still being forcibly extracted. This time, even though he was very anxious in his heart, he could only force himself to calm down and stare at the Tianju formation in front of him, looking at the 9 dragon-shaped stone sculptures. Although they felt very strange, Xiao Han had a faint sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he looked down at the Tianju in his hand. 9 blood-colored dragons could be vaguely seen on this blood-colored bead, and even in the center of the bead, there seemed to be something. However, the Tianju was not transparent, so there was no way to see it clearly, and the formation in front of him had exactly the same ability as the Tianju, which made him click in his heart and instantly remembered the record in the ancient book. It is said that the Tianju talisman was not created out of thin air, but those ancient magic sealers borrowed something to create this talisman. Even when making the Tianju talisman, there were 9 strokes that looked like dragons. At this time, Xiao Han couldn't help but secretly think, could it be that the Tianju talisman was borrowed from this Tianju formation in front of him? This thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and his eyes condensed instantly. If this is true, combined with his understanding of the Tianju talisman, he may not have no possibility of breaking this formation. Listening to the roars coming from the heaven-stealing formation, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but whispered, "Is that true?" Although he didn't know if this guess was correct, he could only try it this way at this time. Looking at the 9 dragon-shaped stone sculptures, he reached out and grabbed behind him, and an illusory dragon head immediately flew out of his palm. In just a flash, he bit the netherworld dragon scorpion blade 1,000 meters away in his mouth. As Xiao Han's arm also pulled back fiercely, the more than 10-meter-long black long sword fell steadily into his hand like lightning. The holy weapon was recovered, and he took a step directly and appeared next to a dragon-shaped stone sculpture. Looking at the stone sculpture covered by the 9-color light curtain, a solemn look flashed in his eyes, but the netherworld dragon scorpion blade in his hand was already raised high. Boom! The next second, another deafening sound rang out. As the 10,000-meter blade energy fell, the 9-color light shield was instantly suppressed and a deep depression was made. But this time it was a little different from the last time. The light curtain was suppressed for less than 10 meters before it touched the dragon-shaped stone sculpture inside. Crack! Although there was a 9-color light shield between the stone sculpture and the blade energy, a clear crack immediately appeared on it. This made Xiao Han's eyes flash, and a touch of ecstasy suddenly appeared in his eyes. At this time, a recoil force also came from the netherworld dragon scorpion blade. However, this time the recoil was much weaker than the first time, and Xiao Han also took back the black long sword in his hand, and at the same time used the force to make another dragon scorpion slash. Boom! As the 10,000-meter blade energy fell again, the 9-color light curtain was suppressed, and the blade accurately hit the crack again. Crack! The stone sculpture was hit again, and dozens of cracks more than 1 finger thick immediately covered the stone sculpture. Although the intensity of the 9-color light curtain did not decrease, the excitement in Xiao Han's eyes became more and more intense. With another cut, the stone sculpture could definitely be destroyed. As long as his speed was fast enough, the remaining 8 stone sculptures would only take 3 or 4 breaths. Listening to Qinzhan's continuous screams of pain, Xiao Han certainly would not delay at all. The moment he retracted the long sword in his hand, he chopped it down again fiercely. Roar! But at this moment, several dragon roars suddenly sounded from the dragon-shaped stone sculpture, and the stone sculpture, which was already full of cracks, had 9 color beams escaping from the cracks. At the same time, the cracks as thick as fingers healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Xiao Han, who was full of confidence, stunned, and his eyes instantly became ugly. Hey, so naive! At this time, Yamada no Orochi's mocking voice came again. I said, even if it is the god armor, you can't destroy this heaven-stealing formation. You should be the strongest chosen son of this generation, and there will be a battle between us. It's just that the time is not ripe now, but you don't have to be too anxious. I will go to Yanhua to find you in person after a while. Humph, after a while? Xiao Han's eyes flashed with unwillingness, and his eyes also looked from the dragon-shaped stone sculpture that had been restored to its original state to Yamada no Orochi in the middle of the formation. At this time, his eyes also shrank suddenly. The golden light thread that was forcibly extracted from Qin Zhan's body turned black at this moment. Ah, what the hell is this? Almost at the same time, Yamada no Orochi also noticed something wrong, and immediately roared with horror.